tickets. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover.
It just crossed him over. Next to another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Every Level Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, and Nick are all here, and they're very bright.
Whew, it's different. Oh, okay. My camera was out of focus for a
It's like a
second.
totally different room now.
It's so weird.
Yeah, I don't know.
Change.
I don't know if I'm going to be used to this.
Well, you're definitely not going to be used to it
Yeah, I think
within the next few minutes.
give it 4 hours.
It took. So you think you're good to go now? You barely remember the old days?
It's definitely not as shocking to me anymore.
You know how like when you first get a
Shock jock,
they'll do like an update on your phone, and you're like, "Oh, I hate this update. This sucks."
and then it's
And then
normal.
like a day later, you're like, "I don't even remember what it used to be like."
Exactly.
I do.
That's like right now. I don't even remember winter. It's
Oh.
80 degrees.
Well, don't worry. In 2 days, it'll be 10 degrees in
Perfect.
the morning.
and then I'll be like, I don't even remember summer.
You don't remember Mount Happer anymore?
Oh God,
Not
yeah.
Happer. I don't know. How long has it been since it's been out there?
I predicted March 11th.
Wow.
It's been gone for at least 2 weeks.
Yep.
At least 2 weeks.
It's been a while.
It was like
some would
Valentine's
say.
Day, wasn't it?
Is that when it was?
It was earlier than
It was
Valentine's.
earlier than
before.
John.
It was before mine.
Yeah,
Wow.
so John
We were
picked
all wrong.
Valentine's
We have
Day.
passed Nick's date. We're closing in on mine, and we are still weeks away from Connor Happer. That's 2 weeks from today, in fact, Happer. Wow.
I was wrong.
Yeah.
I'm happy to be wrong.
Man, I can't imagine ever being wrong about a thing.
I didn't do a
Grumball's
lunch
gonna
bet
come
on it,
true, isn't
so
it?
I wouldn't dare.
Grumball's
No, you
correct. Called Greg McDermott. Now many scribes around the country are saying he's coming back to Creighton, though some are saying it
Some
a
are
little-
saying maybe.
a bit more strongly than others.
Yes.
I will say I am.
Dylan Raiola getting ready for his first practice at Georgia.
He did practice and play in Georgia.
Josh just said he
With
was
the-
going to Georgia.
with
He
the
didn't say
University
what
of
he was-
Georgia Bulldogs.
Unbelievable.
Thank you,
Josh.
Nick.
The Grumball never said what
Oh,
he was
stop.
doing in
Thank you,
Georgia.
Nick.
Where are you on his side on this?
Because it's right.
No, it's
He's
not
technically
right.
right.
No, he's not technically
When I
right.
said it, everyone knew that I meant he was going to commit to Georgia. And then he committed to Georgia. But because I didn't say commit, I said go to. Everyone is saying now that I have one bad thing on my resume.
No.
One.
you do.
It was a prediction for where he was going to go to school.
yeah,
for where
and
he was gonna
play-
commit.
and play football.
I couldn't follow up and
But
say what
you
was
thought
happening a
when
year
he
later.
committed at that moment that he was going to stick with his
I mean,
commitment.
I did, yes. But now you're just reading the fine print. To be fair,
I
I'm gonna be
am
wrong.
reading the
I'm
file.
going
am
to be
the
wrong
fine
about
print.
Nebraska basketball. So, like, let's just
Yep.
wait until then to say that the Grumballs
Yep.
failed us. But it hasn't failed us with Greg McDermott because he's going to Creighton. Well, he's staying at Creighton.
He's going to Creighton.
Going to Creighton.
Well, I mean, he is.
Huge news.
He's probably there right now, practicing,
Maybe.
Probably.
dribbling, shooting.
Man,
Basketball's
does
fun.
Getting
this
ready
light
to
even
sign
do
something?
anything anymore?
I
good
didn't.
question.
No.
I will say I like these lights a little more than a
I'm
month
leaving it
ago
off.
when
Guess
they
it does a little
put the
bit,
new
yeah.
ones in. The ones from a month ago were too white. These are a nice tint.
They are softer.
Well, they have this.
Are they
little
softer or
shield
just
over it.
orange?
It's
Yeah,
not
it's orange. It's very
They're
orange.
very
What is the
orange.
softness? Is it the light itself or is it the new thing that
It's
covers
the little
it?
shield.
Oh,
Oh,
so
okay.
if we take the shield off, it'll blind us.
Yeah, you want to try?
There's a song about that, Nick.
Yeah, the good one by Bruce Springsteen.
The good one.
He did a good one.
The original, John.
They were talking
Blinded
about
by
Manfred
the
Mann's
light?
Earth Band.
Here we go.
Manfred Mann's Earth
Here
Band.
we go.
Yep, we had this conversation
Oh,
already.
wow.
Yeah, this
okay.
is a-
Never mind. My bad.
This is one of Nick's many bad music.
Isn't this
things.
how we
Mm.
started the Of Music thing?
No, the music thing was a different thing.
Wow.
It was about a song that a band did.
Oh, that's right. The
that's
cover
a
band.
Taylor Swift song.
Yeah,
that
yeah,
Nick was very offended by, and then I heard it.
What
and
was the
it
name
like,
of the band, Nick?
I prevail.
Manfred
I
Man.
Prevail. He said I Prevail.
It was so
much.
good. It was so good.
John said, "Oh, I kind of like it."
Yeah,
I
when
did.
when Nick first played it and it was like, and John said, I kind of like it. Deadpan.
We found the one song not from the 80s that John liked.
Exactly.
Okay.
You're
Amazing.
welcome, I guess. I'm a hero.
Every now and then, I don't know how John does it, but we'll have these interviews that we're doing live on the air, and John will sneak his songs into the open somehow.
I don't know how he does it
I
either.
don't either. Normally, Nick plays the bump, but every now and then it'd be like last week when we had Nick Bott on. Suddenly there was this 80s song that played before it.
Weird.
Very odd.
I know.
I don't know how it happened.
Because
Stop messing with my stuff,
It
John.
Yeah.
sounds so good.
Eh,
Yeah,
eh.
much better than your crap.
Aaron Schatz joined us before the Super Bowl. It's like, nah, 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 nah. I was like, oh, John somehow snuck in his open again on this segment. This
No,
live.
Overmodulated
It's
and
very-
badly mixed.
it's
Oh, this sounds good.
There's very
Also,
live-
after the interview, he can
Overmodulated?
move all of his stuff from the outer space down to the court
He's so fast.
too, which is amazing.
Run. It's great.
You know where you can't do that? Madison Square Garden.
No, yeah. How far in outer space were you sitting for that one?
We were up in the suite, not in the suite level, but above the suite level.
Yeah, I was pulling into my parking stall right as the broadcast, as John came back on the air, and he said, high above Madison Square Garden. And I meant to look at a picture that I assume you tweeted yesterday.
Did you
from
do a
high
tweet?
above
No, I
Madison
did not tweet a picture.
Oh,
from
You
up there.
got to
rats.
tweet the stadium
Yeah,
picture.
you got to let everyone know.
Yeah.
View from the office.
View
yeah,
from
you
the
get
office.
view from the office
Did you-
today.
Sorry.
The problem
Oh, that's
is
all.
the problem isn't so much where you sit. I mean, is it great to be up there? No.
Mm.
The problem is getting there and getting from there. Because at Madison Square Garden, while they redid the entire inside, and it's very nice, they forgot to redo the elevators, which are still
Oh, no.
the originals from
They
1968.
forgot.
Are they the chain elevators that
No,
look sketchy?
no.
So where were you,
See-through?
John? Are you
It's a
where are you
rope.
in this area? Like way up there?
Yeah,
Holy-
not up by the ceiling where I am for the show. When
Okay,
I do the
because I was
show.
going to say when you do
It
the
was-
show, you do
It's
that
basically the base of the upper deck is where I
Okay.
was yesterday.
because when you do the show from there, you're
That's way up.
you're
That's
in the
hanging,
hockey press box.
Yeah, that's
right?
that's the hockey press box. That's
Awesome.
hanging
That-
above the upper deck.
I wouldn't
You-
even want to go up there.
Sadly,
Oh, it's
John
cool.
won't be doing
It's
it this
actually
year.
very cool.
John won't be
Uh-uh.
doing shows from MSG this year.
That's
I'll
where
be
the light's in your face, and you look like you're going into.
No, that was from the seats I had yesterday.
Ah.
Mhm.
Can you see anything, or do you need those opera binoculars to do
From where?
play-by-play?
No, I can see just fine.
Oh.
Yeah, it's not a horrible seat to watch a basketball game, but when you're used to being on the floor, you prefer to being on the floor.
I don't know if you'd be
You
able
don't
to
feel
get,
the energy.
I don't know
as
if you'd be able to get me up to the super high press box.
Oh, it's-
I'm so
You
scared
love
of heights.
sports though.
Is it heights or just like vertigo? Heights where you're far enough up to hurt yourself if you fall.
I guess it's a little bit of that. It's the open air that gets me. Like if I can reach out and
So like Ferris
My-
wheels.
my arm is like hanging out of a thing that's way above.
Like
yeah.
the
Well,
top
trouble.
row at
No.
CHI.
It's not like the suspension bridge in Indiana Jones where it's swaying back and forth.
See, I'm with Happer on this
It's-
one. So I have always said I don't like heights where there is like present danger in like that kind of open air feel.
Right.
I'm an airplane, don't really care. But if
Same.
I'm on a ladder 15 feet in the air, I don't like doing that.
Yeah,
because
for
I'm like,
sure.
I could fall.
Yeah, but when you're up there, it
You
doesn't
feel like you're locked in.
Yeah, I mean, it just feels like you're
Hmm.
in a press box.
I
But
don't
do you
like
do you like stick your head out and look down?
No,
I hate when
see,
people
I'm
stick
getting the
their
heebie-jeebies just thinking
same.
about
I
it.
hate when people
No,
stick their heads out.
they have like
Poll question: do you hate when people
they
stick their
have some
heads out?
plexiglass.
Baseball players.
There's like plexiglass. Like in the booth I'm in, there's still 2 rows of press seating below me.
Oh wow. Okay, so you have a glass. You're encased in a glass window on the upstairs press box. Is that what you're saying?
No, it's open air, but again, there's like 2 rows of seating below me.
Okay,
And
that's
if
that
I'm
helps.
in the booth.
That
Now,
does
if you're
help.
if you're sitting in the very first row of the press seating, there's this double pane plexiglass that's in front of you
that helps
to
too.
keep you from like
Reaching.
spilling anything down below or anything like that.
How about Memorial Stadium?
Like I have been in the announcer's booth, which is wide open, not bothered whatsoever.
Yeah, it's just like that.
Oh
Yeah.
no, Memorial Stadium kills me, man.
Oh, really? You don't
Yeah,
like being up there?
Well, when we were in college,
When you called the game from upstairs?
the photo deck,
Yeah.
that was really bad.
You didn't like that.
No, because
Interesting.
when you look out the window, there's nothing. It's the ground.
It is just
It's
falling.
a
Yeah.
flat face
It is.
surface.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's true.
It's the same thing on the 6th level too.
So are you the same way with being in the upper deck of a stadium?
Yeah, it's real tough.
Okay.
It's real
Well,
tough.
as long
I
as
don't
you're
like the
not
upper
in the
deck at
front
CHI.
press row of the bridge, you'll feel like you're just
The angle,
Maybe
like
upper
I
deck.
don't sit in the upstairs at Kauffman Stadium way up there.
Isn't that where you were for the wild card game?
yes,
Because it's very steep.
yes,
And you don't like
because
the
it's
steepness.
the angle.
Yeah,
that
it
was
is
good.
very steep
Yeah.
up there. I'm always stunned that
The
more
wild
people
card
don't
game. I
fall.
was too excited to think about it.
That's good.
Yeah.
Maybe you should just treat every game like a wild card game in
Yeah.
2014.
Not every game is the 2014 wild card game.
Oh, have you ever talked about that game before?
It's one of the best games. James Shields pitched in that game.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
How many pitches did he have?
And not that many. Brandon Moss hit a home run off of him in like the first inning. It
It's a
was
tough look.
not
The
good.
first inning.
I'll be honest. I don't remember who James Shield is or who Brandon Moss is. I'm like, so which team played for which team or
I
which
think
player?
James
Brandon
Shields was a
Moss-
Royal.
Oh,
Mhm.
classic.
Yep.
So
He got
that means
mentioned on the
Moss was
show
a-
today by Aaron Bummer.
What a get.
Good get.
Yeah.
Josh likes having Braves on.
Yeah, of course he does.
He should try not being a homer.
I know.
Mm.
Get a Rocky on.
Mm.
Maybe we will. Is there a Rocky who's got local ties? I
I'm
don't think so.
sure.
I don't
Sure.
think so.
Chris Bryant plays for the Rockies.
Yeah, there you go. He's
Yep.
local.
I remember when I went to a Rockies game
he's
last year,
local.
I learned that he played for the Rockies. I was like, what? When did this happen?
See, and this is me finding out that Chris Bryant's local.
He's not. He's
not
He's
local.
not.
Yeah.
He's not
He's not.
local.
Where's he from originally? Is he Vegas? Is he a Vegas guy?
Yes.
Yeah, he went
Okay.
to the University of San Diego.
Because
He
that's
and,
Bryce Harper's a Vegas
He
boy.
and Bryce Harper were boys.
Why?
when
What's
they
up
were
with
kids.
Vegas being good at baseball? How did that happen?
It's a big town, Josh.
Yeah, it's a big town.
That's also really weird because their AAA team is the affiliate for the A's. They're
Mm.
not good at baseball.
Yeah, the A's suck.
And
Kelsey
pretty soon
says-
they'll be sharing their stadium with them.
Yeah, that's true. Kelsey says, I'm not afraid of heights. I'm afraid of falling. There's a difference.
Maybe that's me.
I mean, the fall won't kill you.
I don't like Ferris
Sudden
wheels.
stop will.
Ferris wheels,
Oh, Ferris wheels are bad.
they're very upsetting because, like, on a roller coaster, you'll have like the bars over your shoulders, you'll have the lap bar, whatever you have something that you feel like, I probably won't die. Ferris wheel, though, you can just walk around, the doors just flip and
and
flop
people do
open.
it all nimbly bimbly.
Yeah, the high school kids are jumping up and down.
Yeah, they're trying to
Ugh.
stop the thing
Oh.
actively.
It
Oh,
gives me the heebie-jeebies.
You're talking the enclosed Ferris wheels?
No, the ones where
No,
you just
the open
walk
ones.
on. Yeah, where it's very open, wide. No, I guess I haven't been on one in years.
Well, don't they have the Ferris wheels where it's just like the roller coaster where they just got that bar?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's what he's talking
Back
about.
when I was a kid, you'd get on them and they didn't even have that. You just sit there.
Yeah, you just sit there.
See, that's sketchy.
Yeah, it's scary.
Even the enclosed one, like the Vegas, the wheel,
The big
whatever,
one?
the high roller they
Yeah.
call it. I got pressured into doing that. Hey, everybody's going. It's fun.
you did it?
Everybody hop. Tough. That
How
was
much
tough.
wa-
That
how
was
much
a tough
was
one
that?
for me. It was cheap, split between like 7 or 8 people or whatever it was.
Okay.
It's like 20. Yeah, maybe you'll have a chance to do it sometime. Maybe
That sounds fun.
it's fun.
I mean, not really. It sounds scary, is what it sounds
It sounds
like.
terrifying.
Yeah.
It's really scary, but there's a bar.
I guess I maybe would try it if I was in Vegas. I've never been to Vegas before.
I haven't either.
Dare to dream.
Can I interest you in a bar and a giant Ferris wheel?
Still sounds a little scary. I'd
The
rather
bar
play,
helps,
I'd
though.
rather play craps.
There's no craps on the Ferris wheel.
That's a bummer.
When you say bar, is it a seat bar or they're serving drinks on this Ferris?
They're
Mm.
serving drinks on,
No.
Oh my
the
god!
Ferris
Really?
wheel.
Very
Yeah.
safe,
That's
very
sick.
normal.
And it's enclosed. Yeah, it's a glass.
I can see
Yeah.
how that would help.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like a train car ride, except you're in the air.
Except, yes, you're hundreds
Yeah.
of feet in the
And
air.
your destination is the starting point.
and it stops sometimes.
Andy
Well,
says,
yeah, so you can see out and enjoy the view. Wow.
So how do you feel
Yeah.
about a roller coaster like the Mamba?
Oh, I did the Mamba.
Love
How do
the
you feel?
Mamba.
How do you feel about it?
I feel scared.
I'm always worried that I'm going to be on a roller coaster that stops.
Yep.
That's maybe one of
that's
my
the nightmare.
top 5 biggest fears.
I've never been on a roller coaster.
It's not the speed.
Whoa.
It's if it might stop.
yeah.
And they have to come
Once
get
it goes
us.
down, I'm like, thank God.
Yeah.
But otherwise,
What would they even do if you stopped on the up ramp?
see? I am getting like I can feel.
Would they bring like
Oh.
a fire truck out there and have to like,
a fire truck?
get in the cherry picker and just like,
Now that's a job I also don't want.
yeah.
Maybe there's got to be an
I'll Google
emergency
it.
release, so they probably just ease you down backwards.
Or they just release the brake and you just
Whee!
plunge really
Back to the
fast
start.
backwards.
Here's the question: what happens when a roller coaster gets stuck?
Good one.
In situations where the stoppage may be longer than usual, the park may decide to evacuate riders. Oh, God. Park employees are trained for this type of situation and will assist guests in walking down the steps.
Oh,
Ah!
no.
Oh,
No, that'd be the
thank you.
worst. That'd be the worst
Would
one.
you rather have that or the cherry picker?
I'm having the heebie-jeebies. This whole conversation.
Or a helicopter?
What if they just
hovering?
helicoptered in some parachutes and you
Oh,
just
there
jumped?
you go. Well, if they're
That'd
gonna-
be better. I would do the
Helicopter.
parachute.
they're going to helicopter in. Why wouldn't they just let you on the helicopter?
It
But-
always.
Constantly walking, walking down the stairs, and they're jank stairs
Oh,
too.
yeah.
Like you could see
Very
through them.
narrow.
Ah,
and you can
See
see
you
straight
later.
down.
I'm dead.
Give me the parachute in that
Yeah,
case. Give me
it
the
always
parachute.
is amazing to me because you get to the very top of the roller coaster, and then there's like 5 stairs up
Yeah.
there, and it's like, what are these stairs for?
They have to climb the stairs to do
Oh,
maintenance.
Oh man, I can feel all this in my body right now.
It's very bad.
yeah.
And
I'm
you don't
having
have
a
any
horrible
tethers
time.
or anything. You're just there. And
Oh.
all of a sudden someone gets clumsy behind you and trips and knocks into you, and then you both go plunge into your death.
See you later.
And there's also the psychos, like it sounds like you are one of them, John, where you're like, I want this to stop.
No.
Okay.
I don't want it to stop. I'm just not.
Josh
worried
is so
that it
scared
will.
right now.
Are you one of the people on the plane who's like, I love turbulence? Do
No.
more turbulence?
No, I'm not a big.
See, I don't
turbulence
hate.
guy.
I don't hate turbulence. Now, I've also never been on a plane where like behind the bags are flying around.
Behind
all
the
over.
bag?
Yeah, I've never been on a airplane like that.
Yeah,
Have
I'm
I
not
ever-
a fan of the turbulence.
Have
Okay,
I ever
good.
told you guys why I'm the most comfortable in an airplane?
Why's that?
Because if the plane's going down, I'm not the only one going down. It's
That's
like a
what makes you
group of us.
comfortable?
It makes it comfortable
More
for me.
people will die.
Yeah, it's like
Wow.
if we
So
go
Nick-
down, I'm
He
not
really
alone.
has adapted to the murder cult
Jeez.
very well.
Nick pro death.
It's not pro
As
death,
long
but it's
as other
morbidly
people are
comforting.
dying.
Yeah.
You're not dying alone. You're like,
Okay,
all right,
so
we're in
what if
this
the
together.
plane were just you and a bunch of cute, innocent puppies?
Whoa.
Wow.
Nick.
How do you feel about that
I
plane?
Happy
feel
loves
sad because
this.
they're cute, innocent puppies.
Oh, but if they're people,
Mm.
I mean, I'd still feel bad, but I wouldn't be. I'd just be more comfortable. What are you going to do in an airplane? You're a passenger. You
Mother
can't do
Teresa's
anything.
on this airplane, Nick, and you're like, yes.
I'd be like, aren't you already dead? Why are you
But
here?
you don't have any sort of bond with these people. You've never met them. You've never
Yeah.
talked to them. They're just dying with you,
Yes.
around you.
And that is our bond. Actually, at that
Hmm.
point, that's our bond.
I wonder if Nick would be the most famous person on this airplane that's crashing down. Because, every airplane got to have somebody famous, right? A producer of Unsportsmanlike Conduct died today with 800 other people.
with 800
was a huge
innocent,
plane.
cute puppies.
Yes, it was a lot of puppies. Everyone's dead.
That's what we could all hope when Nick's plane goes down.
That
He's the most famous person on it.
I hope
Yeah.
there's a situation on the plane where it's instead of like, oh, is there a doctor on the plane? Is there a okay producer for a sports talk radio station on
that's
this plane?
me. What do
Here.
you need?
I can do this.
Need to insert an ad right now before we die. Justin, by the way, has emailed in a photo also from Facebook from July of 2018 where it says had to be rescued from the prowler at Worlds of Fun, broke down before going over the edge and had to walk down. And so there's a selfie with him and his family, and there it is. Look at all those. So when you said
I
walk
think
down,
that's the Timberwolf. That's the wooden roller coaster.
Yeah.
Oh,
Remember that one?
Yeah.
man.
Okay, they
No.
rebranded it to the
Thank
Prowler.
you. Okay. So I didn't realize there were steps on it like that. I figured you meant like you have to walk down the actual roller coaster.
No.
part.
There's
No, no,
steps
no.
on the side.
Yeah, there's steps
Oh.
along the
It's
side.
maintenance steps.
Oh man, no.
Why
thank
would
you.
they rename the Timberwolf? Is a great name for a wooden roller coaster
Yeah, that
because
was a good
timber is
name.
wood.
Yeah, that was a good name.
Yeah, I think they had to shut that thing down.
Because it was breaking down too
Yeah.
many times and
Yeah.
people were having to use the stairs.
What was the one in
It became a really
Adventureland?
boring ride. Oh, we're just using the stairs.
What's the wooden one in Adventureland? Is that the tornado?
That's the original roller coaster at Adventureland. Was that a wood roller coaster? The tornado?
I think all of the ones there were wood. At least last time I went, which was probably like 20 years ago.
Oh, the last time I went, there was for sure not mostly wood ones. There were
Mm.
some that were of steel.
Steel. So yeah, here's a picture of the Mamba from down looking up. Those are the stairs that you'd have to walk down. No, thank you. No,
Oh,
thank
man.
you. I do
Have you
like
been
that
on the
ride.
Mamba?
Yeah, oh yeah, many times.
Okay, yeah, same here.
So I
Not-
like, once
not
again,
anymore.
Once we tip over, good to go. But
Absolutely. I'll
The
go as
ro- the-
fast as you want me to go.
the
I'll go
trip-
upside down.
plus, that bar, I like the over the shoulders. I feel much safer.
Me too.
The bar just on the
I thought they had a over the shoulders on the Mamba.
last time I went, it was just the bar over the waist. Just feels
Here's the one I won't
especially as
do.
a tiny baby boy.
Adventureland has 7 coasters, by the way.
Ah.
The Monster, steel. The Underground, wooden. Turbulence Coaster, which is a bad name. Steel. Dragon Slayer,
I like Turbulence Coaster.
under construction, I guess.
Really? I didn't know they had that many coasters.
The Dragon. I don't know if you should. It seems like bad branding to have the Dragon and Dragon Slayer next to each other. Is one of the roller coasters going to get the other?
By the way, Prowler is a second wooden roller coaster. The Timberwolf is still there.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Tornado is wooden.
What were you going to say, Happer? It seemed like you were going to say a ride you hate.
Yes. So I did the Mamba fine, but they always have one at these theme parks. I'm sure they have one at Adventureland too, where it's it's like a tower, and then you're seated
Oh,
around the tower, but your
I-
legs are hanging
yeah,
off.
hate that.
That's
Hate that.
terrifying.
I
terrifies
will
me.
never. You couldn't
Hate that.
peer pressure me
Wow,
enough.
I like that one.
The feeling
I
of
hate that
dropping
one.
terrifies me.
Oh, interesting.
Have you ever woken up from a dream where you felt like you were falling and you felt good after? You're like,
No.
oh, that was a cool dream.
Fair point, Nick.
See, the thing about because it's similar sensation when you're doing the downhill run on a Mamba. but you're going fast, but you're going fast and you're going forward. That is just a straight drop, and I can't do that.
Mhm.
I hate that.
And then they're like, "Oh, it's over." Just kidding. Back up. Back down. Oh yes.
Then the initial drop, they never tell you when it's going to happen. It's never. They're
No.
just like, whoa.
Yep. That one I will not do.
So I have a story to tell. And
Did you puke?
No. I
Did you
put a
pee?
penny on my leg.
That could kill somebody.
And so we got to the top, and then it went wee. And I don't know what happened to the penny.
I did that at the mama.
And
It
somebody
probably
died.
killed someone, Josh.
Remember that joke back in the day? It was like, go to the top of a building, throw a penny off, it killed one person. Throw a nickel off, it kills 5. And then the person's like, so I threw a quarter.
My
That's
Classic-
you in
classic-
murder cult, Josh.
Classic teenage boys. Otson, by the way, says the suspense is the fun. Yeah, I like that ride.
Ugh.
It's fun
I don't like that.
because I feel safe when I ride in. Like that's the thing. That's
With
what
your
I care
feet
about.
dangling.
I
out
love
there?
roller coasters where the feet dangle.
Dangle boy.
Oh yeah,
I
let me
was-
dangle.
at is it Rehoboth Beach in Delaware
Never heard of it.
on the boardwalk.
Why would we know about this?
I thought it was a well-known beach.
No,
Rehoboth?
I've literally never
Rehoboth?
heard of
Never
it.
heard of it.
Either way, we were in
Rehoboth.
Delaware
What's
at
he
this
trying to
beach.
say?
And on the boardwalk, they have this ride where they strap you in and your legs are dangling. You're just kind of in this chair and then it just flips around everywhere.
Ugh.
I was in it and I was not strapped down enough. I felt myself moving. I thought I was going to get flung out.
Oh,
Nick, is it Funland? Is that where you went?
in Rehoboth?
I don't know if it was Funland specifically. It was just right on the boardwalk.
It's a small
It was just a
family-owned
ride.
amusement park in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware.
That cannot be
Probably.
how you say Rehoboth.
It's spelled Rehoboth. Rehoboth.
Yeah.
Rehoboth.
Let's see if they have the pronunciation on the Wikipedia page. The E is upside down.
Ray.
HOH dash B upside down ETH.
Oh, okay. Rehoboth. Yeah.
All right, yeah.
Ray or Rehoboth, maybe.
Oh, hold on.
You got it
Okay.
for us, Nick?
Yeah.
Oh,
Rehoboth.
That makes more
That
sense.
makes sense.
Makes a lot more
Rehoboth.
sense.
I don't know anything about Rehoboth.
All right. So
Well, anyway, that was it. There was just a ride on the boardwalk, and I felt like I
Funland.
was gonna.
it opened in 1939. Ooh, a lot of stuff was going on in the
Whoa.
world in 39. That's the under.
Yikes.
Let's see. 19 rides. There you go. And family style games and an arcade.
Mm.
How fun is that?
We didn't physically go into it. It was just right along the boardwalk on the beach. It was just a
That's what
ride they
this
had
is.
set up. Then there was an
Oh, okay.
arcade. Buddy and I played Terminator.
It sounds like Rehoboth or Roth.
Rehoboth.
Rehoboth. Rehoboth.
Rehoboth.
Rehoboth.
Rehoboth. Anyway, I almost died in Delaware.
Well,
Could you
we're
imagine
happy you
dying in
did.
Delaware?
Nice.
That'd be a bummer.
Yeah,
would hate
because
to
there
die
weren't
in Delaware.
800 puppies to die with you.
True.
He died as he lived in Delaware.
Oh no.
Wow.
I hated that ride.
Nick would be like, "There's 799 puppies. Could we get one more?
Could we get
please?"
one more? If
Just
this
So I
thing's
feel
going
totally
down.
comfortable with this thing ending.
Please, just one more puppy.
Mm-hmm.
What the Funplex roller coaster? You guys been on the Funplex roller coaster?
I haven't been to Funplex in 30 years.
There's a Funplex roller
I
coaster
assume I have. I don't remember the last time I went there either.
that
though.
I think they built it in the span of
Uh-oh.
days.
Oh,
You know,
I'd rather not.
yeah, no, it looks pretty rough.
Mm-hmm.
The water slides were tough hang for me because of the stairs and how you could see through the stairs
Oh,
all the way to the top of the water slide tower. There.
Yes, I remember walking up that as a youth and not being a fan of it. See, it seems like we're handshake meeting
Yeah,
up right now.
big time.
By the way, Travis has commented on our YouTube. Compelling Sports Radio discussing the enunciation, I believe it's pronunciation, Travis, of a boardwalk town on the coast of Delaware. Yeah, well, that's how we roll.
Well,
That's
it's
what
all
we're
near
here
the
for.
crossover.
He said it
Travis.
as if we knew it, though.
Mhm,
Yeah,
yeah.
you know, Delaware,
Classic
the
boardwalk.
Rehoboth.
Yeah, we go there constantly.
By the way, the comment that was on the Zone text line during your show today from Dion
Yeah.
was among my favorite ones ever. Is it natural to walk in crowds? What do archaeologists say?
Well, huh?
Amazing stuff.
Instead, like how animals are herd animals. Is he comparing crowds to
Oh, is that
animals
what
in
he
a
was doing?
herd?
I don't know. It made me laugh though.
I think he's asking the wrong people for
yeah,
advice.
yeah.
Archaeologists.
Yeah, what a guy. What a
Yeah.
guy.
Deion's always up to something, man.
Oh, he really is.
You never know.
He's commenting.
I'm sure
on-
he's all the way in on the jerky wars.
I purposely have not read Dave Fight's story. No offense, Dave. I'll read it later, but I want John to explain this to me.
I think you get the gist of it.
Kind of. I know that the worst parts of the Husker fan base are involved.
Correct.
Has
Yeah,
Theo
that's all I know,
commented
though.
on the jerky
worst
wars?
parts of the Husker fan base. And which one's that?
Pretty easy to figure out. The ones that are annoying.
Oh, are you talking about the people on the scrolls?
No, see, John always goes scrolls. Scrolls is
It's
old
worse
school,
than
John.
that. It's worse than that.
Yeah.
It's well, do we say
I
it?
dare not say their
Okay.
name.
Okay.
I dare not.
Because what happens when you say it is they hear you.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's
What
It's
is it, like Beetlejuice?
It's like
Yes,
a
it's
fantasy
just like Beetlejuice.
series.
All right.
Baggins, Shire. Like they'll know. They'll know. They'll know we're talking about them.
Yeah.
Hmm.
You don't want that.
Hey, we're getting beef jerky out of the deal.
See, I just don't know what people are mad at. That's the thing that I'm confused by. Who's mad at whom? We're mad at Matt Davison?
That's right.
Yes,
Okay.
we're mad
Yeah.
at Matt Davison again.
We're always mad at Matt.
Give Matt a break? Is
No,
that
I'm
what
not
you're
saying
okay.
that. I'm fine
All
to be mad. He defended Scott Frost for many years.
Oh, okay. I was just gonna say, give me a reason to be mad at Matt because I don't have one.
Yeah.
Now
Yeah,
I do.
Look, he did make that catch that one time. And that
Nice
was
catch, Matt.
that was a great catch.
But it wouldn't have been possible without Shevin Wiggins' leg.
It would great point. Should Shevin Wiggins be running 1890?
His legs should be.
Yeah. Thank you, Shevin. What a name. We don't have any
Shevin
Shevins.
Wiggins is a great name.
Shevin
We need
Wiggins
more
is a great
Shevins
name.
Yeah.
in the world.
Yeah, what happened to Shevin? Was it just Kevin and then
Yeah.
it turned to Shevin?
We have lots of Kevins, but no other Shevins.
What else can we do with the Evan name?
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
Bevan,
yep.
We got
Devin,
Tevin.
Devin,
Blevin.
Yevin,
This is my son, Blevin Bishop.
Bevan,
If I'm gonna name my kid Yevon, I'll just name him Yavin,
Yavin.
Gevin,
the fourth.
Kevin.
Heaven.
Heaven,
Heaven.
Yevin,
Yevin.
Did we say Levin?
Jevin, Kevin,
Bevan.
Yep.
Mevin,
Oh, you're just going alphabetical.
Nevin.
Nevin is a word.
Wevin,
Nevin is a name, isn't it?
Hev-
I think
Nevin.
so. Nevin.
Quevin,
Quevin's pretty good.
Quevin's
Quevin
nice.
is like Kevin spelled a different way.
Revin,
Revin,
Quevin
Shevin.
is
What
a
if it was
Shevin, Tevin.
pronounced Kevin but spelled with a QU?
Quevin.
It's Kevin but with a QU. And then obviously Shevin.
Well,
I
What
could
about
see it just
Shevin?
little known, but if one of the Kugler girls had ended up being a boy,
Yeah.
that was going to be the name. Kevin with a QU.
With a QU.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Shevin. Shevin
Zevin
Kugler.
has to be a name,
Mm.
right?
Oh, yeah, there's
With an
Zevins
X
out
and
there.
a Z.
Yeah.
Oh.
Wevin,
Mm.
Vevin.
Vevin.
Have we gone through every letter?
I think so.
All right,
Pretty
Greek
much.
alphabet. Let's do this now.
Mm.
Zevin.
Zevin.
That's amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Shevin is a great name.
Shevin is a
great
great
name.
name.
You got to bring back Shevin.
I forget. How did he finish his career with Nebraska? Did he get kicked off the team? Am I remembering wrong?
No, I don't think so.
All
I
right.
don't think he.
Because some of the
I mean,
good
I
players
don't. I
from
don't
that
recall
era
him doing anything of note besides kicking a ball
got kicked off the team.
off the top of my head.
Well, he was a pretty solid player, wasn't he?
Yeah, he wasn't a bad player.
Mhm. Looks like he was a senior in 1999.
Great year.
Oh, he graduated from the university. Shevin, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that you got kicked off the team.
Unbelievable.
Where is Shevin?
Shevin? Good question.
Probably running a kicking school somewhere.
He's from Palmetto, Florida. His listed position was wingback. It was a different time.
yes.
Wing back.
Wide receiver. Just a fun way to say it.
I think I like wide receiver better.
35 games throughout his Husker career, 31 catches, 447 yards, and a touchdown. Oh, man. Oh, never mind.
You think Sipple's got
Never
his number?
mind. Off the field issues resulted in head coach Frank Solich dismissing him from the team. Shevin, I rescind my apology. I was right.
Why'd you sound so
Wow.
excited about that?
Because I was right. I was remembering correctly. I'm happy to remember right.
Oh, I hope it wasn't.
Sorry, Shevin.
What kind of problematic was it?
Who knows? The 90s, it's a different time. To get
Mm.
kicked off the team back then, it was more serious.
Mm.
It was
Yeah.
not like he had a tweet. It was like he
You
did
didn't have a
something.
tweet in the 90s?
I mean, there
did
were,
something-
there were,
actually,
there were
that might have
people
got
that
him
had
kicked off, too.
firearms that may have been improperly discharged that never got kicked off the team.
Mhm.
Maybe.
And whose guns may have been hidden in a coach's desk.
Mhm.
Okay.
That's not where those go.
Yeah, that was a rumor. I don't remember which player. We probably shouldn't say it out loud. but
No.
that was a rumor. Oh my gosh.
Oh, did you find out?
I may have.
Oh, no.
You may have found out what.
What happened with old Mr. Shevin? Maybe we should move on from this.
Oh
discussion.
no!
I mean,
Actually,
it
might
can't be
be-
worse than anything that happened in, say, 1939.
Well,
Yes, he did not do anything that bad.
Designated Hitler.
The second
but who
time-
are we to?
Yes.
Hey,
Also, the amazing Daniel did tell us specifically not to Google it.
Yeah, I just got a message that said abort this segment. I think we need
Okay.
to eject like we're on a
Okay.
roller coaster right now.
Ejectocito.
And we all need to climb down
All
the
right,
stairs.
we are walking down the stairs.
don't ask questions you don't want answers to. I
Oh,
guess.
yep. If you search his name, the third story down, you find why he got kicked off the team.
Mm.
Oopsies.
And of all places, the Fremont Tribune.
Yes, John, of all places, the Fremont Tribune.
I mean, it didn't happen in Fremont, but it was
No.
a story that's linked from the.
All right. See you later. Great crossover, everybody.
Yeah.
Bye.
Oh, and in the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th paragraph down, it mentions best known for kicking a football into the arms of teammate Matt Davis.
Yeah.
Is that another reason to not like Matt Davidson?
What?
No, Matt had nothing to do with anything that happened in this case
Okay.
at all.
There's certain words that they use in stories like this that I'm very uncomfortable with.
Yes.
Yeah.
Man, this
okay.
crossover was really fun.
Yeah, it was.
The roller coaster stuff was great. Talking about
Yeah.
heights was also
Do we
enjoyable.
want to talk about the beach again?
The end was not so good.
No, it didn't end well.
Well, it's their fault. It was the other people's fault. They're the one who told us that we shouldn't do this anymore. We wouldn't have got there. We would have been like, oh, remember?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but then someone would have listened to the segment later and said, yeah, but these idiots didn't know what he did. And then blah, 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 blah.
Yeah. Well,
So I'm glad that we discovered it and
During
realized.
the segment.
yeah, because the natural next step would have been like, hey, somebody should call.
I mean, it's the age of discovery, ladies and gentlemen.
It
It's the
is.
age of discovery.
All right.
All right.
okay.
well,
See you later.
On that note,
Enjoy your light.
not Happy New Year.
No, definitely not.
Crappy boo year.
Yeah,
Crappy
crappy
boo
boo
year.
year. See you in July.
This will be the stuff that airs overnight.
Yeah.
Exciting. Maybe we could air the crappy boo years when they put in our new board.
Oh.
I mean, yes. What an idea.
Whenever they do that.
Yeah.
Great idea.
It'd be cool to hear stuff from 5 years ago.
Just an idea.
All right, coming up, we've got the Grum on an unusually warm Monday. So warm that Josh has exposed himself to the world.
I got my shorts on.
You're growing that beard back, though.
Thank God.
Your teeth are starting to look a little smaller.
Yeah, they're shrinking again.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Okay, not that much. Not that
Oh,
much.
my bad.
1620 The Zone.
The Connor Happer Show.
The first time I ever did the Mel Kiper Jr. impression on TV, as though it was part of the draft. They didn't announce it as a comedic bit or anything. He says his name all the time. He does say McShay. He does say McShay, but it's not as funny as saying Todd. And they kept going, Todd, 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 Todd. Say your name over and over and over. Hit the T hard. Todd, Todd, Todd.
Yeah, in a way, you've like ruined all Todds. How do you feel about that?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
The Connor Happer Show. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV Newswatch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Mostly sunny, very warm and windy for your Monday with a high today in Omaha of 79 degrees, shattering the all-time February record for today at 78 degrees. Gusts this afternoon up to 35 miles an hour will also help create high fire danger with a red flag warning in effect until 6 p.m. Becoming partly cloudy tonight with mild temperatures. Lows by tomorrow morning, 42. I'm meteorologist Caitlin Harvey with KUTV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
At Cox Mobile, we know you're smart. You brush your teeth in the shower to save time, make coffee ice cubes for your cold brew, and wear goggles to cut onions. You also added Cox Mobile. So smart. Now you're running on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability and saving on your Cox internet. It's ingenious, just like you.
Aw, thanks.
Cox Mobile, the smart way to mobile. Cox postpaid internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability as measured by Ookla LLC in the U.S. to H 2023. Other restrictions apply. Learn more at cox.com/mobile.
Hey, Brianna, look at you, graduating already.
Yeah, knocked out my gen eds in 2 years at MCC.
And now you're off to
Finish my 4-year degree at the university.
That was fast. I'll bet your mom
loves that. We saved thousands in tuition.
Now that's smart.
That's Metropolitan Community College.
Knock out your gen eds in 2 years before transferring to a 4-year university. Get started at mccneb.edu/me. Classes start March 7th.
This is me at MCC.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees, The Source, by your mom's house.
Woodhouse Lincoln wants to redefine your driving experience with our stunning lineup of Lincoln vehicles. Lease a 2023 Lincoln Nautilus for $499 a month for 39 months, 10,500 miles per year. Come visit us in store off 114th and Giles Road or online anytime at woodhouselincoln.com. With approved credit, security deposit waived, $1,500 down payment plus first payment, and $299 doc fee due at signing. Offer expires 2/29/2024. See dealer for details.
Progressive presents advice on new teen drivers.
You know, the hardest part about teaching your teen to drive is the chafing from the seatbelt. But the best part is the grip strength you build in your knuckles. Okay, now let's pull out of the driveway.
Here's another tip. Offset a chunk of the cost of adding a teen to your insurance with Progressive's Teen Driver Discount and get a break from the brake. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states or situations.
Your Creighton Blue Jays are home this Wednesday to take on Seton Hall at 8 p.m. for a bide night and a blue out. Limited tickets are still available for this primetime Wednesday night matchup and can be purchased in advance at gocreighton.com or in person at the CHI Health Center Omaha box office.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
If you're having problems in the bedroom, talking about it is the last thing you want to do. Same goes for hair loss, anxiety, or even depression. That's where HIMS comes in. Through HIMS, you don't have to talk about it. You can do something about it. Just go to hims.com/start, where you can find a variety of potential solutions for the problems men face every day and save up to 95% on generic alternatives. The entire process is 100% online, making it incredibly simple, straightforward, and above all, private. If prescribed, treatments made using clinically proven ingredients are shipped directly to your door in low-key packaging. So if you're experiencing ED, hair loss, anxiety, or problems with your general health, you don't have to go to the doctor, the pharmacy, or spend all day talking about it. Just go to hims.com/start and do something about it. Get started today at hims.com/start. That's HIMS.com/START.
This edition of Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone is proudly presented by Union Bank and Trust. The program starts now.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Oh man, it's Monday. I almost said Wednesday.
Are
for
you
some
good?
reason? I don't know what.
You're like John last week.
Yeah, it's Monday, John.
It's Monday.
Yes.
It's not Wednesday.
Or Friday.
Or Friday.
Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
New week. Glad you could be here. Thanks for joining us here in our studios.
Yeah, Tom says, John calling anything a harsh orange is rich.
Wow.
That would be a racist comment. It is. It's just very unusually bright in here. That's all.
Yes, it's different.
It'll take time to get used
It's
to,
different.
but you know, it is what it is.
It's just a weird shade.
Yeah, it is. It is. It's weird. What's it going to look like when you lower that shade?
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be doing
Because we'll have to do that because the sun's angle is going
It
to.
gets oranger.
Yeah, it does.
Oh.
Yeah, it'll be nice in 2 weeks when the sun is setting later. I won't have to do it as early in the show.
What date is that?
It'll be nice.
It's the
March
10th.
10th. Yes.
Yeah, so 2 weeks.
I have also looked this up.
Yeah, 2 weeks from yesterday. And then remember, I'm off the next day. I'm off on March 11th.
Oh.
Yeah. The Rudy Gobert Day, or one of my brother's birthdays.
Well, coming up on today's Grum, brought to you by the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard. That's the Grum Down. Huskers, book it.
Oh, yeah.
Reservations for March.
Oh, they going. Now we just got to wonder when and where. When and where.
Well, we know when. It'll be the first week of the tournament.
But Thursday or Friday.
We don't know when.
Omaha this year, by the way, is Thursday and Saturday. For those of you who are wondering.
Yes, they are.
Thursday and Saturday for the first and second rounds.
There will be there was no garden party last night or yesterday for the Jays.
I don't think I've ever participated in a garden party before.
Sounds hoity-toity.
Yeah, it does.
It does.
Yep.
Sounds
The
like something-
storm over storming.
Hmm.
Well, something happened this weekend that we all feared might. Not that things like that haven't happened in the past, but this time it actually featured someone legitimately getting run over instead of someone who just, clumsily can't see people coming from, several feet away and have a tendency to flop a lot. Jack Mitchell. Yes, that's where we will begin the conversation.
Okay, so we're going to talk about with Jack?
Well, yeah.
All right.
Among other things, but the jerky wars. And listen, the folks at Pipeline reached out.
Oh.
After I said, you know what? This is a show, this is a Grum that has done things, very successful things like Taste Test Wednesday. So we're experienced. Why don't we do a taste test of these two jerkies?
Oh, that'd be great.
Will it be a blind taste test?
Yes.
Oh.
We're going to score it and everything. We're going to treat this very seriously.
Because that's what we do.
We're going to treat this very seriously.
So we know we got jerky coming?
So, well, the folks at Pipeline,
yeah,
they've already shipped. They're shipping it. They're shipping their jerky.
Oh, thank you, Pipeline.
So now, $18.90, the Cornhead jerky.
Yeah.
From the Piedmontese folks.
And that's the new stuff, right?
That's from the Peds.
Mm-hmm.
The ball is in your court.
And I will say, we've had the Cornhead beer.
We have from Cross Train.
So there's
in fact,
precedent.
there's some in there right now.
I'm looking at it.
Mm-hmm.
There's some in there right now. But we want to do a legitimate blind taste test to figure out which of the jerkies we like best.
I love this idea. I love jerky. I'm a huge fan
So
of
if you
jerky.
know anybody with $18.90, or if you're in shipping of jerky, we need some jerky so we can do a side-by-side blind, very fair and balanced taste test. My guess is that both jerkies are going to be delicious.
Yeah, it's jerky. It's hard to screw up jerky, right?
Yeah. As long as it's not that. See, jerky has gotten a lot better than it was back in my day. Because sometimes there was the jerky where you had to pull the thing and it was hard to chew and it was gross.
Yeah, you always it
was bad. Jerky had a bad name back in
Whenever I opened a behind the bag, I would look for, I think the jerky you want, there's a particular look to it, like a shimmy, shiny,
a sheen.
Yeah, ooh, this is going to be a juicy. And so every now and then, you get that one where it just looks dry, like a tree bark.
I kind of like dry jerky.
Oh, Nick, you can have that. Just like when John and I trade our wings together, you can have the dry crap.
I will say, there are sometimes troubles with jerky where people will just have another person make their jerky for cheap and then they'll just slap their name on it. That's a thing in the jerky business.
Yeah. So I would, again, we need the Cornhead jerky.
Yeah.
Which is the newest stuff on the market.
Cornhead, if you're listening.
We want, send us your jerky so we can do a blind, fair, scored taste test.
Mm-hmm.
Figure out which one we like. Because if they're both really good, then there's room for all to live in jerky harmony. Jerky harmony.
Just like how there are a lot of brands of chips in the world.
Yes.
Some
You
like
like
Lay's,
chips?
some like kettle cooked.
Some people like different chips for different utilities.
Bingo.
I'd rather dip with Ruffles than Lay's.
You know, I'm thinking about that. Is there another mass-produced straight potato chip
other than
besides Lay's?
Mass produced?
Yeah, Oh crap! What's the name?
Because there's a lot of regional brands. Like there's
Dutch
Utz.
Crunch.
Utz is on the East Coast. We used to have Weavers and Kitty Clover here.
Yeah.
So you get a lot of regional.
Yeah, I don't think there's a
guys potato chips. I still wish I had that drop of Kent Pavelka talking about guys nuts.
Old Dutch
So
is the
good.
best. Old Dutch is my favorite.
Old Dutch is good.
Are
Dutch
those
Crunch?
kettle chips?
But you got your Coke and your Pepsi, right?
Yep.
But there's not like another Lay's. Is there?
Because Brian says Ruffles, but John is talking about a
No,
flat chip.
Ruffles is made by Frito-Lay.
Yeah, and it's also that's not what the kind of chip you're talking about.
I'm just
either.
talking about a straight, regular potato chip.
Yep.
You got Lay's.
What about like the off brands, like the Our Family potato chips?
see,
Is
but-
that regional?
Well,
But-
there's a
but
lot
I'm saying,
of them, though.
But I'm saying you got Coke and you got Pepsi, two national global brands.
Right.
You got a lot of regional potato chips, but you don't have a direct competitor for Lay's.
Would the closest be Pringles? Once you pop, the fun can't
You see,
stop.
Those aren't legally chips.
Those aren't legally chips.
They're crisps.
Yeah.
I never was a huge fan.
You know what? That's the business we should get into. We should
Chips?
create the Pepsi to Lay's Coke.
That's a great idea.
It'd be really hard to
What would we
compete with
call our
Lay's.
potato chip?
Grums.
We're definitely not naming it Chevin.
1620 the chips.
Oh, I like that.
That'll work.
Mhm.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic will be along.
Nice.
Expand everything.
Oh.
It's just what everyone wants to do.
Mm.
The folks who hate the fumble touchback rule are having a bad day.
I don't know what this is in relation to. I'm curious.
Josh dared to question on Friday during predictions why NASCAR is the main event.
Yes. Is there an answer?
Oh, there's an
yes.
answer.
Okay.
And we'll be flushing the last of Pete's Nuggets.
Oh man, I'm gonna miss those nuggets.
Yeah.
They're
Well,
going
I mean,
down.
they've been sitting in the bowl for over 40 years.
It's been a
Probably
while.
time to flush those.
Yeah,
And
probably is.
There were Buffalo Nuggets.
Oh.
Yeah.
By the way, Nick, I got a message from someone that says started the crossover late. Nick just completely butchering the name of where my aunt lives. LMAO.
My bad.
Wait a minute. What did Delaware do to you?
Nick,
It's the
one of the
smallest state.
13 original
I know.
colonies.
It's the first state.
Wait, is
Wow.
Delaware smaller or is Rhode Island smaller?
Delaware's bigger than Rhode Island.
Is it?
13 original
You sure?
colonies.
I don't know. It's I don't care. The coolest
This
thing
is
to
very
come out of,
important to me. I need to know.
other than President B, the only other main thing to come out of Delaware is Dover. I miss Dover. Do they still race at Dover, John?
Like Ben Dover?
Of course I do.
I love Dover.
Red Rover.
Great racetrack.
Come on, Dover.
This is Delaware. They haven't done much.
Wow. Which is bigger, Delaware or
Delaware.
Rhode Island? Oh, it's Delaware. Delaware is almost twice the size of Rhode Island.
Rhode
take that,
Island,
Rhode Island.
tiny baby state.
Delaware, 1,948 square miles. Rhode Island, 1,033.
Hey, we're educational.
Take that.
So if there's any kids skipping class and listening to us, you're welcome. We gave you geography.
We did. We did give you geography.
Mm.
402-951-1620. 42 degrees, the source by your mom's house. J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter feed, which is where I was able to reach out successfully to the folks at the
I missed this tweet.
Pipeline Jerky.
When did you send that? Was that
It was
today?
this morning. It was this morning.
That's awesome, man.
It was this morning.
That's cool. I'm glad that
And they
worked.
got right back to me within like 15 minutes. They said, okay, we're in.
Mm.
Send me an address. And I sent them this address.
Wow, look at that.
And they got back to me and they were like, you know what? We're proud of our jerky. We like our jerky. We are herky for our jerky.
Herky?
Not Hawkeye.
Oh.
Not Hawkeye.
Go Hawks.
So 1890, come on. Join us. We want to try your product. We're going to give it a fair and honest assessment.
And balance.
Yeah, we'll have somebody in the office separate them so we won't even deal
Yes,
with
it'll
it.
be blind.
Yeah,
Blind taste test.
We'll be blind. We'll
See-
rip out Nick's eyes.
What I am concerned about is texturing. Because what if they look different enough? Because
Oh, but I have an idea.
I
have an idea on how we can, so that we won't even touch them with our hands. So that we can't identify by texture, because we'll want to judge on appearance. Appearance is important. You talked about a
100%.
sheen.
The sheen.
Marty Schottenheimer should have done a jerky. You could have called it the gleam. There's a gleam, man. There's a gleam.
Yeah, you need that on
Go
your
grab the
jerky.
gleam.
But yeah, this is like Chopped, where they don't get just graded on the taste of the food and how they use the ingredients, but also the appearance
The
of
appearance,
the food.
it's very important.
The appearance of
You
the
eat
jerky
with your
matters.
eyes.
100%.
You eat with your eyes.
Theo, who is very involved in Husker Twitter, writes,
Oh, God.
Zadishka endorsed Husk guys. This is about a former whiteout getting his beak wet. See, I barely understand any of the things he just said there.
He always talks in riddles.
He does.
But it's a riddle within a riddle.
Yeah.
Well, he's referring to the fact that the pipeline jerky is based off the pipeline, the old
Wasn't
Nebraska.
that the Cam Jurgens one? What is the Cam Jurgens one?
Well, he might have.
I
He
thought
might have
that-
been in on the at the beginning of it.
I thought that.
I don't remember.
All right, maybe I'm just remembering.
Because it's been
wrong.
out there for a couple of years.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh, never mind. Okay, that's where some of my confusion
Oh,
was.
oh, Cam
he
did his
had
own
beef
jerky.
jerky.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, okay.
Which
so
always made me a little uncomfortable because I thought I was eating pieces of Cam.
I don't know if I would eat beef
So wait,
jerky.
so the other one, what's it called again? The pipeline?
Pipeline.
Okay, well, of course Zadishko would be involved in that, right? Because he's a part of the pipeline. People forget.
I mean, I don't know if he's an investor. Is he an
Oh,
investor?
okay. I don't know. I'll look at the
Probably just endorses it.
look
Theo,
at the,
stop speaking in riddles.
yeah,
just translate.
type like a normal
fine.
person, Theo.
It's okay if you talk like this in your, but just translate it for us. We're not on there. We don't know what you mean.
About us. I'll see if I can get an about us page.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, it's just a picture of some.
You can also email the
Huskers.
Grum, John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com into the Equitable Bank inbox. At Equitable, we take banking personally and answer the phone on the first ring.
Travis says the great program Jerky Off. Oh man. Thank God that Y is there.
Oh, we can call it the circle jerky.
Circle Jerky. Nick, I love that idea.
Oh, we should put that on a t-shirt.
Time
Okay,
for the
we
circle
want
jerky.
we want them to participate. I don't know if they'll participate if we're going to call it that.
We're in a circle. We're eating jerky. I don't know what else
We're
to say.
really more in a triangle.
Triangle jerky?
Triangle jerky.
We'll
I
get a
think
few
we
more
bring
folks
in.
here.
I think we bring in someone else too, so it's not just us three.
Ah, the square jerky.
You're weird. All right, coming up next, Jack Mitchell's already waiting in the green room.
he's
We'll
there.
explain this whole jerky wars thing. But,
Thank you.
But also, I believe it's no longer necessary for the Big Red Big Bart update.
What we do it with Creighton? You do the Blue Jay
Well,
blast.
I don't even know. I don't know if we need it anymore.
Wow.
But if you do a
'Cause
blast,
both are
why
in.
can't we do a blast for
No,
Nebraska?
they're both in. They're
blast-
both in. They're both safe.
The Blast Boys.
Put that on the shirt too.
Yeah, I'll wear it.
I think I'd rather participate in a circle jerky.
All right. Well, we probably will be doing that too.
1620 the zone.
Nick Grimm for Circus Sports Iowa. We're getting closer and closer to the tournament, and with both local teams doing pretty well as they have been, you might also want to share in their success. With Circus Sports Iowa, you can keep track of them and many other teams as we go into dance season. Circus Sports Iowa offers tight money line splits. Rarely will you see a game go above a -110 split. They won't limit you if you keep winning if you're on a roll, so you just keep winning. And they don't keep as much money on large market bets as other places like to do. It's all about making you as much money as you possibly can. Also, not to mention, their customer service is just great. It's real people. It's not chat bots. It's not AI. It's all the hospitality of Las Vegas in the palm of your hand anywhere in the state of Iowa. Go ahead and try it now. Download your new sportsbook today, Circus Sports Iowa. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate. Not one based on the driver who treats the highway like a racetrack and the shoulder like a passing lane. Why pay a rate based on anyone else? Get one based on you with DriveWise from Allstate.
Not available in Alaska or California, subject to terms and conditions. Rates are determined by several factors, which vary by state. In some states, participation in DriveWise allows Allstate to use your driving data for purposes of rating. While in some states, your rate could increase with high-risk driving. Generally, safer drivers will save with DriveWise. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Maverick baseball and softball are right around the corner. Get your season tickets today by calling 402-554-MAVS. This Thursday, the Omaha Maverick women's basketball team celebrates senior night as they take on St. Thomas at Baxter Arena. And don't miss the series finale as Maverick hockey plays NCHC rival North Dakota on March 8th and 9th. Let's pack the Baxter. Get your tickets now by calling the box office at 402-554-MAVS or by going to omavs.com/tigs.
You can find pizza anywhere. But when you want pizza pie, piled high with more toppings, that's when you come to my place, Godfather's Pizza. For a limited time, get your hands on 2 of my large one-topping pizzas. Get pepperoni, beef, black olives, you choose. All this food for only $30. Feed your whole mob without breaking the bank. Hey, it's an offer you can't refuse. Godfather's Pizza. Do it.
Make the right call. John Higgins Weather Guard, the home of the roofery.
When it's time to replace or repair storm damage, make the right call. John Higgins Weather Guard, the local, trusted, and proven choice. No one has installed more DaVinci roofs, and there's a reason why John Higgins Weather Guard is the nation's leader. Community member, community supporter. Make the right call.
John Higgins Weather Guard, the home of the roofery. Make the right call.
It's no secret getting older can take away a lot of things we took for granted. Your hair, your mood, your sex drive. But there's 2 important things. 1, you're not alone. And 2, something can be done about it. I'm John Bishop. If you want to regrow your hair, have better sex, or tackle anxiety and depression, you don't have to go to the doctor, the pharmacy, or spend all day talking about it. Just go to hims.com and do something about it. Hims.com is private. The entire process is online. No office visits or trips to the pharmacy. Hims.com is shipped in low-key packaging direct to you. Hims treatments fit seamlessly into your everyday lifestyle. The plan is simple to follow. And Hims has helped millions of guys like us with their hair loss, ED, and mood. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/start. That's hims.com/start for your free online visit, hims.com/START. Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Wow.
He didn't even
Doesn't
get an open
anymore.
I got thrown out. My bad.
Wearing ratty jackets from Stephen Barry's. Praying one day Big Red will win the NIT. Ham is the water of meats.
That's a little bit better. We'll take it. Here he is, unusually happy, and I don't know if that's a sign of the rapture or not, but
wow.
Now, no, the actual sign of the rapture is if Jack's internet holds out for the entire segment.
I brought my computer from work today, so.
You're stealing working equipment.
Technically, this is a part of it. We're all under the
move.
same umbrella, right? So this counts.
Yeah,
that's why I can do that. That's why I can do that.
Good. I'm glad.
Did you? It's not my internet. It's my computer.
Were you at that game last night? I forgot to check.
I was.
So, I mean, are you happier that the team is good and they're actually going to be in the tournament, or that it appears as if the Jack Mitchell curse has finally been lifted?
The curse was never a thing. I did not admit to the curse. I don't believe it existed.
You don't have to admit to it. Others thought it was a real thing.
Well, I'm not happy that it's gone because I didn't believe it in the first place. You can't be happy something's gone if you didn't believe it in the first place. They've been like 27-1 this year when I was there. So, no, there's no curse. There's not a curse. That was created for clicks.
Jack, many times this year we've talked about Nebraska playing these games and not looking good and still winning by double digits. Where did last night's game rank amongst those types of games they have played this year?
Similar. In all those games, there are things they do well, definitely, without a doubt, right? But it's just kind of like you look up at the scoreboard, I found, and you expect it to be a 6-point game, and it's a 15-point game. You know what I mean? It feels like that's happened a few times this year in home games. Indiana game, Ohio State game, Michigan State game, this game as well. Now, that said, I thought this was like, from the eye test, this was as good as this team's looked all year, rebounding and defending. Actually, something seems different in a good way about those things the last couple of weeks, and that kind of peaked, I think, last night. But offensively, it wasn't a perfect game. Gary got really hot, but you probably pick three other guys. Wilcher hasn't been able to hit. Tominaga had a quiet game. Mast had a okay game offensively. So yeah, I would say it's generally kind of another one of those things. And that's one of those things that I don't think you've seen in a lot of previous iterations of Nebraska basketball. When they've won games against, similar conference opponents, or it's been tight, or they've looked like really, really good and they played out of their minds. I think they just look like the better team in a lot of these cases.
In the my buddy Bart universe, my eyes tell me that is the fourth best adjusted defense game they've played this year, behind South Carolina State, Kansas State.
Okay, that'd be a good one. Yeah, that's fair. And Penn State?
Yeah.
All
so
right.
they've actually had two of them. And by the way, the Penn State one, no, I'm sorry. The South Carolina State game is their best by adjusted defense, which accounts for the quality of the opposition.
So it's up there. Yeah.
But they've had two of their best
last two
four
games.
in the last three games.
Yeah, something seems different because what didn't travel when they went on the road, and I get granted those are two home games, but the games that they lost poorly on the road, what were the biggest issues? Giving up offensive rebounds and giving up wide open 3-point shots. To me, if you could enumerate the two biggest issues, and those weren't happening last night for the most part. Nebraska out rebounded them. They didn't give up a lot of offensive rebounds, and they were scrambling like their hair was on fire on defense to get out those 3-point shooters.
Speaking of adjusted defense, and again, this accounts for the quality of the opponent.
Hence it being called adjusted.
Would you like to guess what Nebraska's worst adjusted defense game was this year?
Maryland or Iowa or Wisconsin?
I
Oh,
would guess
Creighton.
Iowa.
Creighton, probably. I forgot Creighton. That doesn't even seem like this.
No,
season.
Creighton's not even close.
I'd guess Iowa.
Again, adjusted defense. So you're accounting for the quality of the opponent.
Maryland or Iowa, maybe.
Duquesne.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. That was a high-scoring game. I forgot. They had that one guy who went
89
off.
to 79. Now that's again.
Adjusted.
Mm-hmm.
Right. But in terms of just overall defensive efficiency, so not adjusting for the opponent, the Duquesne game was actually worse than the Creighton game in terms of defense.
Wow.
Which is weird because, honestly, well, keep in mind, Creighton did have 14 threes, but they shot 40 of them. So they weren't like uber efficient.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Man, that Duquesne game seems like eons ago. They were Boogie Coleman played in that game, and everybody was talking about what a good game he had in that game.
That was probably a BTN Plus game because I don't remember that game at all.
I was at it. That's all. The only reason I remember. It was right before Christmas break. Yeah.
Thanksgiving break. It was the Wednesday before
Thanksgiving break. That's what I meant. Yep.
Yeah. Nebraska was already on. They had pre-tryptophan on defense.
Mm-hmm.
Jack, do you think that now, and I guess I'll ask this for you, but if you can speak for the fan base because you are the king of the Nebrasketball fan base, will Selection Sunday now totally be about the seed? Like, has it reached that point yet for you? Or are you still like, yeah, but
seed and location?
Yeah, is that what it's? Because like that's how I will be approaching Selection Sunday. Have you gotten to that point yet?
Probably. I mean, it's not impossible that it isn't. The bottom line is, I think Nebraska is not on the bubble right now, but there is a world where they could play their way back onto it. Is the way that I look at it. So, as it stands right now, am I worried about that scenario? Well, a little bit, because I always am, because I'm a Nebraska basketball fatalist by birth. But no, I think right now like when I'm looking at games now, for instance, like the rest of the week, the ones that I'm paying attention, it's a lot more paying attention to the TCUs and the I don't know, Texases of the world instead of the Texas A&Ms and the Butlers of the world. It's more about seeding in terms of what I'm watching now and interested in than the bubble at this point. But lose 3 in a row somehow, and that changes pretty quickly.
Oh yeah, lose 3 in a row and you're at the because then they would have
Or
gone
just get
3-3.
one, maybe.
Yeah.
I
still think they're fine because I said before the Penn State game, 4-2. If you're 4-2, you're going to be decently comfortable.
Yeah.
Anything obviously better than that is the more comfortable you are. Anything below that, is nervous time. So honestly, Nebraska's just 1 win away. And I know, and I know, let's just pretend for argument's sake. Let's say they beat Rutgers, but then they lose to Ohio State and Michigan. I guarantee you there'll be a lot of people go, oh, fretting. But
yeah,
again, when you look at the resume that they've already put together, I think, Nebraska's got enough wins, and they've got those particularly good ones at the tippy top that are really, really nice to have.
Yeah, Happer put together a blind resume today, comparing them versus Dayton, BYU, Creighton, and Duke.
I saw that.
So Nebraska's net ranking is below all of them, but they have the same number of wins versus Ken Palm top 100 teams. Sorry to Bart. They have more than Dayton, the same as BYU. They have 0 losses outside of the top 100, and their best wins are versus teams ranked 220 and 22. I mean, it seems pretty rock solid, you would expect.
Yeah, and obviously the committee is looking at a lot more things than just this. I mean, there's no road record on here, for example,
sure.
Non-conference strength of schedule. But yeah, when you look at it in these narrow terms, it's a solid package altogether. And I've always believed, Nebraska, because the non-conference schedule was not good, needed tonnage. They just needed wins,
and they've gotten them.
And when you play in the Big Ten, you're going to get some of that opportunity. And to their credit, they have cashed in on those opportunities. These last 3 games, previous Nebraska teams that might have been in a similar spot probably would have lost at least one of them. But this team hasn't. And they've also done so walking away. I think what was the Seamus tweet from last night? It was the 4th straight win in conference
by more than 15 points.
Yeah.
First time.
Yeah. First time since the original Missouri Valley Conference.
Yeah. Back in 1912.
It's a weird feeling. I'll tell you that much. It's a weird feeling to blow teams out repeatedly. Do
you think they can go 3-0, Jack? Could they get to 23? Like, how realistic is that?
I mean, if they Ohio State's a tough game, man. This game looks really different than it did 2 weeks ago, doesn't it? Before they fired Holtzman, or Holtman. I mean, since then Ohio State has beaten Purdue and gone and beat Michigan State at this point. Like, they look like a lot better team. So Nebraska will be the underdog in that game, I assume. But first of all, number one, if they get that game, the party's on, because I think if they get that game, it's done. For me at least, like, any worry is completely over. Do you guys agree with that?
Yes.
It's there's nothing they could do to get out of the tournament.
Yeah, I'd be 99. I'd be 99. I'll never go to but 99%, absolutely.
Yeah. But if they would pull that off, I think the fan base would people would expect that they're going to finish out. If they like, Thursday is huge. Not only do you get that relief, but I think people would expect them to win out.
And then we're talking about double bye stuff.
Then we're talking about double bye stuff. And then we are talking about seeding, right? And then we're talking about, hey, could you get up to a 8 line? Could you get up to a 7 line in the NCAA tournament? And then that kind of becomes the new conversation, and it's a little less stressful for a fan base that has endured a lot of it.
Though, and what you want to do is you want to try to avoid 8 or 9, because if you win, you face usually number 1. Right?
I'd rather they're a 10.
You'd rather be 10, or you'd almost rather be a 10 than an 8.
I would rather be a 10 than an 8.
You get to wear the home jersey and blah, blah, blah. But that's
there. And if people are of the type that would like to see Nebraska in Omaha, and I know there's some disagreement on that, but they're more likely to stay in Omaha, I think, as a 10 than they are an 8 or a 9, just because you probably need to be matched up with Kansas or Iowa State for that scenario, I would think. And Iowa State and Kansas won't be 1s. Most likely, barring craziness here at the end. So,
That's true.
I'd rather them be a 10. I mean, even better, have them get up to a 7. That'd be the best.
Michael Severe writes, so we should do a Grumball because they're in. What are you guys even talking about? Oh, should I cancel out my previous Grumball?
No, you already put in your
Grumball. They're in, baby.
You can't do that. You've
Just
already
did.
put in.
It's my Grumball, John.
Don't you hear him spilling out, John?
Yep. Thank
so
you, Nick.
how are you going to defend him this time?
I changed my mind.
No, you can't change your mind.
I
Once
just
the
did.
Grumball is in, it's in.
You didn't
John,
even
You
create it.
Grumballed that they were out
Okay,
after I
John.
told you not to.
Have you heard of multiverse theory?
Yeah,
Or
John.
No,
you
I
heard
have not heard of
You heard of
multiverse.
multiverse theory,
We're
John.
not doing your nerd talk
Many
today.
things can be true at the
This
same
is
time.
Thank
this
you,
is
Nick.
insane.
Thank you, Nick.
We've always been at war with Eurasia.
This is what I deal
Nick,
with on a daily
1984,
basis.
George Orwell. What a book. Jack, did you ever read
Incredible.
1984?
I did in like 10th grade.
Nice. Any thoughts? What'd you
No.
give it on Goodreads? 4 stars? 5 stars?
Goodreads.
Goodreads.
Yeah, Goodreads was great in 1994.
Hmm.
It was bragging to everybody in the hallway. Hey, I just read 1984. I give it 4 stars.
Are you on Goodreads,
Right.
John?
No, I'm
Oh,
not on
man, it's
Goodreads.
so good.
No.
wonder
Well,
what
not
books-
really. The app sucks.
I wonder what books would be on John's Goodreads.
Ugh.
Alex Lingan says, wow, Grumball's dead to me if you change it on a dime. Not a dime! What do you mean? I took months to change it.
Also, Grumballs cost $1.50.
Grumballs are dead. What almost died last night was
Oh, boy.
either Emmett Johnson's
Ooh.
private parts or Matt Rule's head.
He's not wearing baseball pants.
So last night
Hello.
at halftime, I mean, I'll give Nebraska credit. It wasn't as good as off-brand inflatable video game mascots or whatever that halftime show was for the Creighton game. This was a Nebraska football dunk contest. Emmett Johnson decided to use Matt Rule as a prop that he would leap over him for a dunk, and of course they caught the still frame. And boy, in this still frame, it looks like little Emmett is about to meet his maker.
I'm trying to remember, what do they call that when you do that to somebody? There's like a name for it. Can we say it on the radio?
Yeah, can we say it? I know what you're referring to.
I don't remember what it's called. I'm honest, so I
don't know what it is. What is it?
It would be like what you.
You
You
like
related
when
to a drink.
Yes, that's right.
Oh.
Yes, tea. Yes.
Yes, tea.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Behind the bag.
I had a couple of I
now
used
I
a
wanna
couple
play
of tea
Halo.
bags this week.
Did you?
Yeah.
I bet you did.
Yeah, it was delicious tea.
I like coffee.
Now, of course, what isn't known is what happened on this play, and apparently,
oh, I know,
Emmett missed the dunk.
Oh no, Emmett.
Was it
Yeah.
bad? Was it bad?
It wasn't. That one was not particularly close. I
Yeah.
would say. I mean, you can kind of see he's got a ways to go.
He's a
right?
long ways away.
Yeah.
Oh my God! I just saw a side view from Caleb's story on this.
God.
How did he not destroy himself?
Yeah,
on
what if he
this?
would have hit him and just fallen on his face?
Dude.
Emmett Johnson fractured his arm.
And it was
I mean,
funny because he was eliminated. Like the rest of the contest was already over when they did this one. They just brought it out as a special exhibition at
Oh,
the end.
okay.
Like they obviously had Rule there and they wanted to get this in. But I'm disappointed because the other one in Amy Just's article, she said that Heinrich Harburg had one planned if he made the final round that he was going to get Harper Murray out there and have her set the ball to him volleyball style, which I've never seen in a dunk contest.
That's a
This
good
I've
one.
seen. This I've seen in every dunk contest ever. Right, just with Matt Rule. I would have rather. They should have brought that one out too.
Oh, that would have been a good one.
Yeah,
that would have been a good one.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just glad that no one was injured. I'm glad that Emmett wasn't wearing his Major League Baseball pants.
We all are.
Yeah, Matt Rule is too.
Uh-huh.
But have you guys seen the video of Jeremiah Charles?
No.
That's the between the legs one, right?
All of them that he did. I was
Oh.
shocked. I was legit shocked. I actually watched the NBA dunk contest a couple of
I know. What's wrong with you?
I don't know. I had nothing to do. I was up.
Dude, there's TV shows. There's movies out there.
I'm not really into TV.
Did you ever finish Asteroid City, by the way?
No.
Okay. You watched half of it for Movie Club. You didn't finish.
Listen, I think I'm kind of impressed that I did that.
By the way, Kyle writes, crystal balls change all the time. Just look at Dylan Raiola. Change the grumballs as much and as frequently as you'd like. Thank you, Kyle. Travis writes,
I'd like to
grumballs
put
have
in a
truly
grumball
shriveled
that
up.
Josh is going to change another
Just look at
grumball
Raiola.
when he realizes he's wrong.
People
wrong
are
about what?
People are still mad. Mike Schaefer was wrong, but turned out to be right. But he was wrong in the moment with his.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, they were
prediction.
pissed at him. Yeah, they're pissed.
Yeah. But by the way, he
right? Weren't they
he
mad
got the
about
last laugh. He got the last laugh on that thing, didn't he?
Yeah, because he doesn't work anymore. It's awesome. He's at home all the time with his baby.
I meant because he was right, but
Oh, that too. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I understand.
All right, is it time?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh,
'cause
boy.
The jerky wars.
Oh, jeez.
Begun the jerky wars have.
How about this meme? How about
brother.
John? First of all, stealing this meme from Caleb. Apparently,
What do you mean?
seen it?
That's
What?
Yoda. That's
Yeah.
Yoda.
So apparently,
Caleb's is higher quality.
I saw this. Well,
Really? The
Yeah.
pixelization, what
Talking
gave it
about?
away?
Yeah, John, it looks like crap there. It's
You
very
could have found
pixeled.
a
No,
way
it's
more
not.
clear picture. What is it? No, it's not.
The hands are way clearer than Yoda is. The font bad, but apparently Caleb did this first. Did you steal this idea from Caleb Henry?
No.
Okay. Tough look if you did. That's all I'm saying.
No.
Okay.
Sad.
Find the most JPEG picture of Yoda. That
It's
you could
so
have.
bad. Yeah.
That is not a JPEG picture of Yoda.
I've never heard that expression before, Nick.
Once again,
All
once
pixelated.
again, NRG Lincoln carrying NRG Omaha.
Yeah, that's just
Tale as old as time.
That's not true. It's not a tale as old as time.
First of all, neither of you know what you're talking about. Secondly,
Yeah, we gotta
look at
get to
this
the-
delicious jerky in here. So the deal is the pipeline jerky has been a thing for what, a year or two?
Again, I thought that this was the Cam Jurgens jerky.
No, this is not Cam
Cam
Jerky.
Jerkin.
This is not jerky.
Yeah.
Jerky. But the pipeline jerky has been out,
Okay.
and it's a local company.
And that's with, I was on their website. I'm trying to even remember.
I looked
who
at
the-
it too.
Who are the
Yeah.
players, Jack? Do you remember who these guys are?
Well,
Who
they
is
had
that? Is that-
pictures of
who
current
is that?
offensive linemen, and
Yeah.
they also
Yeah.
had pictures of old, like the pipeline guy, like Brendan
Yeah.
Stiles, Attiska, those guys.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah.
Leaguer.
So they have the pipeline, and this has been out there,
Mhm.
and they've got two flavors, which we're getting both, by the way:
Hell yes.
the honey barbecue and the peppercorn.
Awesome.
And
Thank you
this
for
is-
your service.
And this is like the original NIL. It was meant to be sold so that they could turn some of the money over and
Give it
give
to the
some
players.
NIL to the
NIL
offensive-
the way the good Lord intended
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
We like that, folks. Don't
Well, here in the last, what was it, week, couple days, the folks at 1890,
we? Mm-hmm.
who are of course
Bold and spicy.
they are backed by the Peed family, which are behind the Piedmontese beef,
Mm-hmm.
with locations expanding to Omaha soon.
Mm.
They already had a beef jerky, but they've kind of taken some of theirs and they've relabeled it Cornhead.
Yeah. So they rebranded one of their beef jerkies.
One of
they
their
already had.
original beef jerkies. Yeah.
Okay.
And now they're selling that as part of the 1890 initiative.
Okay.
And the argument is
So that money goes to the players too?
yes. So both
Does it? Wait, does anyone know that? Does anybody really know that?
Well, I mean,
or how
it's
that
18
works?
I mean, it's well, the money's going to 1890, and 1890 is the
Is it?
NIL. So.
Who knows? Who knows what's
What do
happening
you
with
mean,
any
who
of
knows?
this money?
We know it. Well,
We don't. We don't know how any of this stuff works.
well, we're
I
not
mean, I don't-
supposed. We don't technically know, but we know. Because I
That-
mean, the kids are getting paid.
I feel like all of the jerky is about making someone other than players some pretty good money. Why do I get that feeling?
The 1890 or the other
All
one
of it.
too?
All of it.
Mm.
It feels like that thing when you go through the grocery store and they ask you, "Would you like
Are
to
you gonna
donate?
round up?
Would you like to round up to help children?" And you're like,
Or how about the spirit plates?
Is that supposed to go to 1890 or the players too?
No. But some of those spirit plates, not as much money as you think goes to the cause.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, we found that out when we had the pediatric cancer plates
Oh.
on my wife's car.
which is the jerky that is resulting in the least personal profit for the people behind them, and which one is giving the most to players? And that's the one I'll pick.
Now
How's
that
that sound?
that we don't know.
I know.
Because again, we have no idea exactly who's getting paid what by NIL, which is one of the many
We need some
goofy things about NIL.
We need some
I'm
inside
on-
info on this.
I'm on the Cornhead on the Cornhead website, or it's the Piedmontese website. 12 bags of 3 ounces of Cornhead. Okay, 3-ounce bag of jerky.
That's 36 ounces. So that's what, 2 pounds? A little more
So
than 2
like,
pounds?
I think that one in the picture is probably the 3-ounce package, I assume.
Yeah.
That you can see there.
Yeah.
So what's your guess? 12. It's a package of 12. You can do it in either
got an
flavor,
email.
hickory, bold, and spicy. What's your guess for how much that costs?
Well, I've seen the price because I've seen the price for
Okay.
all three.
Yeah.
Have you seen it, John?
Yeah.
Oh, 110.89.
I think one
Better be the
and
best
our
jerky of all time.
Our friend Dave Fight did a story on this this weekend. And I think one kind of comes to like a little over $9 a bag, and the other one's like just below $9 a bag. I think is
Jerky's already notoriously overpriced that it is.
Oh, yeah.
It is. Like
it's
my
very
theory is divide the if you could cut the jerky price in half, just all jerky in the world, you'd quintuple the sales of it.
You think it's like one of the presidential candidates was like, I'm going to cut the price of beef jerky? You think he'd get a lot of votes?
I think the whole economy would change.
Wow.
Yeah.
The cost per pound on that is like
Well,
higher than a good ribeye.
Cows would be running for their lives.
They certainly would.
Seriously,
But the
Josh, you
argument-
could get a steak per ounce more.
It's
more.
wild.
The argument
I do
here
not get
is
it.
the argument here is that the Pipeline brand, which did come out first, that's a unique thing, just theirs, and that the Cornhead or 1890 folks are honing in on their territory when they should be not competing for the same audience, right? Yeah, the Piedmontese folks, they could sell steaks, for example, because they do. And some of that profit, they could brand some ribeyes as Cornhead and sell that and not get into the beef jerky business, which the Pipeline folks, that's the only thing they do. So that's the argument is, why are we competing for the same crowd?
Because there's money to be made. Again, the idea, the thought that this, but hold on, just let me. The idea that this whole thing is out of the warmth of the heart of these jerky makers wanting to bequeath all this money on college football players is misguided. There's someone making money on these, and that's why they want to compete, because they think it's a good market to make money for the people who want to make a profit, and then put at the end of it, a portion of proceeds will be given to the Nebraska offensive line, and a portion of the proceeds will be given to the Nebraska football program, or NIL. Do we know how much? No, I don't know. I have no idea. But that's why they don't care about, Cornhead gets in this, and they don't care about, it being a competing entity for NIL. They're getting into. Do you think Cornhead beef jerky is going to make a significant contribution and make any kind of significant impact on the NIL situation this year in terms of how much is rolled out in NIL?
No.
Unless there's a large jerky contingent out there that we just don't know about.
No.
People love beef jerky.
Why do you do it?
They do, but most people are going to buy they go to their Casey's or their Quickie Mart and get their jerky. They're not going to order it in mass unless it's like the top end, like the Omaha Steaks of beef jerky. Where it's like, no, I got to have this brand because it's so really good, which is again why 1890, we need your Cornhead jerky so we can do the side-by-side taste test.
We definitely want to try. By the way, I got a message from someone that I'm going to henceforth refer to as Mr. Scoop, who says, I don't know why, 1890s jerky has all the proceeds, less than the cost of jerky, going to the athletes. Pete's make no personal profit. Pipeline jerky takes the profit on top of the cost before passing along to student athletes.
Why don't they say that? Why is that not said anywhere? That would be good to know.
Now, part of that is a little misleading because the Cornhead jerky is basically the jerky they already sell. It's rebranded.
Right.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, so
Correct.
it's not so they didn't have to all of a sudden start a beef jerky processing organization to get this product off the shelves. All they needed to do was change out the labeling.
So, Josh, you're telling me that your source is telling you that when they sell it, they cover costs, and then all of the proceeds go to some sort of general 1890 student fund?
Yes.
I guess.
That's what he's saying.
So it's just kind of a fundraiser, essentially, is
Basically,
what it is for the general fund. While Pipeline, I believe,
like selling Girl Scout cookies.
What I believe Pipeline Jerky says is that a portion of the proceeds go to the Nebraska offensive line.
Yeah,
Right,
and
the
he
way
said
that
pipeline
it's-
jerky takes a profit on top of the cost before passing along to the student athletes.
I don't know, man. I think all the
I just want to try these two and see which one's good.
I think all the jerky eaters are the ones that are getting swindled here in this thing.
Because of the cost.
We have been for years by eating jerky already.
Yeah. President B, come out in support of lowering costs.
Jerky prices have been ridiculous.
It'll change the economy.
This is legit. This is legit the worst item in commerce to attach to this NIL thing because it's an already overpriced item. Pick an underpriced item and do it. Pick an underpriced item so that and then
bananas.
If we're gonna do it this way, yeah, I don't know what hasn't increased in price over the years.
Jack
Whatever
Doc
that
agrees
is.
with you. He says, exactly, Jack, just a bunch of scam artists looking to make a quick buck off someone else's back. They can make 10 million and donate 1,000 and say they are contributing. It's sad, the state of reality these days.
Wow, everyone's out on NIL now.
That's not it's not the idea of NIL. I just want, if you are going, and I feel the same way when I'm asked again, like in all seriousness, about these, like you buy something and part of the way they market you to buy it is a proceed of so-and-so will go to John. Remember that guy wanted to always get us on and sell those footballs that he made. You remember those?
Oh yeah, we've got one in here.
Oh, do you have one in here? Do you remember do you remember that? They sold that football for $100+ and said a portion of proceeds will go toward, I can't remember what the good cause was, and I'm sure it was a good cause, and I'm sure they did give something, but that was the way, that was the hook, right? That was the hook to get media coverage and advertising and calling me and you for interviews, right? Yeah, that was the hook. So pardon me for having a little bit of cynicism around this whole thing.
Well, Jack can be cynical. He can be the Padme, because you know Padme was very cynical about the Clone Wars.
Younglings? And I've had the Piedmontese jerky. It's good. It's good. I've not had the pipeline jerky.
Big 1890 has gotten to Jack.
Well, they need to
Classic.
send some of that our way so we can do the true.
Yeah, buy us out
blind-
too.
The true blind side-by-side taste test.
Send them, send these guys the jerky, and I'll take some too, and then send me all of the details on the accounting for the whole thing. And then you know,
I'm
we'll
sure
figure
they'll
out-
get right on that.
Well, then we'll figure out which one we like best.
I'm
Huh?
sure
How's that sound?
Right on that.
Yeah, because we know so much about exactly what's going on behind
Yeah, I
closed
know.
doors at NIL collectives.
By the way, did you see this? Did you hear about this? At Jack's old high school, they have
Lincoln
vape
East?
detectors.
They have what?
They put vape detectors.
Are kids vaping in schools?
Apparently, I guess
Josh,
they are.
you're the oldest man in the world. Are kids vaping in schools now? Man, you sounded like a grandpa there. That was hilarious.
Yeah, they're vaping.
Yeah,
in
Josh. Yeah,
I don't know
Josh.
if I tell you
I
this,
know
but
they're vaping in schools.
They were
Oh,
vaping.
that was a bit. Sorry.
I was trying to.
No, he truly didn't think.
You
that.
undercut even my next joke. Now it's
Sorry.
Oh, it's okay.
Sorry, it was so funny though.
I was
thought
going to say smoke like an adult.
What?
That's what I was going to say.
A bunch of
sorry.
hoodlums.
Yeah.
Hey,
It's
we used to have to go down to the catwalk. Well, not me, but a lot of the kids had to go down to the catwalk, just get off school property, and then you could let it. Man, John, I bet
Did
the
you
heater.
take your
I bet the
servants,
heat.
your butlers with you too, so they
Shut
could
up.
light the cigarette for
We,
you.
no, we had cigars actually. now
Jack
that you
rich?
mentioned it.
Oh yeah, Lincoln East. It's a gated school.
Oh,
What?
Gated.
Since when? I thought that was where the
Very-
poors
Very,
went.
very country club there. Very country club.
I bet people put down so many heaters at Fremont in your area. It wasn't even holy
Oh,
cow.
I know they did because they were next to my car when they did it.
Huh?
Yep.
I've never
Drove
smoked
me
a cigarette
nuts.
before.
I hate that. God,
My lungs smooth as eggs.
Never. Wow.
I don't think they're supposed to be smooth.
Well, they're whatever they're supposed to be is eggs. Jack, did you ever smoke?
Cigarettes?
Yeah.
I maybe have had 2 or 3 in my life.
Like gave away what
most
else
of
he
it was
smoked?
pipes.
Interesting.
Just a lot of pipe smoking, in his.
I have smoked
jacket.
cigars before.
I've smoked cigars before, but I have not.
tried
It's
to get
been
into cigars.
well, actually, in college, everyone was. Do you remember when everybody was into smoking cloves? Is that a thing? Any of you guys remember?
Smoking
Cloves.
I think
I've
I'm
heard of it. I've never.
I have never.
I'm
heard
cool.
of
Right.
Small town Iowa kid knows what's up.
That was a big young Gen X thing, right in the mid '90s.
Oh,
was
Gen
smoking
X.
cloves.
The only reason I know about
I'm
it is
Gen
because
X.
of-
I never
Some-
heard of it.
Someone
Yeah,
in the
you're-
comments.
you
I
were
guarantee
lame,
you,
Josh.
someone in the comments. is gonna
John,
be-
you were lame. John and I.
Lame. Smoking is lame.
I did an interview last week with someone, John Schrader from UNL, and one of the things he asked was like, why do you think you and John have worked well together for so many years? The thing I should have said was we were both losers when we were in high school. We didn't ever do anything fun. I think that's why we're handshake memeing it up. You didn't drink, I didn't drink. You didn't smoke, I didn't smoke.
Oh, I didn't say
Oh, you drank?
You guys
a
were
little
squares.
Yeah, I did. I didn't until I was a senior. Such a loser.
Yeah, but no, I never.
I
Smoked.
didn't
All
ever
my
in high
friends
school.
smoked, and they were like, and
come on over here, Johnny boy. Take one of the puffs of the
I remember
cigarette.
the first time.
That's the real business.
The stock market will never crash.
We were all hanging out, and I finally said I was going to bum a cigarette.
Yeah,
and everyone was so excited. Oh, he's gonna do it. He's gonna do it. And I put it between my fingers and I smashed it like a pencil.
You're such a turd. What a jerk move. I would have.
John, you swear over here.
Hey, they were stealing the damn cigarettes from under my nose. So they weren't losing a darn thing out of it.
Travis writes, Bishop sounds like a snitch. Jimmy says Bishop is a snitch. Amazing Janet says Bishop is a cop.
I am not a snitch. I wasn't snitching on
Yeah,
him.
he was just destroying the evidence.
Yeah. That's lame, John.
If anything, I was an accomplice.
You know how hard it is
these
to
reprobates
steal
kept
cigarettes?
stealing all these cigarettes.
Were you like an
Were
you an undercover agent for tobacco-free Nebraska or something? What in the heck?
Jack Doc says Jack seems more of a bong guy. Go big or go home.
Would
you like to comment?
Yeah, I've never used a bong
out of a
before.
bong.
No, he always had a
Never.
pipe. He was just a regular
Nice.
pipe, and
I've never smoked a pipe.
Monocle.
Never smoked a pipe either.
Mm.
It's not very fun. This isn't a very fun conversation.
Well, it's not the crossover.
The first time I did drink in college, it was Mad Dog 2020. So is that? Man,
if we brought back the draft, it could be what was your first drink? I think the first thing I ever had
was Mad Dog.
Miller High Life, and I had to chug it.
Budweiser.
Budweiser.
For
Still
sure.
hate it to this day.
I would have rather have done that than Mad Dog. Oh man.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever had Mad Dog.
And then I went on a Captain Morgan kick.
Oh, I loved Captain for a while.
I did too.
Oh, by the way, one more tweet about the jerky wars. Alan writes, someone go look at Matt Davison's car and see if it's nice and new. We will then have our answer. That's a brand new Ferrari, Matt. Where'd you get that?
Wow, jerky Ferrari?
All right.
Okay, well, there you go. Have a great rest of your day. Enjoy
right.
the weather while it lasts, because it's going to plunge.
Two days from now, it's going to be so
Yeah,
cold.
it's not going to be good.
For 2 days. Who cares? It's been
The
great.
issue is going to be the wind. I'm going to be mad about the wind.
It wouldn't be so bad if it weren't for the wind.
It would be bad.
It's going to be 75 next weekend again. We're fine.
Yeah, it's going to be this next weekend. I think it's going to be the nicest weekend yet. It's going to be nice.
From Travis, Mr. Principal, the youths are smoking and storming the field.
Oh, that does sound like John.
It's storming the field.
Wait, coming up in a few moments, we'll talk about storming the court, and I know which argument John's going to make.
Hoodlums. All right, we'll be back after this.
Bye, Jack.
1620 The Zone.
Previously on the crossover, we have the Valentino's ice cream.
Oh, he's going to defend it. This is wild. This is wild. This is so gross.
It's not unlike, now I wouldn't eat this regularly, but it's a little like if you threw it in the freezer.
But blended it first.
Probably a little blended, but.
Mornings with Sharp and Hanley, the Connor Happer Show. Unsportsmanlike conduct. 6A to 6P, 1620, The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Mostly sunny, very warm and windy for your Monday with a high today in Omaha of 79 degrees, shattering the all-time February record for today of 78 degrees. Gusts this afternoon up to 35 miles an hour will also help create high fire danger with a red flag warning in effect until 6 p.m. Becoming partly cloudy tonight with mild temperatures. Lows by tomorrow morning, 42. I'm meteorologist Caitlin Harvey with KUTV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
It's the most time-honored tradition to start the weekend, grabbing a cold one from a local Nebraska brewery. Let's be real here. It's cold outside, and you don't want to drink the same boring beer as those Hawkeye fans. Drink Nebraska brewed beer, cider, or seltzers instead. Each week, we're putting the spotlight on a unique Nebraska brewery with One Beer Friday. Share your brew on social media with the hashtag One Beer Friday, and you'll be entered to win a $25 gift card to a local Nebraska Nebraska Brewery. Nebraska is the good life with great beer. Click nebraska.beer to learn more.
Age is just a number. Just because the calendar says one thing doesn't mean you have to feel it. Over half of all men over 40 experience a form of ED or lower sex drive. If you are one of them, there's a place to go for discreet professional help. John Bishop here for HIMS.com. If you want to regrow your hair, have better sex, or tackle anxiety and depression, you don't have to go to the doctor, the pharmacy, or spend all day talking about it. Just go to HIMS.com and do something about it. HIMS is made for guys like us. Even if your problems aren't all the time, HIMS can help. The whole process is online. With HIMS, there's no doctor's office visits or trips to the pharmacy. HIMS provides solutions that work with proven ingredients like minoxidil. Plus, HIMS fits into your lifestyle. Once you start, the process is surprisingly simple. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/start. That's hims.com/start for your free online visit. HIMS.com/START. Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information.
Your Creighton Blue Jays are home this Wednesday to take on Seton Hall at 8 p.m. for a bide night and a blue out. Limited tickets are still available for this primetime Wednesday night matchup and can be purchased in advance at gocreighton.com or in person at the CHI Health Center Omaha box office.
Are you a delivery driver looking for a better job opportunity? Host Coffee is a local family-owned coffee, water, and vending company that has been in business since 1972. We are growing, and we now have openings for delivery drivers and other positions starting at $22 an hour with full benefits. If you're interested, visit hostcoffee.net/careers to connect with us.
Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
New Year's resolutions start and end at Level Countertops, Cabinets, and Flooring in Elkhorn. Is your resolution this year to get organized, and take your kitchen to the next level? They create a unique space that's not only beautiful, but functional and organized. They come to you, listen to your needs, and create your functional design. For all your cabinet and organizational needs, visit their beautiful showroom at Level Countertop, Cabinets, and Flooring, 192nd in West Maple, or online at levelomaha.com. That's levelomaha.com.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct. The 1620. The Zone.
Well, despite the loss yesterday at Madison Square Garden, the strength of the win against UConn, and there was a lot of carnage that took place this week in the top 25 of college basketball. Creighton actually went up in the AP poll. They're 12th.
Yeah, late in the game when it seemed obvious that they were going to lose, I looked over at Riss and I said, I wonder what they would have been if they would have won this game. Probably a top 10 team, right? Now that to see where they ended up sliding to, or not sliding to, rising to. They're like going up a roller coaster, but then it got stuck and went back down a little bit.
Oh, then you have to go on the stairs.
Yeah, they had to go on the stairs.
Yeah, you might be right. It's hard to say.
Mm-hmm. Certainly a little closer, though, to the top 10.
But Nebraska got some votes.
Yes, they had, what, 7 points? So
7 points.
And I think it was like 3 or 4 voters, I believe is what it was.
Yeah.
Including Kevin Suits.
Not that that's a big deal. And for those novices out there, it has zero bearing on the NCAA tournament seedings. It's just more of it's a popularity contest.
Oh, that's good to know. I didn't know.
But because you asked for it, my buddy Bart has Nebraska on the 9 line.
Bart Torvis.
No traffic, though.
They're on the... No, I didn't do it.
Man, they really are good. John punted on the bit. The bit's done. We thought this was going to carry us into March.
John killed Bart.
I didn't kill anything.
Sheesh.
I still refer to Bart on the regular.
Does that mean the Open's dead, too? Is this the last time we're hearing the Open?
I didn't say that. I did not say that.
Savor it, Josh. Enjoy it.
Yeah, I don't know where I'll ever be able to hear this theme again.
It's very original.
Yeah,
very well done.
You did a great job.
I
thought it was good.
Sound effects you put in there for some reason.
I thought it was fun. I thought it was great.
9 seed?
Yes.
9 line?
And again, remember, Bart projects to the end of the season.
Yes.
So
right now he has them winning 2 more games, so getting to 22 wins on the year. I think they're going to go 3-0. I think they're going to go into the Big Ten tournament winning 7 games in a row.
Oh,
I'm not putting it on the list.
The swing game, the game is
it's the Ohio State game.
It's the Ohio State
because they're definitely going to win against Rutgers, and I think they'll win against Michigan. It comes down to this. I think they're going to beat Ohio State on Thursday.
Rutgers is not particularly good, and Michigan is hot garbage.
Some of that game will be on during the Grum, 5:30 on Thursday. That Ohio State game. How nice would that be, John, to have a 5:30 game at home, where you could be done and leave and say see you later?
Well, it's at Ohio State. So.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
But yes, 5:30 games are very nice.
Mm-hmm.
Can't argue.
Mhm.
Can't argue with that.
Yeah, they're. I don't mean to be a broken record, but I'm just impressed because they are good. This is not fluky. You know, it's in a way it's kind of unfair that the last team to make it is a decade ago, and so inherently they are going to get compared. I have been guilty of it many times this year. I compare them to that team. We compare them to the 2017-2018 iteration that was a double bye team that was a 4 seed in the Big Ten tournament, got run off the floor against Michigan, and then ended up missing the NCAA tournament. But this team is different than those teams. They have a better resume top to bottom, and I just think that they're a better team. Whereas, certainly the 14 team was a month of the season, and the 18 team, I mean, that was a much more consistent group, but still I don't think it had the high highs that this one does. They're impressive. They didn't play that well at times yesterday, and they still won the game going away by double digits very easily. It's wild.
And apparently Tom Chattel was listening to the Grum on Friday.
Oh, thank you, Tom.
Because Josh dropped one of his cursed Grum balls.
Cursed? No, mostly correct Grum balls. If you had a free throw shooter with my percentage from the free throw line, you're talking about Steph Curry.
Well, you never
Josh,
get to the
what would your
line.
batting average be if this was
Oh,
baseball?
God, the best hitter of all time. They'd say, that's Ty Cobb without the racism.
That's good. You don't want to be Ty Cobb with the racism.
Correct.
But Chattel tweeted earlier today that Greg McDermott and Creighton are nearing a contract extension that would allow him to retire at Creighton. Not done yet.
Yeah, and that's what did Goodman say? It was kind of his was a little less bullish.
Yes.
He basically said, like, yes, they're in talks or whatever, but they still have a ways to go or whatever it was.
So
I think I'll be back. I said it on Friday. I'm not backing down now.
You put in one of those flawed Grum balls.
One of those mostly perfect Grum balls.
Mostly Cy Young Grum ball.
Oh my gosh! Without the losses, Cy Young, most wins ever as a starting pitcher, most losses.
Most
ever.
losses too.
But we remember the wins.
We do remember the wins. 511
of them, Nick.
There's a award named after him.
Bingo. Yeah, the award is not given to the worst pitcher, John. It's given to the best pitcher.
That's true.
Thank you.
Well, coming up next.
I ran out of old baseball players.
Babe
Ruth.
Babe Ruth. Some still say the best player of all time.
Yeah, it could be.
The Sultan of Swing.
Yeah.
SWAT.
I'm a
the
Willie
Sultan
Mays
of
guy.
SWAT.
Yeah, SWAT, Nick. I'm a Willie Mays guy, by the way, for the GOAT. He's my GOAT. Willie Mays.
Coming up next, I've got bad news.
For
a certain segment of the football watching fan base.
Okay. Let's find out more.
But good news for those of us who like intelligent rules that have a lot of sense to them.
Yours truly.
1620 The Zone.
Remember, no matter how you listen, it's still AM radio. 1620 The Zone.
Hi, this is Doug Nodgard with Equitable Bank. Great service never goes out of style. When the digital age dawned, many said computers would be able to handle many of the interactions that used to take a person. Boy, were they wrong. How many times have you called your bank and gotten a recording to press 1 or 2? Not at Equitable. Not only does Equitable answer your call in the first ring, it's answered by a human being. That's because Equitable Bank values its customers. Equitable Bank, we take banking personally. Member FDIC.
Make the right call. John Higgins Weather Car, the home of the roofery.
When it's time to replace or repair storm damage, make the right call. John Higgins Weather Guard, the local, trusted, and proven choice. No one has installed more DaVinci roofs, and there's a reason why John Higgins Weather Guard is the nation's leader. Community member, community supporter. Make the right call.
John Higgins Weather Car, the home of the roofery. Make the right call.
How powerful is Cox Fiber? Powerful enough to let your band members in Vegas, Phoenix, and Omaha jam like you're all in the same garage. Introducing Cox Fiber, from the company with America's fastest download speeds. It's internet built for tomorrow, today. Cox, always building better. Analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data. Fixed median download speeds. US Q3 2023. Limited availability in select areas. Speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms and other restrictions may apply.
If you're looking for a safe and reliable vehicle to get you through all types of winter weather and more, Baxter Subaru has you covered. Symmetrical all-wheel drive comes standard on nearly all Subaru models and provides you better traction, improved stability, and maximized performance on wet and snowy roads. So hop in the driver's seat of a new Outback, Forester, or Crosstrek now at Baxter Subaru Omaha. Shop our great sales and service deals now during the Subaru A Lot to Love event at BaxterSubaruOmaha.com.
Listen to the Woodhouse Auto Family Blue Jays shoot around and overtime shows, the Creighton men's basketball pregame and postgame shows on 1620 The Zone. The Woodhouse Auto Family Blue Jays shoot around and overtime shows are also presented by Union Bank and Trust. Hear the breakdown and coverage about your top-ranked Creighton men's basketball team before and after each game, exclusively on your home for the Creighton Blue Jays. 1620 The Zone, the 1620 The Zone mobile app, and 1620thezone.com.
If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit UBT to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
It's the rule that football fans argue probably the most about in terms of whether it should exist or not, or should it exist in a different way.
Yeah, I can't think of anything else that we do.
Because
I guess overtime, but that's less a rule and more of a structure.
Yes. And I think we've kind of settled on, what a good overtime is, I think, for the most part, now that we've actually seen it in full function.
I think it's awesome.
But
if it is hard for Tony Romo to explain.
Yeah, and Jack didn't understand. We argued about it last week or 2 weeks ago when he filled in for you. Bad take, Jack.
But the competition committee apparently doesn't have a lot of motivation to talk about the fumble through the end zone touchback rule, according to Mike Florio.
Which is it's
Michael David Smith of Pro Football Talk. I'm sorry, Michael.
Which is a turn, right, from what we expected in the middle of the season?
Well, as per usual, people are prisoners, and sometimes reporters fall into this too, prisoners of the moment. And, of course, one of the most famous, the example that got everyone fired up recently was in the Chiefs-Bills game and I forget who it was.
It was
Chiefs.
Was it? Or wait, no, it wasn't that. It was the Ravens. Oh, I guess remember, that didn't go through the end zone. Yeah, who was that?
Was that?
Was it MVS?
No.
I don't even remember who it was.
But there was a fumble near the pylon.
Yeah.
And the ball went out of bounds.
McCole Hardman.
Yeah. Who later caught the touchdown to win the Super Bowl. Went through the end zone, out of bounds. Bills get the ball at the 20-yard line, which has been a rule in football for as long as they've been playing football.
We have argued about it many times. There's a song. There are 2 songs in honor of this, are there not? You penned one and I penned one over the years. I've long said to die for the pylon. Oh.
But the competition committee, according to Judy Batista of NFL Media, talks about changing that rule didn't generate much traction today. The general sentiment of the competition committee is that it is the ball carrier's responsibility to control the ball, and it is not a rule that needs to be changed.
So they're keeping it.
They're keeping it.
Travis writes, the fumble through the end zone should be retained by the possessing team and returned to the original line of scrimmage.
Why?
So that's what I used to argue for years. John and I were on the opposite ends for years. And I changed my tune at some point during the season. I don't remember exactly when I let you know. But I do think that there is a lot to be said about the number of advantages that the offense has versus the defense.
Yes.
And this would be perhaps it's not the greatest advantage they could gain yet, because I think what has happened with illegal contact downfield is the biggest change in the last 20 years that's affected the sport.
I agree.
But this would be on par or near that one.
This would be a huge change in the stance that, and this is going back to your dive for the pylon, now people, especially when they're close to the pylon, it would encourage that more. And there might be some people saying, well, that's what I want. I want to see people diving. I want to see people flipping and doing all this other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
To my argument, that would be the reason why those plays are exciting is because there is the element of danger.
It could be good or bad, right?
Because you're taking the chance that if you lose control of the ball and you fumble it through the end zone, you lose the ball. You would literally be stripping away the danger from that. Because now it'd be like nonstop, and then it goes through the end zone. Well, they get the ball back at wherever they fumbled it from. Or some people have randomly said, well, make them do a touchback to the 20. To which I would say, that's punishing the offense. No half measures, Walter. It either should be a full punishment or no punishment.
Yeah, because if you change it, I mean, it really does become, I don't want to say no risk, because there is risk, right? Like, let's say they move the ball back to the 20 or even the original line of scrimmage. Let's say that play started at the 45-yard line. Like, that's a 45-yard loss.
Sure.
But there's very little risk in that you still have the ball or you score.
Right.
You know, whereas now I like it, and that's why I actually still want players. I know you always say, like, you're being an idiot if you're diving for it, situational awareness. Whereas I say, it's exciting. Dive for the end zone, and if you fumble, then you're the moron.
But exactly.
But
why
that's why it's fun.
It's exciting.
Yeah,
it'd be like if
it's risk.
If Evel Knievel always jumped into a safety net,
Mm-hmm.
no one would watch.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be like, oh, cool, he just landed in the safety net. But the element of danger is what makes those chancy, risky plays.
Sure.
But the part that, and that's that part of the argument.
Yeah.
But to me, the end zone is the goal. That's where everyone wants to get. And the rules, because one of the arguments has been, well, shouldn't the rule between the 1 yard lines be the same as the rule in the end zone?
Well, and that's what Sean basically says, right? Are you guys in favor of changing it the other direction where any fumble out of bounds changes possession that goes to the defense? I don't care which direction they go. I just want consistency.
But you see, that's the problem. The end zone isn't different from the rest of the football field. Yes, if you fumble the ball out of bounds at the 5 yard line, you retain possession depending on the time and score, because you can't fumble forward, the old the old holy roller rule by the Raiders. But the green space, we'll call it, between the goal lines is adjudicated differently than the end zone. Because the end zone is a special, unique place. You can't touch a ball down in the end zone and the team takes over in the end zone. No, if the kick goes in the end zone, it's a touchback.
If you get tackled in the end zone, it's a safety versus if you get tackled out of it, it's not. If you hold in the end zone, it's a safety.
Yes, the end zone is the most unique and special place on the field, and thus the rules for the end zone are different than the rules for the rest of the field. And that's why, in my opinion, this rule makes sense. But then you go back to the point you made at the beginning, Josh, that, you know, we've got enough rules as it is that benefit the offense.
Yeah.
Why do we need another one? Why do we need to change this just because some people are bent out of shape? Oh, it's not consistent. The end zone is not consistent. The end zone is the goal. It's no different. And I've tried to come up with a good analogy, and I mean, because I'm an old, I can't, relate to modern video games. But usually when you're playing those types of video games where there's like an end place you have to get,
the rules are different. Or it's harder.
The resistance gets harder. It's more difficult. You're on a balancing beam. You're not as stable. It's the same thing with the end zone. It should be harder. It should be rewarding to score. And thus, to score, you must possess the ball. And if you don't, and if you fumble it, and it goes through the end zone, that's it. And to the holy roller rule, if I'm running the ball and I'm at the 5-yard line and the ball gets poked out of my hands and it rolls into the end zone, if the offense recovers, is it a touchdown?
No, it's not.
Not inside the last 2 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. They move it back out.
So you see, we've already got those things in place because we don't want. Now, the holy roller was a tremendous play. I mean, amazing.
How far did that ball roll again? Do you remember?
It's about 15 to 20 yards.
That's what I thought.
You can
Yeah.
Google.
Oh,
it.
I'm definitely going to during the commercial break.
Yeah, it's about. I think it's about 15 yards.
Yeah.
Where Dave Casper just all of a sudden, well, actually, Stabler's getting sacked, and he just, as he's falling to the ground, he just flips the ball forward.
Yeah, you can't do that.
He just flips it forward, and then Dave Casper's like hum-de-hum, and he's like bobbling it as he's running down the field, and he ends up landing on it in the end zone. It's a tremendous play.
I would say, like, I do sometimes hate when I hear the, like, if you didn't want to get in trouble for doing blank, then you shouldn't have done it. But I feel that way about this rule. If you don't want to give the ball to the defense or the other team at their own 20, don't fumble it through the end zone.
Don't fumble it.
I mean, I really have reached that point. Maybe is this something that comes with age? I have no idea.
It might be
With
something that
age comes wisdom, Josh.
Why don't they just make the whole plane out of the black box?
They should. Had they never tried it? Do it, airplanes.
See, this is why putting Sean McVay on the competition committee was such a smart move.
Yeah, his clock management can be poor at times.
The best coach in all of football.
Is that what they're saying about him?
That doesn't have a giant mustache and wear
There we go.
large fitting clothes.
That's a good qualifier.
Likes hamburgers.
Yeah, he does, and nuggies.
He loves his cheeseburgers.
Mm-hmm.
All right, coming up next, Mitch Sherman of The Athletic on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center. Currently no wrecks to avoid. It looks like we got some slow going on eastbound L Street between I-80 and 90th. Delays on eastbound West Center at 175th. If you're east on Dodge, delays between 680 and 90th. And if you're west on Dodge, delays from 680 to 108th. I'm Mike Neville.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by the Nebraska Lottery.
Cash Blast from the Nebraska Lottery is back. Up until April 2nd, buy a 2x2 ticket and enter to be one of 14 weekly winners of $5,000 or $500. Details at nelottery.com. 2x2 top prize odds, 1 in 105,000.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees, The Source, by your mom's house.
It hit me like a ton of bricks. I'm like, I never smoked a cigarette. How in the hell did I get lung cancer?
I don't smoke. I've never smoked. So I started Googling. One word just kept coming up, like it was in bold and red, and it was radon.
Radon is the number 2 cause of lung cancer.
Well, you don't know if it's in your home. You got to test. You can't see it. You can't taste it. You can't smell it.
What's your level? Radon Defense Midwest can help. Visit radonradio.com for a special offer. That's radonradio.com.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
The needs of modern businesses are always changing, but corporate cards haven't evolved in decades. Until now. Meet Ramp, the all-in-one finance platform that combines corporate cards with spend management software. Ramp is the only card designed to actually help your business spend less, not more. With Ramp, you can set custom controls to stop out-of-policy spend before it even happens. And Ramp software even does expense reports for you. No more manual entries, no more chasing receipts. And with best-in-class accounting integrations, you'll close your books in days, not weeks. Ramp gives you better insights and a real-time view of all company spend, so you can stay focused on the big picture and build a healthier business. Join over 15,000 businesses who have switched to Ramp and start saving an average of 5%. Modern finance runs on Ramp. And now get $250 when you join Ramp. Just go to ramp.com/sports. That's ramp.com/sports.
You know what Mentality can help you with? Low energy, motivation, weight gain, muscle loss, fatigue, tired all the time, feeling anxious, moody, irritability, impatience, anxiety, and depression. Mentality can help you with their board-certified physicians and their testosterone treatments that can take care of you and get you back in the game. You can regain normal function and restore your ability to perform normally at all levels just by Mentality. Set up an appointment today. Go to lowtusa.com. Get back in the game. Don't sit on the sidelines and let Mentality lead the way.
tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joining us. Hello, guys. The intent that he had in putting this staff together will overrule all of that, no pun intended. Yeah, you've got to get bigger and bolder every time, right?
Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joins us on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline. Mitch, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How's it going?
Good.
Sorry we took you away from probably lounging outside and getting a suntan.
No, it's a little breezy out today, but still works for February.
Oh, it definitely works for February. Maybe it's God's way.
Time outside yesterday.
It's God's way of raining down the sunshine and the heat because he has already blessed Nebrasketball with a great season.
Nice.
And an NCAA, what appears to be an NCAA tournament bid. Or at least it feels like if it's not there, it's very, very close.
Yeah, don't count your chickens, John. I think it's going to happen, but we, it's Nebraska basketball, so there's always a potential collapse around the corner. I don't think that's the MO for this team, and I watched them in person last night and just continue to be really impressed with their ability even to play well when they're not playing well. The last couple times Nebraska's been at home, it's not been a super smooth look, especially at the beginning of those games, and yet they've never really been in danger of losing. So as Fred Hoiberg mentioned after both of those games, that's a good sign.
Mitch, I love looking ahead. I don't know why I do. So I always start.
Mr. Countdown loves looking ahead.
And so I don't mean to do that just, given that there's still, a month or so left in the season for them. But I am curious if you think that this can become something like the beginning of something, like a consistent team that maybe they're not making the tournament every year, but it doesn't have to be what it was for the first few years under Fred Hoiberg. Can this be the beginning of that?
Mm-hmm. Well, you're looking ahead. I mean, I thought you were going to say you're looking ahead to March to wonder if maybe Nebraska can get over that giant hump and win a game, but you want to look beyond that.
Yes.
And just say, well, whatever happens there happens, but let's see what happens next season. Well, Trev Alberts has got to go. He's going to have to go lock up Fred now. I mean, a year ago or even less, we thought, hey, what's Fred Hoiberg's status going to be, and how many games does he have to win to be safe this year? Obviously, that conversation has long since passed, and now I think it turns to, he's deserved something extra on his contract after this year. He signed for 3 more years after this year, and just think that a year ago at this time we were talking about Fred Hoiberg surviving his metrics evaluation, like Scott Frost, who didn't survive it, and Fred took a pay cut a year ago, so I think there's some turnabout to occur there, and Fred should reap the rewards of this season. So if Nebraska can manage to do that, then you can start to look to the future, and of course you can look to the future before anything happens with his contract. But I think it can be the start of something. I think he's found a formula that works. I think the assistant coaching staff that he's got in place does a nice job of getting the message across to these players, to players, on last year's team to a certain degree, and clearly on this team, on how Nebraska wants to play basketball. And is it going to be a continuation next year of the kind of play we've seen in 23-24? Some of that's going to depend on the decisions that the older players on this team have to make. And they've got juniors in Juwan Gary and Bryce Williams and Rink Mast, who are all fifth-year players and very well could leave to pursue their lives, or they could get 1 or 2 of those guys back. And if you do, then I think that changes the outlook for next season.
Beyond whatever team you're affiliated with, or whether you're a Nebraska fan or not, if you are a fan of loyalty and riding out the storm, which has been something that has been less and less a thing in recent years, especially in college coaching, this is a very encouraging story because, dare I say, 3/4 of power programs would have probably let Fred go 2 years ago, especially with a new athletic director in, and the persistence of sticking with it. Then you go through last year where they had a good finish. It was certainly their best season, but it came up short in the tournament. But instead of putting out any bold proclamations of tournament or bust, at least outwardly, they rode with it. It's working. And that's something we used to see a lot more way back when, and it's kind of nice to see it today.
I think the big thing is that they didn't just stick with him and let him flounder. They gave him the resources to be able to improve it. And a lot of times, I think in a lot of situations, you might have seen an administration allow a coach in his position to keep working, but that coach wouldn't have been the favored choice of the AD. As you mentioned, Trev came in after Fred Hoiberg's third season. And at that point, they'd won 24 games in 3 years. And there had been some positive energy at the very end of that third season. And that was Bryce McGowan's season in Lincoln. And he had a good year, but the team didn't, and even that little stretch at the end where they won 3 road games, that didn't do anything to save the season. It was still a 10-win season. So you had 7-win seasons. The second one was marred by the pandemic, and the end of the first one, of course, was too. But that was, things were lost in that first season for Nebraska under Hoiberg when COVID came around. So, you can definitely look at that and use that as part of the reason why Nebraska was slow to get off the ground under Hoiberg. But I think really it's that the administration didn't just allow him to keep working; they backed him and supported him. And he changed. He changed his coaching staff. He changed his roster construction philosophy. He changed the way that he wanted Nebraska to play basketball. And from, a good portion of last season, which ended 16-16, and then all the way through this year, you're seeing the results.
Mitch, turning to football, I want to go back to your column from Friday, which was titled "Nebraska's Matt Rule is entering year 2 with a clear vision and outsiders are noticing." You had a chance to, again, talk to some high school coaches around the state. And I wonder if you learned anything that you didn't know in maybe how they view Matt Rule or how he is operating, or did it maybe re-emphasize a lot of those similar themes from last year and the change? Because I saw, again, that quote of adults in the room, which I feel like is maybe the defining quote of Matt Rule's ethos compared to coaches before him. Did you learn anything new, though, that you didn't know last year or beyond?
Well, he's continuing to hustle around. It wasn't a one-year thing. It wasn't like he was going to get his feet on the ground and win over the Nebraska high school coaches, in an effort to lock down the state and keep as many of the good players in the state at home as they could, and then kind of turn their attention outward. They're continuing to show a lot of effort in the state of Nebraska. So I think that was, while that wasn't necessarily something new, it was here's the latest on what's going on around Omaha and Lincoln. And I found it interesting, validating, if you're a believer in the energy that Matt Rule's putting into building relationships in the state, to hear the story about last Wednesday and how he started the night in Lincoln with half of his staff at the Lincoln Football Coaches Association event that filled up a big room in Lincoln, with high school coaches to hear Glenn Thomas and Evan Cooper speak. And then Rule got out of there and went up to Omaha, where the other half of his staff was meeting with Metro high school coaches. So, I don't know that that's something that a lot of head coaches would do. I think they'd maybe pick one event or, it shows a lot of hustle on his part. So is it new? No, he's been doing that and acting in that fashion since he set foot in Lincoln in November of 2022. But the fact that he's continuing to do it, now that I think he has won over a lot of coaches already, speaks to just their care level about what's happening within the state borders.
Rule said in your story, it's been night and day talking about the culture and how significantly better than it was last year. I mean, obviously you're a year in, so everyone is more familiar with what the expectations are and how it is you go about it. But are there different, what is it about it beyond just the passage of time that has made this culture better?
Well, those were comments from signing day, so I think a lot of people had heard them, and it was just some quotes that I had not used yet. Not to throw dirt on my own story, but it wasn't.
But it was still something
new.
It
wasn't new earth shattering stuff. Like, hey, I don't want to give the perception that like these came after he'd watched 2 weeks of mat drills, and he's saying, "Hey, it's night and day different." This was stuff that he said before they had really started in the depth, the hard part of off-season training. And, he's talking about the difference that he's talking about there. The context for that is that the players who went through this a year ago, it was all new to them. And it's difficult when you're doing a workout. They go out to the Hawk Center on a Tuesday morning at 6 a.m. and they've got Corey Campbell in front of them and he's running them through a workout. And if it's the first time they've ever done anything like that with this coach, that's going to be more difficult to process. And it's more difficult for to prepare your body. Whereas if you've done it for a year, and there are a lot of players in this program who have been through this for a season, you know what the expectation is and you can prepare yourself better. So what was like the top level of expectation a year ago is now in the middle. So that's what he means by night and day different. We'll hear more when they go on spring break in a couple of weeks and these mat drills are over and then they reconvene and get ready for spring practice to start on March 24th. And we hear from Matt Rule again. I think there'll be more depth and he'll be able to speak to that more clearly about the kind of changes that he saw in this team from February and early March of 23 until that same time this year.
Mitch, do you think the Kool-Aid is going to be like really flowing strong over the course of this spring? Just like given some of these quotes, like now the players are going to know the expectation. Like I feel like by the time we get into April and talk to these players, talk to these coaches, that the vibe and expectation around things is really going to ramp up in a way that it's just kind of hard to in a year one or in the first spring.
That's a good question because I think they can take it either way. I think that Matt Rule has a better sense now of how the dynamic around the state works and how excited people get. You hear him talk about that sometimes about how, hey, we're 5-7 until we kick it off against UTEP. So I think he might take a more measured approach because he knows that whether it's media or fans, that people tend to latch on to those comments, stuff like night and day different. I mean, here I am regurgitating that quote or bringing it up like 2 or 3 weeks after he said it. So there's a perfect example of like going overboard with something, but so they may tone it down. I don't know that that'll matter though. I think there's going to be excitement because of the new blood in the program. And you can't, unless like there's players getting injured, and I'm not even going to mention names, but we're not going to do the voodoo thing here. But unless it's just like there's catastrophes that are going off around the program. Yeah, I think it'll be a spring that's filled with a ton of optimism because I do think that the players and the coaches they do have that feel. I mean, you hear Glenn Thomas when he came in, and he was pretty measured in his approach too. I don't think he wanted to create any big headlines with his 20 minutes that he did with the media a couple of weeks ago. And still, there's comments that come out of it about how you can clearly see that the direction that this program is going and it's rising up. So it's hard. I think it's hard for the coaches to speak, whether it's like in front of a group of fans or at a press conference setting. and not get people excited, because they're not going to say bad things about the team. They're going to speak how they feel, and people are going to choose to be excited about that because they want to believe in the staff and they want to believe in this team.
This is going to sound negative, and it's not meant that way.
Classic.
But I'm almost bored talking Nebraska football.
Oh,
here's why. The drama.
Yeah, it's gone right now, right?
Gone.
Yeah, it's not there.
I mean, the self-inflicted silly drama is gone. And it is so refreshing.
Okay. You need to go enter like a 10-step program that can get you off the addiction to drama that so many people around Nebraska football have developed over the last, I don't know, is it 20 years, 10 years, 5, 6 years, whatever. There's different levels. There's like drama level 1 over 25 years, or, you can say 50 years. There's always drama, even when Nebraska was winning. And then it's just gone up and up and up. And we get like dependent on always needing to have these storylines that are full of whatever. And I don't know. I want it to be interesting for sure. And it needs to be interesting in order for my job to work. But I'm tired of the drama. Like and I knock on wood, because you never know what other shoe that could fall tomorrow. But I'd prefer for it not to be dramatic and to just have it be about football and be able to learn the stories that are happening within the team and within the players, because those can be interesting too. It doesn't all have to be whatever it has been for the last however many years.
Yeah. And I don't mean to make it sound like it is a negative. It is a compliment to what Matt Rule has done here. And when I'm talking drama, I mean, obviously, and you mentioned it earlier, if someone gets hurt, yes, that's dramatic. But I mean, those are natural things that happen in football.
What about the jerky wars? That could be dramatic.
Well,
for you, John.
that's why I'm hoping that the Cornhead folks deliver the jerky so that we can do the taste test. If that's the kind of drama we have to settle for, I'm all for it, because I'm getting free jerky.
Yeah. So my reaction to that was just like, give me a break. Like, we're gonna be interested in this. Like, we're gonna care about this. And it's getting old. I don't know if that's what it is, but I didn't even want jerky war. What are we talking about?
Mitch, I still barely understand it, and I came into today proudly ignorant to the entire situation. I stayed offline most of the weekend, and I'm happier for it.
Good for you. I wish I hadn't read anything about it at all, because it just made me dumber for the 5 minutes that I spent learning.
Well, I guess I'm not inviting Mitch to the big
taste
Mitch. Test Wednesday.
You're not allowed.
The blind taste test between the
I'll
two
take some jerky, though.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Well, I think we all would.
Oh, yeah. Well, the pipeline folks have already shipped theirs. It's on the way. We're just waiting on the Cornhead folks to reciprocate so we can do a blind taste test and find out.
Can't we all just can't we? I mean, we have Coke and Pepsi. We have multiple burger places that local or national, whatever. Can't we just have two kinds of jerky? Why does it have to be dramatic?
Sure.
Great question, Mitch.
Yeah.
That's why you're the journalist.
That is a good question. Though we never did identify another competing major potato chip brand to Lay's.
Oh, yeah, maybe Mitch knows the answer. Yeah, Mitch, John posed a question earlier that was there is like regular Lay's, flat Lay, whatever you want to call them.
Yeah,
right?
just the regular Lay's potato chip.
Is there another national brand that just does a traditional potato chip?
I don't think so.
Pringles?
Technically, apparently, those aren't chips. They're crisps.
Yeah.
According,
yeah.
They're not allowed.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah, classic, right?
I don't know. I mean, you're not talking like Tostitos. That doesn't count.
Nope.
Right. We're just talking plain ass potato chips.
Yeah. It's all a bunch of like micro brews of
we got a lot of
micro
local
chips.
I still miss Guy's potato chips. Those were good. And Weaver's too.
Oh.
Loved Weaver.
The Guy's potato chips, they were a staple of the Royals on Radio, the broadcast that I listened to as I was falling asleep for years and years. I could hear the Guy's song, their little jingle. I don't know how it went, but
I've seen Guys are gone.
Well, they're not as prevalent around here as they
Okay,
used to
because
be.
I feel like I've seen these at a local grocery store.
Yeah, they're just not. I
That
mean, they
bag
used
is
to-
it
they
grabs
used-
you.
They used to advertise a lot more. Kent Pavelka used to read
Oh,
two reads for them
really?
all the time. Don't forget the guys.
There's your signature bag. Interesting.
They look more like Ruffles with the ridges in them than they do the regular Lay's potato chips. But I don't know. We'll have to find out. I think that Lay's has got the market cornered in just a basic chip.
That's why the Cornhead folks should have gotten into potato chips.
No one would have been mad. No one would have been mad.
Mitch Sherman of the
Potato
Athletic.
chips and NIL would mix well.
Yes, it would. We love chips. Chips and football.
Chips
That's what
and
America
jerky.
does, baby.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Mitch Sherman of the Athletic. Mitch, enjoy the rest of this wonderful day, and we will talk to you next week.
Okay, thanks, guys.
Bye, Mitch.
Mitch Sherman of the Athletic.
I always wonder if Mitch, by the end of the conversation, is like, what the hell did I get myself into agreeing to do this interview on a weekly basis?
Probably.
So much chips. By the way, I think I figured out why guys failed, though. Jack writes you can still get them at Baker's.
Oh.
Right. It's just they don't advertise anymore. It's just not a...
They don't
Just
have
go
salt
to
and
Baker's,
vinegar.
John.
They don't have salt and vinegar. It's a failure of a chip brand.
Oh, that's true. You need salt and vinegar.
Yeah, they have green onion. I don't know what the hell that is.
Well, that's the same as sour cream.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
Oh no, but they have sour cream and onion.
It's the same thing.
So wait, their green onion chips taste the same as the sour cream and onion chips?
Yes.
Another
taste test
taste
Wednesday.
test.
But they have
I wanna see
John.
what's-
They have no salt and vinegar.
Good.
They have classic
Keep that assy
unsalted
crap out of here.
Unsalted potato chip?
Yeah, for people who don't want as much
Just
sodium.
eat potatoes at that point.
Actually,
Eat potatoes.
Have you had? I've had the
Have a potato.
Lay's does a low sodium. It comes in a blue bag.
Oh.
They're actually good.
Someone else comes in a blue bag, salt and vinegar. Lay's.
Oh.
Mitchell says Hy-Vee chips are better than Lay's.
I can't remember the last time I had Hy-Vee chips.
I buy them if the price is better and I have dip. I only buy regular chips to dip them into.
You dip the regular chips?
What do you mean? Of course.
Are they Ruffles regular or
No,
Lay's regular?
like a kettle cooked Lay's or a kettle cooked Hy-Vee chip.
Interesting.
What's interesting?
I don't dip kettle chips. Kettle chips aren't for dipping for me.
What?
Yeah.
Why?
I like the ridges. I like the Ruffles and the scoops. Those
But
are my
why
dipping
not the
chips.
kettle?
I feel like they're
It's the crunch and the flavor of a dip.
yeah, I haven't tried it, I
Regular
guess.
chips are just a delivery service to me for the dip. That's why I
See,
eat them.
But kettle chips-
I've always been a big fan of just regular potato chips. They just taste good.
Oh, for sure. But kettle chips also just taste good. I feel like it doesn't need
But
I mean, that's the reason why the Ruffle was invented.
to dip.
they have
Because
ridges.
it's more rigid and it could handle. Because
Yeah.
trying to dip a regular Lay's
But
chip,
kettle chips, those are
No.
sturdy,
right? But,
solid as a rock.
but they didn't do kettle chips back in those days.
Oh, in the
This was
early
In
times,
the olden times.
before kettle,
Mhm.
otherwise known as hell.
Oh yeah, you just had to like put the potato on the rock with the fire.
Ruffles is like the goat of potato chips.
Brian writes, problem with 1890 jerky. What 1890 did is a D move. Wow, people are out on this jerky.
See, I want to bring peace and harmony to this conversation
Prosperity
by
to my new
doing
empire.
the taste test.
John wants a handshake meme. Cross the aisle. On one side is Ted Cruz.
I would be
On the other is
stunned.
Bernie Sanders. John wants to bring them
I
together.
would be stunned.
Do a
No, it's not
podcast.
Bernie Sanders. It's Jim Boeheim. We established that
Jim
last week.
Boeheim. And on the other side, it's someone who doesn't sweat
I
through their
would be
coat.
stunned if either of these jerkies wasn't good.
It's jerky. It's
I bet
hard
they're
to be
all
bad.
good.
It's hard to be bad.
I just want to do a blind taste test, see which one I like better.
Yum.
So come on, 1890.
Make it happen.
Make
for
it
us.
happen. Send us some jerky.
Give us some free
Well,
stuff.
we will give you
Look at
a
John looking
fair
for a
and
handout.
honest taste test.
Man, Lefty John strikes again.
Well, I
Wow.
don't want to be biased.
John's been
I
getting
will be.
more and
I
more
could be
left
biased if I
the
have to
last month.
buy one and I didn't buy the other, because hey, this one was cheap.
Aaron texts in. I'll put it this way. Can you imagine if the 1890 guys doing something that would be a direct sponsor against the athletic department, like a hot dog or pizza? Guarantee you won't see that.
Yeah, so we won't get a pizza, an NIL Pizza Hut.
Well, coming up next,
I'm happy I didn't read any of this weekend, man. That's made my day so much better.
I didn't really read much.
I
of
know.
It either. I was
Look
just
at John
aware
and
of
I.
it.
We're happy. We're in great moods. Why? Because we weren't arguing all weekend about beef jerky.
And we got at least some free beef jerky.
Yes,
out of it.
exactly. We got the best of
This
all
is
the
great.
worlds. I didn't pay attention. I get to eat.
The first I heard any of this morning was Happer trying to explain it to me, and I'm like, what?
Yeah. Also, now think about this. Nick We know what's for dinner that day. Leftover beef jerky.
Hell yeah.
And rice.
Jerky and rice.
Wow, what a meal. What a meal it'll be.
Coming up next, though.
Jerky?
No.
It's time to end the practice of hoodlumism.
You can't even say the
on
word.
on our
Tough
basketball
luck for John.
court
You can't say the word, then we can't end it.
John's being a snitch again.
on 1620 The Zone.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley.
How come we can't zipper merge? We as us old heads, we like to bash the kids.
We do.
That they have no idea what they're doing. They know how to storm a court successfully and not get injured.
Yeah, not make it chaotic.
But in this town, we are god awful with zipper merging.
Yeah, we are.
And it's getting worse. Learn from the kids, ladies and gentlemen. We can be better. They taught us in Lincoln, and they taught us last night in Omaha. I'm done. That's my TED Talk.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley. Weekdays 6 to 10 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from a Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Sunny and warm into the evening with a temperature in the 70s. Mostly clear later tonight, drop back to 42 for a low. Partly cloudy, turning windy and colder on Tuesday. A high around 53 early, in the 30s in the afternoon with a chance of light snow. I'm Chief Meteorologist Bill Ranby from KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center, currently no wrecks to slow you down this afternoon. We are getting reports of a slight delay if you're west on I-80 just before 60th. Slow going on Dodge for both directions around 90th. Also, delays on 90th for both directions at Maple. And then delays on eastbound Industrial Road around 144th. And then a quick reminder, with the warm weather, there's going to be a lot of motorcycles out there. Make sure you're checking your blind spots and keeping your head on a swivel. I'm Mike Nabil.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by IBEW Local 22.
The electrical market requires your company to adjust to an ever-changing field. IBEW Local 22 gives you flexibility with access to journeymen, apprentices, and proven training programs. Call Bob at IBEW Local 22 for details at 402-980-7596.
Woodhouse Lincoln wants to redefine your driving experience with our stunning lineup of Lincoln vehicles. Lease a 2023 Lincoln Nautilus for $499 a month for 39 months, 10,500 miles per year. Come visit us in store off 114th and Giles Road or online anytime at woodhouselincoln.com. With approved credit, security deposit waived, $1,500 down payment plus first payment, and $299 doc fee due at signing. Offer expires 2/29/2024. See dealer for details.
Creighton Sports Update. Creighton women's basketball returns one final time to DJ Sokol Arena tomorrow for a showdown with Big East foe Xavier. Tip-off is set for 6 p.m. Come out and celebrate another great year of Blue Jay basketball and cheer your women into postseason play. For more information, to purchase tickets, or to follow along on all things Creighton, visit gocreighton.com. And that's your Creighton Sports Update.
1620 The Zone proudly supports Creighton Athletics.
You can find pizza anywhere. But when you want pizza pie piled high with more toppings, that's when you come to my place, Godfather's Pizza. For a limited time, get your hands on 2 of my large one-topping pizzas. Pick pepperoni, beef, black olives, you choose. All this food for only $30. Feed your whole mob without breaking the bank. Hey, it's an offer you can't refuse. Godfather's Pizza. Do it.
For the 6th year in a row, Burton AC Heating, Plumbing, and More partners with Food Bank for the Heartland. Right now, if you donate 5 cans of food, you get a safety furnace inspection and cleaning for only $55. In other words, as you turn on the heat and turn in 5 cans of food, you'll help support our community by feeding families in need. Stay cozy and comfortable in your home by keeping your furnace running efficiently all winter long, while also helping others in need. All donations benefit Food Bank for the Heartland. Call 402-934-7003 or visit justcallburton.com.
Roofing, siding, and gutters. Make the right call with the rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
Unsportsmanlike conduct with John Bishop and Josh Peters.
Good on you, David Duke. The basketball David Duke.
On 1620 The Zone.
Basketball David Duke.
Well, we have had a rash of court stormings lately, including ones right here in our own backyard.
Get some ointment.
But there was one over the weekend at Wake Forest as they upset Duke. That
Shout out Hunter Salas, by the way.
Yes, great game. that inflamed a lot of high emotions
because of the rash.
As Duke, it was a 4-point game, and as soon as the game ends, the fans rush the floor, and Duke's Kyle Filipkowski, jeez, can't say his name, was still out on the floor. And he basically gets run over. Not in a Caitlin Clark, I should have seen this coming.
See, it's so funny. And like, I think that she handled the situation better than he did.
What?
Totally. He seems way too casual for such a large number of players. Plus, he's trying to give a forearm shiver, which I think causes him to get all twisted up.
Well,
I think
that's not why he. I mean, and we're for those of you watching in the stream, you know,
look, he sticks out his leg. What is he doing?
Well, he's
why is he walking so slowly?
Well, first off, the game just ended. If he's running off the floor,
it looks like he dived into that guy.
If you're running perpendicular to or into a crowd, you're more likely to get into a bigger collision because you're
cutting against the grain. Walking against the grain.
Exactly.
I thought he was way too casual. Way too casual.
Oh, so we're going to blame this on the player and not on the people being out on the floor.
Yes, because it was the player that time. He was diving into it.
I just don't understand why
he's not diving into him. I mean, he got overwhelmed by the crowd. There's no question about
how
it.
come Caitlin Clark didn't get overwhelmed?
It's a great question. Why wasn't she overwhelmed? I think she wasn't looking. She was looking beyond the situation, and then she crashed into that person.
Well, let's forget about the Caitlin Clark one. That was more of a joke than anything else.
Okay.
But the fact is, the floor belongs to the players.
Oh, yeah. I'm not going to argue
sure.
with that.
The floor belongs to the players. The field belongs to the players. And this is the danger of court stormings, is that it can turn into a situation like this. The reason why the ones in Lincoln and here in Omaha were able to work is because you were able to, for the most part, create a strategy to where you could block off the crowd and you knew that it was coming. This was a game that went down to the wire.
Yes. So real quick, the UConn game, everyone knew it was going to be over. The Purdue game, everyone knew it was over.
Yeah, it was a double-digit
Nebraska's
lead.
Yes, pulling away. They're very comfortable. They're going to win the game.
The game is essentially over. This one ends abruptly, or more abruptly, and that's where these types of incidences can happen because it's a spur of the moment. Everyone's rushing the floor, and there's no real chance for the security to get out there and try to either rope off an area for the team to get off or anything like that. And that is the problem with this particular situation. You can have the best plan in the world. You cannot plan for a riot. It's not easy to plan for a riot because it's an uncontrolled situation, right? So it's one of those areas where something has to be done to protect the players because the game and the players exist for that reason. It does not exist for people to just waylay onto the field or onto the court and start mobbing. I get it. It's exciting, but there has to be an element of safety that is involved.
So let me ask you, in all seriousness, do you think that they should just be banned, period? No more court storming? Or do you like the idea that Happer had earlier where it's kind of like a New Year's Eve countdown where you kind of let the fans know, like, hey, you're going to be able to do this, but, you know, let's put 30 seconds on the clock when the game's over.
I mean, and that would be fine, but most of these situations are spur of the moment, like the game against the day. I mean, that game ended abruptly. It was like,
everyone was fired up.
Everyone was fired up, and they just go. That's not a terrible idea
to put a countdown clock on it.
But then the question becomes whether it's that, whether it's something else. What is a proper punishment for those who don't obey or don't have proper security?
Yeah, because like we talked about it after the Tennessee win over Alabama a couple of football seasons ago, they got fined, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they don't care. it's what, $100,000 to the Tennessee athletic department. Congratulations.
Well, and Barry Collier made a great point. There was a good story on this today in The Athletic. The SEC has a tiered system: $100,000 for the first time, $250,000 for the second, $500,000 for any subsequent incidences. But when the league fined LSU recently, the fans actually they put up a GoFundMe and they paid for the fine.
Correct. So in a way, it turns into these like rallying cries. Everyone that the offenders, if you will, they don't care and they have fun with it. And so I don't like if a fine is the way to fix it. I don't think that that's going to stop anybody.
No.
Because they're college kids. Like, it's a bunch of 18 to 22
I mean, if you're going to
year-olds.
do it, you have to actually fine them. Like, we're talking millions of dollars.
Yeah, that would actually stop it from happening.
It's got to be a severe fine.
Because then they would just put a security guards around.
But then someone's going to say, well, but then people storm the court and all of a sudden we can't fund our women's tennis team anymore because, you find us.
Tennis got canceled at Duke.
$20 million.
Yeah.
So there's always going to be an argument. I thought Jerome Tang down at Kansas State, last year they had a court storming. And he told K-State fans that you get one court storming.
A year?
Period.
Period?
Because his philosophy was, if you want to build a championship culture and expectation, you got to do the actions before the championships come. So I told you, hey, you get one court storming, but from here on out, let's expect to win.
I mean, as someone who is of court storming, though I've never done it myself, I think that's a solid idea because it presents a have fun, but we are changing as a program.
I'll be honest with you. There was a part of me that was hoping there wasn't going to be a court storming last Tuesday.
Yeah, you always hate this, and yet you were there courtside, and you were probably getting goosebumps watching it. Were you not?
No, I didn't. I don't get goosebumps. I don't have emotions.
That's true. I forgot.
Because there's an element of, hey, we should be bigger than this, right? Because we've accomplished some. Now, certainly hadn't won national championships like UConn has.
Yeah.
But there is a certain level where
act like you've been there before.
Where you act like you've been there before. Here's the thing, though. Jerome Tang got his fans to abide because earlier this year, K-State beat Kansas. And they didn't storm the floor. And what Kansas State actually did was they sent the players up into the crowd to celebrate with the students.
Mm-hmm.
So after the game, they don't storm the floor, but instead it's like, guys, go up there and celebrate with your classmates.
Mm-hmm.
And because it's the same sentiment. The reason why the students want to be out on the floor, at least the theory has always been, hey, we want to be out here to celebrate this big win with these kids who are our fellow classmates. Now, that's probably where the inspiration originally came from to do it. Now it's probably not that anymore. It's just more about being seen.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll have some audio. We got some audio from Jay Billis in a moment on that. I sent it to you, Nick. Hope you got it. It's more about being seen and creating a scene than it is necessarily the inspiration of going out and wanting to celebrate with the students. But I like that idea of, hey, we get a big win. Send the players up into the student section. Go up there and high five with the students. Slap fives, spill popcorn, all that stuff with the students. I kind of like that. Now, I don't know if you're going to be able to convince people that that's the way it should be done, and that's my biggest problem. As one who is not a big fan of court stormings, certainly not a fan of tearing down goalposts, which is vandalism. It is.
Yeah, but again, they have the money. Who cares? Why does it bother you that the $100 million organization has to pay $25 grand to put goalposts back up?
So you're going to go over to pick whatever ritzy neighborhood you want to? You're going to go and, cut down someone's tree in their
For
yard?
why am I cutting down a tree? For no reason? Come on, man. There's a difference between
no, there's not
cutting
a
down
difference.
a tree.
Vandalism is vandalism, Josh. There were kids who broke into Memorial Stadium and tore down goalposts after Nebraska won the title in '94.
Sure.
It's the same thing.
John,
they tore it down.
See, now where your argument falls on its face.
It doesn't fall. It's vandalism.
Let me talk.
You need to admit that it is vandalism because it is.
Technically cared as much as you do, they wouldn't allow it to happen.
Well, that's why they grease the goalposts down and they put security next to them, and they've created collapsible goalposts.
So they don't do it anymore, but they used to because the university didn't care. The university didn't. Kansas did it. They took the goalpost down after they beat Oklahoma, and they took them to some lake, and they threw them in the lake.
Encouraging vandalism.
Yes, the university is. If the university's not going to stop them, why am I going to get mad that the $25,000 goalpost got torn down at Kansas? Why should that bother you?
Josh Peterson here for it's okay to do it if it's rich people that get involved.
It's not rich people. I'm talking about a football stadium.
But the bottom line is this. How are you? I mean, is there a way that you can? The only way you can really change it is to change the culture like Jerome Tang has done at Kansas State.
I think that's too difficult. I mean, it worked for them, I guess. But it has to be a coordinated effort. If you really want to change it, you either truly ban it and put security around everything, or you have the coach kind of beat that into the heads. But, it's difficult to make changes.
It's difficult to make changes, but when's the last time you've seen a coach jump on a microphone or whatever, or encourage his fan base or his students before a game? Hey, we don't want to be doing.
Apparently, that's what Jed says that Kansas State had 2 assistant coaches go to center court telling the fans not to storm the court during a late timeout in that Kansas game. That's fascinating. First of all, if I was Kansas, I'd hear that. I'd be so pissed. Like, wait, what is he talking about?
Yeah,
they're not storming the court.
Again, that is one way to do it, and maybe that's the way it needs to be done.
Yeah.
But is there a proper punishment? Greg Byrne, the athletic director at Alabama, said forfeits could stop it.
See, now, okay, yeah. If you want to start talking about the bigger picture stuff beyond money, yes, forfeits definitely would. Where you lose the game you won, now that would be, people would be pissed.
Yes,
Salesperson Stacy, sales director Stacy, says, I've been in meetings, so just tuning in. Did you talk about the plans and lengths Creighton took to ensure UConn was protected last Tuesday? I was appreciative of their forethought and concern for safety. We have not mentioned that.
We have not, but again, that and credit to them, credit to the boys and girls down in Lincoln, because they had a plan where they could be roped off and get the players off the floor for the most part. I think that came, I don't know if the Purdue one was as well done because it was something different, but I know they put more of a plan in place.
Because, by the Wisconsin game, I think we had been talking about
Right.
it. Certainly the Nebraska-Iowa women's game.
The problem with, again, Creighton was up by 19.
Yeah.
And so you could kind of see it coming and you could prepare for it and everyone would know. But when it's a spur of the moment, whether it's a last second shot or a final play like there was in the Duke Wake Forest game, you can't get, when you've got players scattered out about the floor as Filipkowski was, you can't get out of the way in time, if you've got a stream of people coming in. So, and
Alex and Lincoln, doesn't help when your AD corms the stort either. Yeah, Trev was on the floor. Matt Rule
Trev
was on the
Alberts was
floor.
quoted.
Corms the stort.
Trev
that what it
Alberts
said?
was
Yeah.
quoted in an ESPN story. Here's what he said. It was a statement, actually. It was not a direct quote, but it is a statement. He said, the issue is not the home team and its fans. It's the safety of the visiting team. This is an area where we can do a better job as schools and as a conference, and there must be clear protocol in place to make sure the opposing team gets off the court safely. It is important for schools to communicate that plan and that the opposing team adheres to the plan that is in place.
Wow, John Lisa Bluter, handshake me.
Go Hawks.
John says society gets soft, and now he's trying to make it softer.
How am I trying to make it soft?
By
Soft John, that's what we'll call him.
I just read Trev Alberts'
Yeah, but you agree they need to ban all of the fun. Ban the fun. We need protocol, says John. Bernie writes, for the first time in my life, I agree with Josh. Wow, thank you, Bernie. The Clark handled it better. John Bishop is wrong. If the Duke crybaby didn't try and throw an elbow at the fan, he wouldn't have lost his balance.
he got hit in the side of the knee.
I'm stunned that you think that he was. I didn't think.
No, I'm sorry. I'm not going to put it on them. It's on Wake Forest to control their crowd. The players have the right to be on the floor. We don't come there to watch the fans. We come there to watch the players. The players have a right to be able to get off the floor and not be involved in a situation where they get put in a bad spot.
Every player from every team at every school. Yes.
Yeah. What's your point?
I don't know. Yeah, I was confused too.
It's still the Caitlin Clark thing. I'm stuck on that because a lot of other people do still think that she flopped.
I mean, it was
words are
See? Why didn't you talk about it this way with her? We never did. You never did this with. No, we didn't. You poked fun the entire time. You wouldn't have a serious discussion about it.
We did have a serious discussion about it.
We've been doing this for 15. Bingo. That's all you said that time. Whereas this Yahoo's and then he's shoving guys and he's twisting his ankle.
I'm sorry. If you see it that way, you're freaking blind.
Nah.
I have glasses, John.
Yeah, and I went to
Well, guess what? You might need a second opinion. It is incumbent that we keep. I mean, imagine if this happened against your team and one of your players got hurt because of this. You would be incensed. I'm saying you, the general you, people out there.
Yes.
You would be incensed. I mean, because I saw some of the comments, well, no one's going to make a big deal about it until it happens to Duke. Well, yeah, it did happen to Duke.
That was interesting how now they're doing segments on First Take and Billis is going on minute-long
Now people
rants.
are making a big deal out of it.
It is interesting. I do find that fascinating.
It is a big deal. It has been a big deal. Did you know, this was from the Athletic story, that there was an Arizona high schooler who was partially paralyzed because of one of these?
No, that's bad.
This was in 2004. Joe K.
2004?
Joe K. was an Arizona high school student, accidentally trampled. He suffered a stroke and a torn cardioid artery, which paralyzed his right side.
My God.
That's bad.
That's horrible.
And that's the thing. I mean, so this is not a new phenomenon just because it happened to Duke. But it's not a new phenomenon. You mentioned the Billis audio. Here's what Billis,
I haven't even heard it. I've just seen everyone quoting it, and I'm guessing I'm going to disagree.
This is the one on the court storming, but but this was an interesting angle because give it a listen.
Years ago, when fans would run out on the field or on the court during a game, it was network policy not to show that because we didn't want to encourage it. So what does that say about the way we in the media use these images now? We can't deny that we encourage it, or at least tacitly approve of it. And everybody has to accept some responsibility for this. I don't think it's the right thing to allow this, but I know that it's going to continue. This is not going to stop.
So what he's equating it to is when you get the streakers on the field and the hoodlums, they never show it. They never show it. And that's to discourage those things from happening.
Which it obviously doesn't do.
What he's saying is when the networks continue to show it, it becomes part of highlight packages. I know the CBS showed it yesterday before the Creighton game.
Some people use it as their banners on their Twitter accounts.
Some people use it as the banners on their Twitter account.
Interesting.
That it does encourage it. It does tacitly encourage
I don't know. I feel like what encourages it is just being young and in college and wanting to celebrate. Like,
rambunctious.
Yeah, I don't feel like it's because of TV. I think
Dumb
it's just
because your frontal lobe doesn't develop until you're my age.
I think it seems fun. I never got to storm the field at Nebraska. I always wanted to. I thought it'd be fun to tear down the goalposts, but they sucked, so I never got to, and I never will. They'll never probably tear them down again. They last did when John was in college. Interesting. Gen X tearing down the goalposts last at college.
And then they hand us a participation
You know who
trophy.
didn't participate in any of those?
Well, that's because you were announcing.
Yeah, you're Square John.
Yeah, you were as someone.
No, I just respect other people's property,
Mr.
and other
Snitch.
people's private space. I didn't want Kellen Houston to pop me in the side of the face.
Good reference. As
like he did at
Travis writes,
Missouri.
Bishop was taking pictures and writing down names of Creighton fans who stormed so he could snitch. Is that what you're doing?
No.
Hey, Father Hendrickson, here's my list of the names.
I think we've got enough pictures. I think we can tell who was doing what. I think we can tell who was doing what. Listen, I get the spontaneity of it and all of that. I really do. And there is an element, and yes, we do tacitly approve of it because
I outright approve of it
because it is a great scene.
It's cool. It's so fun. It's a great visual.
But it's only cool as long as everyone makes it off the floor without getting mugged.
Sure.
Or getting hurt. It's all fun until someone gets hurt.
People have been saying that for years.
That's what my mom used to say when we would blow up models during the 4th of July. It's all fun and games now until someone gets hurt.
And then someone gets hurt and then be like, did you learn your lesson?
That's why safeties aren't allowed to hit wide receivers over the middle anymore. It was fun until someone got hurt.
Hopefully Wake Forest has now learned their lesson. They hurt somebody and now they'll never do it again.
Yes, definitely. Apologize to Duke.
Maybe that could be the punishment.
You have to apologize?
Everybody who stormed the court has to send an apology letter to Kyle Filipowski.
That's a great idea. 5 pages, single space.
That's the exact punishment I got in 2nd grade once.
That's a crappy punishment. I'd hate to write a 5-page apology.
Or
they made me do a rough draft and then redo it.
Make all those kids stay after class and write it 100 times on the blackboard. Like Bart Simpson.
John writes, the NCAA should make a rule where you have to wait 30 seconds. I know, impossible. See, again, that goes back to the countdown thing.
It's such a long time.
I think you could do it, though. You know what? Okay, Clemson, they storm the field after every game, and they wait, if I remember right. Oregon, their fans are allowed on the field at Autzen after every game, and they also wait. It is possible.
Right.
You just have to beat it into the heads of the fans by not beating them.
Okay.
But that's after every game, and it has nothing to do with the.
But after big games, they do have to say, like, you still have to wait, and then it will be fun.
Right. So you're right. I mean, it's a cultural thing.
Yep.
Whether it's your coach like Jerome Tang, doing it and saying, "Hey, you get one, and then we're done," or it's the examples you gave.
Yeah. Shane says that you weren't storming the field because you were too busy throwing frozen oranges at OU players.
No,
I can't believe you,
not
John.
Doing that.
No, instead, John was rooting for players to break their legs. But we're the bad guys for thinking it's fun to storm a court.
How dare we?
Mm-hmm. John, he broke his leg. This guy, my ankle's a little hurt.
Because it's Duke, and John loves Duke.
Because what's up with this, John?
The only reason you're
John
saying
says,
is
thank you, Duke
you
Daddy.
notice we never have this issue with pro sports.
We don't.
I mean, I get it. They're students, and that's a big reason why.
Yes.
But we don't see goalposts getting torn down or anything like that.
It is a very interesting difference between pro versus college.
Yeah,
NFL security scares me.
Well, they did storm the field after Hank Aaron broke Babe Ruth's record. Remember that one guy?
The one idiot did. The one
shake his hand. Let me shake his hand.
The one guy did. That was. Yeah.
I guess that's true.
But yeah, they didn't.
There was disco demolition night.
That was between games. That
didn't go very well.
No, that went.
Maybe that's why they stopped storming the field.
All right, still to come, we've got the happy hour, which includes more. We're just going to expand everything.
What?
Let's just expand everything.
Okay.
Shall we?
All right.
1620 The Zone.
The best way to catch all the action is on 1620 The Zone. And no line for the bathroom.
At Cox Mobile, we know you're smart. You brush your teeth in the shower to save time, make coffee ice cubes for your cold brew, and wear goggles to cut onions. You also added Cox Mobile. So smart. Now you're running on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability and saving on your Cox internet. It's ingenious, just like you.
Aw, thanks.
Cox Mobile, the smart way to mobile. Cox postpaid internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability as measured by Ookla LLC in the U.S. to H 2023. Other restrictions apply. Learn more at cox.com/mobile.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center, looks like we're getting reports of delays on L Street for both directions between 36th and the JFK. If you're west on Dodge, delays between 680 and 120th. If you're east on Dodge, delays between 680 and 72nd. Slow going on westbound I-80 between 42nd and 60th, and on eastbound 370 just before 72nd. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Lawrence & Gardens.
Experience Brick Live Brickosaurs, now open at Lawrence & Gardens. Come face-to-face with a herd of incredible brick-built dinosaurs, discover prehistoric plants, and unearth a ton of fun. To plan your family's dynamite adventure, visit lawrencegardens.org.
J-Tech Construction, the official exterior experts of the Huskers, offers exterior solutions that help you protect your number one investment. Whether it's roofing and siding or windows and doors, they're committed to excellence, quality, and outstanding customer service in every step of the process. When it's time to protect the exterior of your home, your choice is simple. Turn to who the Huskers turn to, J-Tech Construction. Check them out online and schedule a free estimate today. J-Tech Construction, the official exterior experts of the Huskers.
If you're unhappy with your job or employer and you've hit a dead end, it's time to start your new career as a delivery driver with Host Coffee. Our local family-owned business is growing, and we now have openings for delivery drivers and other positions starting at $22 an hour with full benefits. If you're interested, visit hostcoffee.net/careers to connect with us.
Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
The needs of modern businesses are always changing, but corporate cards haven't evolved in decades. Until now. Meet Ramp, the all-in-one finance platform that combines corporate cards with spend management software. Ramp is the only card designed to actually help your business spend less, not more. With Ramp, you can set custom controls to stop out-of-policy spend before it even happens. And Ramp software even does expense reports for you. No more manual entries, no more chasing receipts. And with best-in-class accounting integrations, you'll close your books in days, not weeks. Ramp gives you better insights and a real-time view of all company spend, so you can stay focused on the big picture and build a healthier business. Join over 15,000 businesses who have switched to Ramp and start saving an average of 5%. Modern finance runs on Ramp. And now get $250 when you join Ramp. Just go to ramp.com/sports. That's ramp.com/sports.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
Omaha fans, are you ready to score tickets to your favorite events hassle-free? Yes. Shop local Tickets for Less, located right here in Omaha, 145th and West Center Road. No hidden fees, just transparent pricing. And when you use the promo code THEZONE at checkout, you'll save big at ticketsforless.com. Whether it's sports, concerts, or something else, Tickets for Less has you covered. If you have a question, call today, 402-398-1999. You'll never find better customer service because every seat holds a story. Find yours and use the promo code THEZONE at checkout at ticketsforless.com.
If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Start your next journey with Woodhouse. Our commitment extends beyond just selling cars. We offer an unparalleled car buying experience that allows you to shop and buy all online. Explore an array of new brands, makes, and models, as well as our large selection of pre-owned vehicles. And it's easy to get started today with our streamlined purchasing process online, granting you the freedom to secure your next vehicle anytime, anywhere. Discover a better way to buy with Woodhouse.
It's easy to see the common signs of transmission trouble.
If your engine revs before it falls into gear. If it seems to switch gears for no reason. So watch for the signs. Certified transmission. The job done right at the right price.
1620 The Zone's unsportsmanlike conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
It'd be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
From your mom.
The happy hour is on the air. Welcome to the happy hour. Good to have you with us. Just enjoying some live spring training baseball.
Go Rockies.
Oh, they're going all right in the wrong direction.
How many runs did the Cubs get on the Royals today, John?
Ooh.
A team that's worse than the Rockies.
You know it's spring training,
Technically.
right?
I know. Yeah. But baseball.
That's the beauty of baseball. Every day is a new day.
Tough.
Unless you're the Creighton Blue Jays, and you're never going to lose again.
Wow. First undefeated team in college baseball history upcoming.
They're 5-0.
A tough look for Cody.
This is a suggestion for your
wooden
new
bats and
segments.
rubber hats.
Oh.
The return of that segment is tomorrow.
Do you know how many runs the Blue Jays have scored in 5 games this year?
48.
In 5 games? 30.
That's too low. Oh, you're way too low.
Oh.
Yeah.
84.
Okay, not quite that many.
70.
Not quite that many.
69.
Nice.
The
58.
Creighton Blue Jays in 5 games this year have scored 71 runs.
Holy God.
What's their scoregami look like?
Well,
I'm guessing they've hit a couple of scoregamis already this year.
Maybe they will show up in wooden bats and rubber hats.
Oh.
I did the numbers.
Maybe.
Now, this was before.
Oh, this doing numbers.
This was before Sunday's game or Saturday's game. I think, yeah, it was Saturday's game. They already had 20% of their runs that they scored all last season and 25% of their home runs hit through 3 games.
What the hell's going on over there?
I don't know, but I'll find out more. Ben North, who had 2 grand slams in 1 game.
Yeah.
Will join us on the 1620 The Jays podcast. later this
Nice.
week.
Good get, John.
So
Good job, John.
John, before we move on into the happy hour,
Move
some
on.
responses, and I'm going to save a text that is going to make you laugh very hard for the kicker. But before I get to that one, some
Nice.
folks agree with me. First from the 402, John is wrong. It's not someone else's property. The fans' tickets and apparel sales, etc., paid for those goalposts. Technically, they are the fans' goalposts.
Oh, is that how it works?
It is indeed.
true.
I don't believe that's how it works.
Ryan in
but go
Delaware
ahead.
writes,
Anti-taxpayer John.
the probability of people getting injured during court storming has always been the same. It's only a problem now because everybody, John, wants to be an activist now. Activist John.
I want to be an activist.
Classic John.
Going left again.
Mm-hmm. Pedro writes, hi, guys, Josh and Nick. The only way of stopping bad guys from storming is a good guy with a gun. That's what I heard from the NRA. Thanks, Pedro.
A good guy with a basketball can stop
Yes.
a bad guy with a court storm.
And finally, from my wife, I've never agreed with you less and John more.
Whoa.
Wow.
Lefty John.
That's funny.
Know what we'll be talking about over dinner tonight?
Oh, that's going to be a tense dinner.
Mm-hmm. Also, Jordan writes, NFL fans don't storm the field because they're too busy beating the crap out of each other in the stands.
Well, maybe
Great
we need
point.
more of that in college sports.
More alcohol at sporting events so people just fight each other instead of storming the floor.
I guess.
He also adds, I'll reserve judgment on Creighton until they play someone other than Sisters of the Blind University.
Oh.
Wow.
What?
He's talking about Creighton baseball. Are they playing a bunch of...
Well, yeah, they
Blind.
haven't been,
It's hard to play
it hasn't
baseball
been the
blind.
great, but you still, I mean, that's the thing about baseball. You still have to hit the ball.
What's their
And they're-
Ken Palm adjusted
They're not,
efficiency?
they're not putting the ball on the tee.
Is there a Ken Palm, but for baseball? For college baseball?
John?
Not a Ken Palm.
A pumpkin.
Oh. Is there a Bart? for college baseball?
Yeah, what's up with college baseball not having some nerd stats?
I'm
ironic.
sure there are. I'm trying to think of.
I need to know what these are. I want to dive in.
College baseball analytics. This could be our fun new bit.
I don't care about basketball analytics,
Oh,
but baseball?
What a fun name. Baseball Cube?
Oh,
John, have you heard about this website?
Josh, give me the cube.
I don't know if
Well,
this...
I mean, there is for pro baseball. I'm
now,
not sure.
premium. I'm not subscribing to your QB garbage. Everyone wants money. Meanwhile, our radio show is free. Their last time they did a story was November 9th, my dad's birthday. That's a long time ago. Yeah.
Baseball's happening, though.
Well, earlier we were enjoying, as we were trying to get off of an awkward situation, all of the different Evans. Kevin.
Yes.
Chevin.
Yes.
Devin.
Zevin.
Well, it's time for one more thing using all of the letters of the alphabet. Did you see this tweet today from Merriam-Webster? No, that's not your librarian.
Do you follow the Webster's Dictionary on Twitter?
I must.
That's on brand. I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean anything. Things show up on Twitter all the time.
Lefties follow the dictionary because there's usually a bunch of like on January 6th, I think they said something like insurrection is defined as. I'm serious. They're very lefty. Anyway, John.
But they tweeted this morning, your lips only touch for 4 letters of the alphabet. So as you're saying the alphabet, your lips actually don't come together, but for 4 letters of the alphabet.
B,
F,
P,
F.
Oh, it doesn't though.
F does not.
Oh.
K, A,
B,
L,
C,
M.
D. So
C.
we have B,
No, does C?
A,
C?
B does.
B does.
C.
B
D,
does.
E.
C.
C does not. I just watched you.
No, C does not. We're just going
E,
C,
F,
F, G, H, I, J, K, L,
M.
M,
N, not N.
N,
O,
P, Q, R, S, T, U,
V. Oh,
no,
wait.
No,
V.
that's your teeth.
Yeah.
V,
W.
W,
X,
Y, Z.
Wow. Dictionary. Thank you.
That's insane.
We just said the letters of the, alphabet.
alphabet.
Wow. That's a Mike Francesa radio right there.
Some ancient cultures, their alphabet was based off of the shape that your mouth makes when you're saying the words.
Oh. Yeah. Not so much you, though. Interesting.
I mean, they had other words for you.
Yeah.
You was another word.
Wow. Fascinating.
Wow.
Thank you.
Thank you, Merriam-Webster.
Yeah. Thank you to the dictionary. Oh, Kenny says Warren Nolan. Is that a baseball? The analytics?
Yeah, but Warren doesn't do his own ranking.
Oh, your lips don't touch when you say Warren Nolan.
Warren Nolan.
It does not. Yeah, Warren Nolan's a great website. You can use it for college basketball.
Yeah, I've heard
too.
you say that before.
It's a good place to
Does
look
Warren
up
want a
the net rankings and stuff like that. It's very useful.
Probably.
But he doesn't do his own analytics. He doesn't do his own Ken.
He doesn't do his
own
Bart. Levi says, "Is this AM radio or Sesame Street?" Great question.
Sesame Street.
Yeah.
Two. See, that's the problem with today's generation. They missed the episode of Sesame Street where Elmo taught the kids do not storm the court.
A lot of people miss the episode of Sesame Street where Elmo taught the kids do not storm the Capitol.
Bigelow writes, got in the car and I immediately got to hear you guys reciting the alphabet. Even when it sounds like kindergarten, it's still AM radio. Thank you, Jacob.
Hell yeah.
That's why we're here.
Severe wants us to talk about the Cam Newton fight. I still have not watched this video.
What happened?
I don't know. Again, I didn't participate in any of the discourse this weekend. I stayed away.
I saw a short video and I couldn't tell if it was Cam or not. It just said it was, and apparently something was going on. It was outdoors. It looked like in a park. And I didn't know what the deal was.
Yeah, I enjoyed my weekend because I didn't really follow anything in relation to any of the large sports debates, whether it was jerky or court storming or Cam Newton fighting people. I think that he whooped a guy's ass.
According to The Athletic, he was removed from a 7-on-7 event after being involved in a scuffle. Well, that was your first mistake, Cam. You were at a 7-on-7 event.
Hey,
which is the diarrhea of football.
Whoa.
I almost just spit water all over the studio.
Oh, that's like the 7-on-7 event.
I mean, you want something that interests me less than spring football?
Yeah, you do hate
7-on-7.
You would be of all of the jobs, John, that you could have in sports media, you having to do recruiting coverage where you're covering 7-on-7 events would be your hell.
Yeah.
If you go to hell
It's a
someday,
terrible
the
idea.
devil's going to be like, you're covering 7-on-7.
Oh, absolutely.
And then you have to run a message board.
So the event was organized by Wii Ball Sports, brought youth under 15.
I played Wii Sports.
To Georgia and Alabama for a competitive tournament. In the video clips, individuals involved with top shelf performance approach Newton at the top of a set of steps underneath a Wii Ball Sports tent.
Yeah, so I saw that part where
Newton
it seemed like he was on top of a hill.
Newton was grabbed and a fight ensued. Two men shown fighting with Newton were both coaches for top shelf performance and formerly coached with the quarterback.
So there was a relationship
Yes,
here.
the video shows Newton grabbing one of the combatants, dragging him aside with a fracas.
Good word.
Continued. Police and security broke up the altercation.
Interesting. Huh.
So not really sure. Must have been some kind of a beef between the two parties from the past that got exacerbated in this situation.
Happers Meme Guy wants to know who's the current MVP favorite for the 7-on-7 league in hell.
Oh,
John. So are we talking about a dead quarterback who's in hell?
Somebody who didn't accomplish much in 11-on-11 football is probably my guess.
Eli Manning.
He's still alive.
He won 2 Super Bowls. People forget that.
I look at regular season success only because that's when my quarterbacks are good. That's the longer part of the year. Is it more impressive to have a good January or to be good in September through December? I'd say the latter.
Well, congrats.
Nick, you handshake meme.
I look.
Tua's good. Tua's the best now.
I look forward to the Cowboys
Fair.
hanging that banner.
Ooh, regular season champ. Well, they don't even win that.
See? They even suck at that.
Yeah, but they were the 2 seed.
Ooh.
Yes, let's go.
Which means they got to humiliate themselves at home in front of the Green Bay Packers instead of going on the road.
Actually, no, let's do this because that means the Bills suck.
Well, they were the 2 seed as well.
Not.
They need to
toward the
contract
end.
the
Not toward the
playoffs
end.
and go back to a championship game only on either side. I think that would be the best for all parties. And then we should replay this past playoffs. 49ers look kind of doo-doo in the NFC playoffs. Dallas could have beaten them. Probably not.
No, they wouldn't have
Yeah,
beaten them.
and if the Dolphins were not playing in the 3rd coldest game of all time,
they still probably would have lost.
But not as bad.
There you go. Not as bad.
Well, speaking of expanding the playoff.
Oh, wow. What a nice
Well,
little
we
segue.
did. Or
Good segue.
contracting it.
Yeah.
That's been a conversation we've had on this Grum the last couple of times out.
Yes, and got some response over the weekend, or rather towards the end of the show on Friday, where emailer Zach quoted us and 2 phrases that we said for a total of 5 words. The first was, I don't like, and the second was, I want. And he wrote, that's fine. You're free to have your opinion. Doesn't mean that your opinion is right and that what other people want is wrong. It's just a different preference. But the 2 of you are presenting this as if your preference is right and other preferences are wrong. That's not the case. It's just different. And we had a little bit of a back and forth, and he added this, and then could be the jumping off point. He says horrible, because I said, no, this is all horrible, basically. He says horrible because it's different than what you grew up with. The iteration of college football that you're clinging to isn't the college football that existed at its inception. It's always evolved. And each time it has evolved, people try to cling to the version that they grew up with and say that the evolution will ruin the sport. People said the same sorts of things about changing equipment, the forward pass, allowing black players onto teams, changing rules to account for brain safety, etc. I know. Let me finish. And it's not like the divisions between different levels of programs has existed the way it currently does since the beginning. But somehow, as football changed with every generation, it didn't ruin the sport, but rather led to the version of the sport that you grew up with and love. People will adapt along with the changes as always, or they will have a new generation of fans growing up with this, so they will love it the way you love what you grew up with, because that's all they will know. Now, obviously, there's a lot in there that I disagree with.
Yes.
Especially, equating, I think that the part that rubbed you the worst was equating integration in college football or sports in general
let's be real
to
here,
realignment. But the thing that I would push back is those moments, he brings up the forward pass. He brings up integration, change of equipment. Those were all evolutions of the sport. Evolution of sports, really, is what I would say. This feels or seems or is a contraction. We literally lost a conference.
Taking away We're not adding to, we're taking away.
West Coast football in its former form is now truly dead. It is gone. There are West Coast schools, but West Coast football and how you knew it and how I knew it is truly gone. And the thing that I know that I disagree with Zach rather, is that like whenever realignment comes up, he loves it. He has all these ideas. Here, change this and change this and change this. And so I would argue that he is not going with the flow, but he is someone who wants to be like pushing for it. Like, this is what needs to happen. And I want this to happen.
This is what happens. I mean, I hate to say this, but what this is, we are living in a generation of people that have been raised in a fantasy sports world where it's all about, ooh, and I can do this and I can do this and I can mix this player with this player and this team with this team. And it's fun to play fantasy booker. But what you don't realize, your fantasy team doesn't actually affect what Joe Q football player is doing on the field or what that team is doing. It lives in your fantasy. And the other thing about this is it's all well and good to have all these cool fantasy booking ideas when you know your team is safe. And that's been my biggest argument. I am looking out for everybody else. And I'm also looking out for Nebraska because at some point there is a cutoff that exists that puts Nebraska on the wrong side of the cut. Now, I'm not saying it'll happen next week or 5 years from now or 10 years from now, but when you start slicing stuff away and you start getting rid of the so-called undesirables, at some point, that cut line comes to you. And the thing that differentiates college sports from professional sports is that all regions are represented and most every state is represented. And that's cool. And those are what I don't want college sports to become is just a bastardized lesser version of its pro counterpart. I get it. NBA players are better than college basketball players. Pro football players are better than college football players. But that's not why I watch those games. I watch those games because there's a different stake involved that doesn't exist in the professional game that makes it fun and unique. And in this so-called evolution, as the emailer points out, is not an evolution. It is a contraction.
Yeah, it absolutely is.
It is taking away from something, not adding to.
Yeah, so where I found the email interesting was essentially, are we being unfair because we talk about this in absolutes? And we do, and he's right. I do say I don't like, and I do say I want, and I am going to continue to present this as if my preference is right. Now, I would add one thing on top of that. One of the biggest pet peeves for me over the years has always been like, you have your opinion and you think you're right. Yes, duh. It's my opinion. What are we talking about here?
Yeah.
The criticism is that you purport yourself to be correct when it's your opinion? Yes, because I think that my opinion on this is going to be correct. Because first of all, I've seen where the sport's going for a while, and I also don't like it. And I also think that it will be I think it will be subjectively bad for the sport of college football. And I think that we will like it less. And you're right. Like, I think the Nebraska of it all really does color a lot of our views differently, because I see it in this state where, like, a lot of people right now in college football and college football media, I know I quote the pod all the time, but Split Zone Duo, I think that they do great work. And a lot of people like them, especially, are yelling, there's a fire coming and it's not going to be good. This is going to take over the sport and it's not going to be good. But around here, I don't think those conversations are had as much because you just kind of don't really have to. It's not affecting everybody.
No.
Here. You know, it's affecting us in the way of like, wow, Oregon will be on the schedule. That's weird. But it doesn't affect us in the Kansas State sense or the Iowa State sense, or certainly the Oregon State sense. What is it like up there right now in Corvallis? How are they going to take in the sport of college football right now? And so you can say, guys, this is just your opinion. You're frustrated, but you know what? Things have changed and fans will always be there and the young fans will grow up watching it, blah, blah, blah. I can't imagine it's going to be the same in Corvallis. I can't imagine it's going to be the same in Pullman. Not with the way that the sport is right now.
No, it's not. And again, that's why college is fun. The college sports experience is fun because everybody's got a chance.
Mhm.
Everyone's got at least has the ability by proximity to have something. And you might say, well, we don't have a pro football team here, but people love pro football. Well, yeah, they do. But that's because it's the best version of the sport that exists, and it's done a masterful job of marketing itself.
Yeah.
Do you really trust the brainiacs behind college athletics who have made all of these goofy ass moves and have fought off true evolution at every turn? You think those people are going to be forward thinking enough to be able to promote their sport in such a way that it becomes like the NFL or the NBA, where you don't have to have a team in every state and every market to be a national success? Do you really trust these people?
Dude, after what's happened with the playoff expansion recently, going from 12 to 14 at the drop of a hat.
Come on.
Yeah, it's like, these are the folks that we trust.
Because again, the reason why pro sports have evolved the way they have is because at some point somebody was out there who said, we can make the greater good work for all and not just look out for ourselves. If Jerry Jones really wanted to, he could get on the phone with his buddies in New England and LA and Chicago and say, you know what? We don't need Green Bay. We don't need Denver. We don't need Seattle. We don't need all these small markets. We can go do our own thing, which is basically what the Champions League teams, right? Was it Champions League? Tried to do a couple years ago ish.
A bunch of the most powerful soccer teams, yes.
But they don't. Why?
Because it'd be stupid.
Because it would be stupid, and they got a good thing going. And you don't F with happy. In college sports, the only happiness is derived by looking out for number one and not looking out for the greater good. There's nobody with any real voice in major college athletics that really feels like they're looking out for everybody. And that's the most frustrating thing.
Yeah. And that's not to say, like, you know, I know we joke a lot about capitalism. It's not to say that people shouldn't care about the bottom dollar and making their money, because they absolutely should. You know, they're trying to run a business, and certainly they're making a lot of money, hand over fist. But, you know, you are still attempting to put out a product that people really, really like. And, you know, you said something early in there that I think about a lot, and that is, why do so many of us like college football the way in which we do? It is the lesser version. You know, over in Europe, this would not make sense to them. I saw this documentary in college where this British guy came over and he went to an Auburn game. And he was stunned. He couldn't believe that this was college athletics, because over there they have the youth leagues, but essentially that is a way to find out who is good and then continue to push them up, and eventually then they'll make it to the pros. That's all it is. College football, there is, of course, that involved, right? Like, we don't just watch Bryce Young as a Bama player. We think, oh, what will he be at the next level? But in terms of the love of this sport, it goes beyond the level of play. It is about the passion. It is about the environment. Why did so many of us, you know, think that the COVID year sucked? Because the atmosphere was gone. You took the part of the sport that so many of us turned the games on for away. Same with college basketball. You're watching these games in empty gyms, and it's like, wow, something is missing. The magic, the romanticism is gone. And it's like they just kind of forget that, like, that's one of the big the selling points of college football for me is I watch the NFL. I mean, yes, Arrowhead, great atmosphere. Seattle, great atmosphere. Lambeau Field, great atmosphere. But I also know I'm watching the best players and doing things on the field that I can't even fathom. College football, certainly they're doing things I can't even fathom. But we're not talking about the best of the best here. It's about everything else.
And again, we truly have a stake because we have a team.
Mm-hmm.
And most everybody has access to a team. But when you contract something, those people at Oregon State, those people at Iowa State, those people at other places that aren't going to be part of the in crowd, they're going to be left behind. And if you think that those people are just going to be like, oh, well, I'll just adopt this team.
Yeah, it ain't going to happen.
It ain't going to happen. It might happen in a few cases, certainly, if there are. But most people who take in, see, that's one of the differences between college football and pro football, is in pro football, even if you have a team, you still keep an eye on the rest of the sport. But in college football, and I see this a lot with Husker fans.
Oh, yeah.
It's not just Husker fans. I'm just using us as an example because it's the one we can all relate to. There are a lot of people who are just Husker fans. They watch the Husker game, and that's it. They don't care about Auburn, Alabama. They don't care about Ohio State, Michigan. They don't care about all the other stuff. They don't watch like football junkies like we are, who it's just like, ooh, good. It's a college football Saturday. I'm going to be up at 9 a.m. and watch game
John, they
day.
don't watch like the majority of our audience, right? Like,
Right.
I think our audience is watching all the other stuff, but the majority of fans are not like that.
No.
They're dipping their toes in. They're watching their team. They're tailgating all day on a Saturday.
Exactly.
They don't care what time the game
Yeah.
is. They care if it's a night game because they want to drink all day.
Bingo.
But if it's an 11 a.m. game, they're going home afterwards, you know?
And if those people lose their access to that and it becomes a lesser or a non-existent product, they're not just going to instantly gravitate to things that they don't follow. It doesn't work that way.
Yeah, again, the reason that football is the most popular sport, or the NFL certainly is the most popular sport, is because the casuals are still watching it at such a high degree, you know, that
Yeah.
it's hard for any other sport to fathom. So, yeah, well, I'm going to continue talking about this like I'm right, but I really,
Well, of course.
you know, I think I am.
It is not an evolution of the sport.
The right boy.
No,
It's not an evolution of
it
the sport.
It definitely is not. It definitely is not.
Because you also have to look. I mean, and that's where the other areas people look at this because, again, they're fantasy booking. And they're like, ooh, wouldn't this be cool? We just had a Super Bowl.
What if Black Friday was Nebraska versus Miami?
Ew.
But
Go Hawks.
in doing that, you don't see the bigger picture of how it affects other people that aren't yourself. And again, that goes back to the point of we need more voices in this endeavor that are looking out for the greater good, not just, hey, what's good for Nebraska's bottom line? What's good for Ohio State's bottom line? What's good for the Big Ten's bottom line? Because that's where all of this is being motivated from. This is not being motivated because, hey, we need to do this to evolve the sport. It's being motivated from a standpoint of, well, we need to do this because eventually we're going to have to pay the players, and we still want to make a boatload of money too.
It should be, what's the best for the sport? How do we all make money? How do we all get a piece of the pie? Kenneth writes, I live for the 14 Saturdays out of the year. I get to wake up at 11 a.m. and watch football until midnight. It's the best. Wow, Kenneth's showing his age. Imagine sleeping till 11 a.m. The last time you did that.
I don't know.
It's been a while.
Been a while.
Yeah, indeed.
So it must be nice not to have anything else to do on a Sunday.
Or
Jealous.
Saturday.
Or a Saturday.
Yeah.
1620 The Zone back after this.
The Connor Happer Show.
The first time I ever did the Mel Kiper Jr. impression on TV, as though it was part of the draft. They didn't announce it as a comedic bit or anything. He says his name all the time. He does say McShay. He does say McShay, but it's not as funny as saying Todd. And they kept going, Todd, 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 Todd. Say your name over and over and over. Hit the T hard. Todd, Todd, Todd.
Yeah, in a way, you've like ruined all Todds. How do you feel about that?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
The Connor Happer Show. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Sunny and warm into the evening with a temperature in the 70s. Mostly clear later tonight, drop back to 42 for a low. Partly cloudy, turning windy and colder on Tuesday. A high around 53 early, in the 30s in the afternoon with a chance of light snow. I'm Chief Meteorologist Bill Ranby from KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center, looks like there's a stall blocking the left shoulder on the southbound JFK at L Street that's causing stop-and-go traffic from I-80. If you're west on I-80, delays between 42nd and 60th. Delays on westbound Dodge between 680 and 120th. Delays on eastbound Dodge between 680 and 72nd. And then if you're east on Industrial Road, slow going from 156th to 132nd. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Fernando's Omaha.
Spring, it's the reward for surviving another winter. Fernando's, it's the reward for any day that ends in Y. Great Mexican food, awesome margaritas, and a wonderful family atmosphere. Fernando's, Omaha's favorite Mexican for more than 30 years.
Are you a delivery driver looking for a better job opportunity? Host Coffee is a local family-owned coffee, water, and vending company that has been in business since 1972. We are growing, and we now have openings for delivery drivers and other positions starting at $22 an hour with full benefits. If you're interested, visit hostcoffee.net/careers to connect with us.
Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
You know what Mentality can help you with? Low energy, motivation, weight gain, muscle loss, fatigue, tired all the time, feeling anxious, moody, irritability, impatience, anxiety, and depression. Mentality can help you with their board-certified physicians and their testosterone treatments that can take care of you and get you back in the game. You can regain normal function and restore your ability to perform normally at all levels just by Mentality. Set up an appointment today. Go to lowtusa.com. Get back in the game. Don't sit on the sidelines and let Mentality lead the way.
Woodhouse Hyundai offers a streamlined car buying experience tailored to you. With the most versatile lineup of sedans and SUVs like the Hyundai Elantra or Santa Fe. Plus, your choice of standard engines, plug-in hybrid, or fully electric vehicles. And when you shop Woodhouse Hyundai, you can rest easy with Hyundai Shopper Assurance, America's best 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Start your deal online at woodhousehyundai.com today. Browse our inventory, personalize your payments, apply for financing, and more. Convenience delivered every time. This is Woodhouse Hyundai. Right now, lease the 2024 Hyundai Kona SE for $199 per month for 36 months and 10,000 miles per year. With approved credit, tax, title, license extra. First payment $2,999 down plus $299 doc fee due at signing. Offer expires 2/29/24. See dealer for details.
This is unsportsmanlike conduct
where your mindset is.
And your ball. The 1620. The Zone.
Okay, now I just saw the text message thread. The Zone text line, which is an account that
do you not follow it?
No, I don't.
Oh, you should. It's funny.
It's amazing.
They occasionally tweet out different things that we received in the text line, including the text of listening to you guys reciting the alphabet is great radio. To which Farron responded, "Who made the most mistakes and why was it Nick?"
Hey.
I told him, sadly, we cannot blame Nick here.
Oh, that's good.
Oh.
I would love to blame you, Nick, but we can't. What do you mean?
I feel like there's going to be another shoe to drop here.
No, I want to blame you. That was a fun segment, though. I loved reading letters.
I thought you were going to be oh, we can't blame Nick because he's got an Iowa education.
No. See, you're the one who walked yourself into that.
I know.
Wow. David writes,
hello, Dave.
I realize this is a non sequitur now, so I apologize. Doesn't Utz have something similar to Lay's? Are Utz national?
No, that's
Are they dead now? Are they defunct?
No,
that's a regional brand on the East Coast.
There's a brand of chips in the dollar aisle at Family Fare that are good. They can't be sold in California, but
what is it?
I can't remember
what
the
about
name.
Cape
to be sold in California? What is wrong with those people?
Are Cape Cod, is that a national brand? We have that in the Midwest.
I don't know.
Do they have regular ones? I only have ever had their kettle cooked.
I don't know.
I like Cape Cod.
But we really don't have a Coke versus Pepsi with Lay's potato chips.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
When I'm just talking about potato chips.
Lay's really do have the market covered.
Yeah.
Really do have the market
They are
covered.
like the national potato chip.
Yeah, I wonder why.
And I'm not talking Ruffles. I'm not talking Wavy.
And somebody else pointed out earlier, you said that Lay's is Coke and where's the Pepsi? And they pointed out Lay's is actually owned by Pepsi.
Yes, I realize
So we need the Coca-Cola to their Pepsi.
But as we know, Coca-Cola is the superior brand, as Lay's is the superior brand. That's
brand.
That's why I put Lay's and Coke together.
Yeah.
But we don't. We don't have another major national potato chip. We got a Burger King to a McDonald's.
Yep.
We don't have another major potato
KFC to the superior Popeyes.
By the way, the Chizza debuts today.
What is the Chizza?
Remember, we talked
chicken
about
pizza.
That's the pizza.
Are we getting it? Are we getting it? We should get it.
By the way, Severe says it used to be Lay's versus Ruffles. They would make fun of each other all the time back in the day.
Ruffles is made by Frito-Lay.
So did they buy them out?
No, I thought the Ruffle was invented because it's a better dipping chip because it's more rigid.
So was that a bit then that they were making fun of each other?
Yes, it was a manufactured rivalry, I believe.
Okay.
You can't trust
No,
any
John,
corporate.
no.
Oh.
Frito Company acquired the rights to Ruffles brand potato chips in 1958. So the rivalry died. They were introduced in 1948, but they bought them.
10 years. Crazy.
See, but
no, I
That's what
think the
Wikipedia-
rivalry didn't start until they had bought
So
them.
the rivalry became a fake thing later on.
Yeah.
So, but again, and the Ruffles chips are rigid. We're talking about still you can't
Just
figure out how
a
to
plain ass potato chip.
plain potato chip.
Just an OG
not cut,
potato chip. It
Not
ain't-
kettle
not kettle
cooked.
cut, none of that. Just a plain old damn good potato chip.
Yeah.
And there's really not another one.
Yeah.
That's like, marketed against them.
Mm-hmm.
It's always confounded me.
Yeah.
I'm confused.
Yeah.
I'm very confused. Well, speaking of expanding things.
Oh.
We've talked about the NCAA tournament.
Oh.
People wanting to expand that. They had
No one wants to expand it. No one.
Well,
except for goobers.
Except,
yes,
I want to expand it?
Sorry, Zach, I'm going to speak confidently again. The only people who want it expanded are idiots that control the sport.
Yes.
I've not heard one single fan even say that.
Well, I have, and it won't stun you who it is.
Oh, who was it? Kugler?
No.
Oh.
I'm
curious to know who this was.
Oh, he's tweeted at you recently too.
Oh, that guy?
Yeah, that guy.
Why does he want it expanded?
Because people are stupid. I don't
Oh
know.
my gosh.
But here was Jay Billis because they had a segment on the college game day, the basketball version, where they were talking about expanding the tournament. And one of the arguments people have used from the big conferences is access. We need access to the tournament. To which Billis says,
never underestimate the NCAA's capacity to do something stupid. And if they did this, it would be profoundly stupid. When anyone says more teams need access to the tournament, every team has the same access to the tournament now. All you have to do is win your conference automatic bid, which is against your peers with a group of teams that you have chosen to be among. And every team is in the tournament already. All you have to do is win your conference tournament. You're already in the tournament. The one thing that everybody's forgetting is this is not an access tournament. It's a national championship event. You should have to do something hard to get in. And if you think it's too hard, then Division II is wide open. I just don't understand that.
I couldn't agree. Whereas I disagreed with him earlier, I couldn't agree with him more on this.
It's
Plus,
true.
So 68 divided by what is it? 350? Is that what we're talking about here? So we're talking about slightly less than a quarter, which, is way more than college football, even in the new iteration, even in a 14-team iteration, it would still be more. A little bit less than the NFL and a lot less than Stanley Cup and the NBA.
But if you look at it as Billis does,
when you're competing against your peers,
technically, once conference championship week starts, that's really the start of the NCAA tournament. It's just not labeled as such, and it's not promoted as such.
Because it is do or die for some, but not for all.
Yes.
But still, that if you are in a certain conference, you know that this is now do or die for me.
Yes.
And almost everybody gets a chance. Like in the new Big Ten, apparently they're not going to expand the Big Ten basketball tournament, so not everyone would have a chance. But I mean,
But that's a choice by those conferences.
And if you're 16, 17, 18 seed in your own league, then you don't deserve to be in the tournament anyway. And so you're right. You get to March. When we get conference tournaments going next week, right? That's when it starts. We're now in the fight. This is it. This is time to put up or shut up.
And it is. It should be hard to get there.
Yes.
In the great words of Tom Hanks from A League of Their Own, it's the hard that makes it great.
100%. 100%.
And that's why this tournament has worked.
And
expanding it because of access. And then there's this notion of, well, but they're going to need the money to pay the athletes. It doesn't matter how big the damn tournament is. The NFL playoffs is so many teams, but everybody shares in the revenue in the entire sport, just like they do in the NCAA tournament. Now, yes, some conferences will get a little more based on how they advance in the tournament,
Mm-hmm.
but everybody shares in it to a degree. And if you expand it and make it less meaningful, college basketball already has a major problem making its relevancy in the regular season, because it never used to be as bad, the overlap. It used to be college basketball started after Thanksgiving, and the only games after Thanksgiving in college football were bowl games. And the NFL only played into early to mid-January.
And so, like, college basketball could own a larger portion of the calendar.
Exactly. And now it is harder because there's more stuff overlapping.
And the season starts earlier.
And
honestly, I mean,
college basketball has a hard enough time getting relevant in the regular season. We're going to make it less relevant by just inviting every power conference school. They're just you're automatically in, or expanding it to 96 teams.
Yeah, and that's the thing that's wild to me is, you think of college football. So college football is about to expand. And do I think that seeds 5 through 12 or 5 through 14 in the next iteration are going to win championships every year? No. Do I think it's going to happen more often than other people do? Yes. But that seems like a good fix to a problem, certainly of conference champions getting automatic berths and opportunities and just how it fits the sport. We are talking about inviting a bunch of 500 level teams in power conferences because what is that supposed to do? What is that going to help beyond the bottom line? The thing that I always kind of wonder about with these things is who is asking for this? College football fans, not everybody, but a lot of us were asking for a playoff, a larger playoff. 4 we didn't like. And ultimately they are going to deliver on that. And that's great. I have not heard anyone ask for this. I didn't hear anyone asking for an NBA playing game. I didn't hear anyone asking for the expanded wild card in Major League Baseball. I didn't hear anyone asking for 14 teams in the NFL playoffs. Now we watch, of course, Super Wild Card Weekend, but so many of these decisions are again being made, and it's like, but who wants this? And I don't, and this is such a maybe a dumb complaint, but the calendar of March Madness is so perfect.
It's perfect.
3 weekends, man. And I know they're the first 4, but the 3 weekends and the 16 games one day and the 16 the next day and then the 8 and the 8. And it's like by the time you get to the second weekend, it's like those are holidays. They're national holidays that Thursday and Friday. They feel like it, at least for people like us. And so to water that down with this hodgepodge of 28 additional teams, and I'm like, that.
And you're getting you're getting mediocre teams.
Yeah, you're getting a lot of mediocre teams.
But
you're getting 28 additional, or I guess not 28 additional mediocre teams, but you're getting a few more. 20.
Hey, the only teams you're getting all the NIT teams.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you're getting.
Yeah, and there's a reason they play the games to win and lose, and you earn your way in. And if you can't be a top. What do you have to be in terms of an at-large team? A top 40 team?
Mm-hmm.
Is that what we're talking about? If you can't be a top 40-ish team, then you don't deserve to be there anyway.
Right. I mean, Billis is right. It's a national championship tournament. This isn't a random Thanksgiving weekend tournament where you just invite a bunch of teams and you just play to have fun. No, this is a national championship tournament. So and I dare anybody, you can't name me any teams that missed out on the tournament. He's like, oh man, they could have gone all the way.
Yeah, we'll see that in college football. We have seen that in college football. Certainly in the BCS era. There's no such thing for this. Oh man, that team that just missed the cut, they would have won the whole thing.
Oh man, that 15-12 Rutgers team. Oh, they would have made a run.
Mm-hmm.
Stop.
Yeah.
Coming up in content, our comments.
Mm-hmm. On the content.
Oh, well, speaking of college sports, we've had more conference realignment today. And a new look for the Clippers.
Oh.
Again.
Oh.
Didn't they just change their uniforms?
They did. They added the black to their uniforms, and they made
the
L.
Of course, they got lazy.
It's fun. It's a fun color.
Hey, look, let's just add it because it'll make us look cool.
No, you're still the Clippers.
Wow. Fair. Hard to argue with
16-20 the zone.
Big names, big games. We've got them all. 1620, The Zone.
Hi, this is Doug Nodgard with Equitable Bank. Great service never goes out of style. When the digital age dawned, many said computers would be able to handle many of the interactions that used to take a person. Boy, were they wrong. How many times have you called your bank and gotten a recording to press 1 or 2? Not at Equitable. Not only does Equitable answer your call on the first ring, it's answered by a human being. That's because Equitable Bank values its customers. Equitable Bank, we take banking personally. Member FDIC.
The GOAT is coming to Kansas City. Sporting KC will host Inter Miami and Lionel Messi, the greatest of all time, at the loudest stadium in the world. See Johnny Russell, Alan Polito, and the rest of your hometown team take on Messi, Luis Suarez, and more at GEHA Field at Arrowhead Stadium on Saturday, April 13th. It's the soccer capital of America versus the greatest of all time. Get your tickets while you still can at sportingkc.com.
I can't believe tax season is here already. Look at all this info I have to enter.
Phil's small accounting firm is growing in numbers.
Why didn't I take that typing class in high school?
A data entry specialist could really help him in a crunch.
I got blisters on my fingers.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Are you paying too much for term life insurance? A man age 50 non-tobacco user can obtain $500,000 of coverage for as little as $110 per month. Level rate for 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rate for 20 years. If you're a smoker, there are great rates available for you as well. Call Term Busters for a quote. 1-800-908-7636. You're probably paying more than you should. Call 1-800-908-7636. Remember, call Term Busters. 1-800-908-7636. Sample rate for preferred non-tobacco rate class. Exam required to qualify.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Brakes? We can save you 15% on that. We have OE quality Duralast brake pads and rotors in stock, ready for pickup or delivery. We also have calipers, brake fluid, tools, and anything else you'll need to do the job right. When you get Duralast pads and rotors together, you'll save 15%. It's just part of what makes us America's #1 brakes destination.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
All right, Nick, what do we have in content today?
Well, just real quick. People keep asking about Pringles to compare it with the Lay's, but
those are crisps.
Pringles aren't chips legally.
Yep. No, they're not potato
Crumb
chips.
down!
They're not potato chips.
Anyway.
In the same way as Lay's are.
For the first time since 1912, when Nebraska was in the Missouri Valley Conference, the Cornhuskers basketball team has won 4 straight conference games by 15 points or more. John, what do you remember most about watching that team in person?
Got him! What a question.
It's a dumb question.
I thought it was funny. Nick thought it was funny.
Go Panthers!
He wrote it and he started giggling.
Well,
are you having a giggle there, mate?
Oi.
You realize that back in
English.
1912,
hello, governor,
because they didn't score as much as they do today, A 15-point win then is
Oh my
like
gosh.
a 30-point win today.
Well, people were still mourning the Titanic, John.
Oh, who could forget about the Titanic? Wasn't that in 1914 or was that in 12?
That was in 12.
I thought it was 12.
I don't know
'Cause
why I thought it was
14
in-
was the war to end all wars.
That's right. I always forget about the war to end all wars in the Titanic.
Lustiana was the one that got sunk.
How about that, man? Nebraska. They're good. That's my take. They're good.
UMass is joining the MAC, the Mid-American Conference. I guess if Creighton can be in the Big East.
Yeah, we can't be too critical in these parts, given that Creighton is in an Eastern Seaboard Conference, and now Massachusetts on the Eastern Seaboard is in a Mid-America Conference.
And the Big Ten literally goes from coast to coast, and
And-
that stupid animation is actually
I wanna
accurate
live
now.
forever. The worst one.
That is. I'm sorry. That was.
No, oh, don't you
It's
say.
overrated.
Ah, it's a great commercial.
John's
I
It's
wanna
overrated.
live forever.
Well,
John's
that's
just
the whole
jealous
point.
because they can
That's
do
the-
that with stone carving.
That's the whole point. That song makes no sense.
But that's why we like it.
It's
I
so
want to
bad.
live forever. Also,
So bad.
the worst is still, John, the ACC, the Atlantic Coast Conference, having schools from the Pacific Coast and Texas.
That is different code. That's the Gulf.
Yeah. Great point, Nick. I want to live forever.
Ballsgate, which is what somebody uncreative would think that they want to call the Major League Baseball uniform issue,
Wow, Nick, harsh on yourself.
was dealt a new issue the last few days. A pants shortage. They don't have enough pants. What the hell's going on with America's pastime?
More like pants time.
More
hey,
like the national pastime.
Oh.
And
What's up with the pants, John?
they're see-through.
well, the argument now is that
Look at these balls.
the
Look at these pants.
Major League Baseball is saying, well, actually, we've been able to see.
Yes, you've been
The
always
junk.
able to see the balls. That's their argument. Bad argument.
I don't know,
They
but
know we've had TV for a while now, right?
Yes, they're gaslighting us.
I mean, to me, it's still the uniforms still look cheap.
They look horrible, man.
They look cheap.
Earlier, we had the Rockies game on, and Chris Bryant, when he was up to bat, there were strings and stuff poking all out everywhere. It looked bad.
That's
where
how
they
you
sewed
get
it
the
in.
uniforms from China. It always has like the strings and you just cut
Yeah.
them off and then it looks fine enough.
He didn't cut them off.
Is that what they did? Maybe they ordered it from one of those websites that has the authentic jerseys for like $20 and they were like, let's just buy them all from here. I like
4
those.
years ago, they gave us COVID. Now they're giving us bad baseball.
Bad baseball
uniforms.
uniforms. They're pretty bad.
Sad. The NASCAR race in Atlanta came down to a three-way photo finish with Daniel Suarez beating Ryan Blaney and Kyle Busch by 0.003 of a second.
Three.
Is that not thousandth? 100,000th?
Yeah, that's
10,000.
10,000th?
0.003 seconds.
Yes.
Is there a question here?
And this, Josh, is why NASCAR was the main event for prediction.
That's not a question. Again, it's an opinion. I side with listener
Josh,
Zach on this.
This
What?
is what happened in Cars, but it happened in real life.
Yes.
And not the cartoon.
This was cool.
Yeah, Cars, bad movie, overrated movie.
Bad take. Overrated take.
Of course, the Car Boys love that movie.
It's a great movie.
No, it's not. It's so
Yes, it
cliche.
is.
Do a podcast about
Oh, what do you
it.
mean so cliche? Everything about the Pixar movies is
No,
cliche.
that's cliche as
What's
hell.
a non-cliche Pixar
Up.
movie?
The wife dies in 5 seconds in. You're like, oh my gosh, this is so sad.
It's basically just Gran Torino, but with Pixar.
And less racism.
Well, maybe.
Less rate. He doesn't say the slurs.
He thought him.
That's pretty cool though. I'm happy for your sport. Did you watch?
The plane landed just in time for me to watch the
I guess
last
you were
5
traveling.
laps.
You were traveling. I can't.
So
be
I
too
did.
upset.
I dialed it up on my phone as we landed, and I
Dialed
was
it
able
up.
to.
Dial?
Yes, I actually dialed
You have
it
a
up.
modem on your
Ryan
phone?
McGee,
I have
what's
a
it
modem
shout
on
like?
my phone.
That's pretty cool. I'm
That's
happy for
very
your
cool. And
sport.
that's why NASCAR will maintain its place
This
as
sucks.
our main event in predictions.
I'm
Until
loving the hell out of
Formula One
it's
starts.
Reed season again, which I'm enjoying very much. But man, Reed season needs to go away if NASCAR doesn't have to be at the back of the line of predictions. This sucks. We're gonna have basketball tournament games, and you're gonna be like, and also the NASCAR race.
Friend of the Grum, Sam McEwen, put out his way too early top 25 this weekend, and it's led by Georgia, Ohio State, and Oregon, Notre Dame, Texas. Anyone missing from the top 5?
Is Notre Dame going to be that good?
That was my question too.
They're going to be in the game.
I think I think the top 3 is spot on there in terms of it being those 3 teams. I think the Big Ten's
that's going to be a very popular top 3.
Yes. He had Alabama, by the way, in the teens. Like one spot in front of Michigan.
There's going to be a team in the top 10 that is going to take a major nosedive. And you know what? With this year and everything that's changing in the alignment of college football, I bet there will be a team that will be preseason top 5 that will take a
I think
nosedive.
The team that I'm going to be bullish on is a team a lot of people are, but I'm going to agree with them. I think it's Ole Miss. A lot of talent. They've done good in the portal. And a 12-team playoff. Like, I think that they will be one of those playoff teams. I am curious about Penn State. You know, last year was supposed to be their year. It ended up not being their year. Maybe this year will be their year until it's not.
Shohei Ohtani is going to make his spring training debut with the Dodgers tomorrow.
Let's go!
And he's going to do it against the very tough and very good White Sox.
Yes, they're a good team.
Josh,
Nick,
why do we love Shohei Ohtani
What
so
is there
much?
not to love about him? He bombs the freaking ball. He hits it. He goes out of the stadium. He throws when he's not injured.
Did you hear he's
Exactly.
I hear he's throwing again.
People are saying
he's half the player he used to be.
I heard 114 mile an hour.
Did you know that
what?
His goal is to record 50 at-bats before the start of the regular season. But he's also counting his live BP at-bats as part of that count. So it's not 50 at-bats in a spring training game. It's 50 total at-bats, all of spring training, which includes his BP.
But it's spring training, so who cares?
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
You don't
You
even
see
like
all
it.
the other players playing.
John, it's the Cactus
No.
League.
Yeah, you. First of all, great job, Nick. Second of all, you can't be like, this doesn't matter, and then the guy does something, and you're like, no, this is supposed to matter. You can't do this.
I'm not saying. I'm just saying. Is he really?
What are we
is
doing?
he really
clutching our
going to be
pearls?
ready for the season?
Oh, he'll be fine. He's played. Johnny's an MVP multiple times
Not only
over.
will be there will be a team this year from the top 5 of the preseason in college football that take a nosedive. Ohtani, major nosedive this year.
Pathetic.
Probably bat like 173.
173. Who is he? A Cub?
I can't wait for the end of the season when John looks like an idiot.
Oh, classic John.
All the home run Shohei's
And people
gonna
will
get.
remember that, Shohei, if you'd have maybe taken some more ABs during spring training, you'd have been better off.
Maybe you would have hit 800 home runs instead of
Oh.
the 90 that you hit, Shohei.
All this is jealousy on John's part. He wanted him on the Cubbies. Instead, he gets not as good of a player, Cody Bellinger, who's re-signed with the Cubs. John, are you thrilled that the drama's over or sad that you don't have the GOAT?
Great question, Nick.
We don't have. First of all, Babe Ruth is dead, so we do not have Babe Ruth.
We should debate tomorrow if Babe Ruth or Willie Mays is the GOAT on the show. That'd be a fun.
And we didn't have Willie Mays either.
No, yeah.
I mean, it's nice that we'll have him, but basically, this is a 1-year deal. It's listed as a 3-year deal, but what Bellinger and his agent Scott Boras did was basically the Carlos Correa. If you remember a couple years ago, Carlos Correa signed a 3-year deal with the Twins.
I knew that.
But he had opt-outs after the first 2 years. And then the Twins went back, and then this past year they signed him to a much bigger long-term deal. But that's what they're doing here. So last year was kind of Bellinger's rehab season where he rehabbed his career. This year, it's all right, can you do it again? And if you can, then he'll be in line for big bucks next year. So I'm just planning on it for 1 year.
I hope he makes you happy. It's fun when the Cubs are good and play in October because you're a ball of stress. So I'm in on it.
We should see who has a higher batting average at the end of the season between Shohei and Bellinger.
And Cody B.
Cody B.
It's a fun bet.
I have no idea.
John has to shave his goatee or you have to shave your mustache, and I just get to watch. I'm in the corner of the room.
You would like to watch, you sicko.
It's my kink.
The LA Clippers are rebranding with a callback to their nautical past. What do you think?
Okay, first of all, what is their nautical past?
Clipper. A Clipper's a type of ship.
Okay,
A
great
Clipper
answer.
ship.
See,
That's
I had
why
no
the middle
idea.
of the logo looks like a giant yacht coming at you.
But I didn't know that that's what they were supposed to be right now.
Oh, you didn't know what a Clipper was?
No, I know. I
Do
just
you
know they
think
clipped
it was
you.
just like a
Like an
shaver?
Indomitian soup.
No, it's a because remember they were the San Diego Clippers.
That makes a whole lot more sense. I don't mind the logo. It's fine. You pointed out they're going to break. They've already made a bunch of changes
I
lately.
know.
Now they have to make more changes.
Well,
But they're
this is
about to
what
move
happens-
into a new arena.
Well, this is what happens when you have no tradition.
Yeah, they have never made it to the Western Conference Finals.
I did
even
not know that.
one time.
I do really like that logo, honestly.
Yeah,
it's a very
it's a solid
good logo.
Yeah.
It's very clean.
Because
The uniforms are actually very basic.
looks like the ship sailing at you.
Oh wait, never mind. They made it in 2021,
Sunset.
but they never made the NBA Finals. Is what I meant to say.
That's the
Yeah.
amazing thing about these uniforms is how basic they are.
Yeah,
It's just got a script, clippers across
yeah, it
the
is
chest,
very plain,
a little
very
angled, but it's
nautical.
not gaudy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I have no beefs.
I'm not sure
They
what
certainly aren't as weird and goofy as like some of those jazz uniforms and
Oh, when they had the mountains?
yeah.
Mountains,
Just-
Gandalf.
There's mountains in Utah.
Yeah, but jazz is not of mountains. Yeah.
I'm curious to know, when they said nautical past, were they just referring to the logo? Because when I look at the uniforms, I don't think about sailors. Doesn't look
What do you want them to
They
have a
should
little
Big
hat?
Jim Harden
Maybe they
wearing a
should-
sailor's cap.
Big Jim Harden.
They should do the little cap.
That'd be fun.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh, by the way, I asked the question on Twitter, what if you and I did a Babe Ruth versus Willie Mays debate for the GOAT of baseball? And Kevin Kugler says, I would rip the knob off my radio so I accidentally didn't change stations. So I think that's one party. I think we should do this. Everyone always does that.
Well,
Oh,
because
LeBron MJ. No. Ruth versus Mays.
And then we can call Kevin and ask him, hey, what was it like to watch these guys in
He
person?
can participate in it.
I do think that there's something between the Shohei and Bellinger race. I'm not saying we should shave faces because I don't want that stress again. But maybe we could do a weekly update.
A weekly update. I like this idea. We're trying to find new ways to talk about baseball to get the kids involved.
Josh and
Bellinger versus Shohei. It's the debate for all parties. All right, John doesn't care. All right, let's go to break. Figure out what we're having for dinner.
I mean, I just don't think it's fair because, I mean, Bellinger's going against half of a player.
Yeah, and he's still going to be better than Bellinger's weak ass.
Which is going to be a tough look for him.
Yeah. Cody, we're like phony.
Nice.
Yeah.
Got him. 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
How powerful is Cox Fiber? Powerful enough to let your band members in Vegas, Phoenix, and Omaha jam like you're all in the same garage. Introducing Cox Fiber, from the company with America's fastest download speeds. It's internet built for tomorrow, today. Cox, always building better. Analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data. Fixed median download speeds. US Q3 2023. Limited availability in select areas. Speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms and other restrictions may apply.
At Sid Dillon Chevrolet, we want you to have the best car buying experience possible. Shop Nebraska's #1 volume Chevy dealer group or at SidDillonChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
You are what drives us, Sid Dillon.
Velocity Clinical Research in Omaha frequently conducts clinical trials for a broad range of investigational treatments. Typical studies involve medications for high cholesterol, diabetes, infectious diseases, and others. They also perform vaccine studies for people of all ages, conducting innovative research that has a positive impact on lives. Click for current trials at velocityclinicaltrials.com. More trials are launching in March. Compensation for study-related time and travel. Find out more at velocityclinicaltrials.com.
Maverick baseball and softball are right around the corner. Get your season tickets today by calling 402-554-MAVS. This Thursday, the Omaha Maverick women's basketball team celebrates senior night as they take on St. Thomas at Baxter Arena. And don't miss the series finale as Maverick hockey plays NCHC rival North Dakota on March 8th and 9th. Let's pack the Baxter. Get your tickets now by calling the box office at 402-554-MAVS or by going to omavs.com/tickets.
It's the most time-honored tradition to start the weekend, grabbing a cold one from a local Nebraska brewery. Let's be real here. It's cold outside, and you don't want to drink the same boring beer as those Hawkeye fans. Drink Nebraska-brewed beer, cider, or seltzers instead. Each week, we're putting the spotlight on a unique Nebraska brewery with One Beer Friday. Share your brew on social media with the hashtag One Beer Friday, and you'll be entered to win a $25 gift card to a local Nebraska brewery. Nebraska is the good life with great beer. Click nebraska.beer to learn more.
You're listening to Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
You have to actually inspect every little smidge of meat.
The 1620, The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just, like, going out to eat.
I believe taco salad is on the menu tonight.
Riss is making homemade crunch wraps. So
Taco Bell.
No, but she's making it so it'll actually taste good.
Yeah, and Josh won't have flaming diarrhea afterwards.
Again, if you have a good digestive tract, you're fine.
Now,
if your
I say
bowels are good,
that's conditional. If Riss decides to juice up the crunch wraps to give Josh the flaming diarrhea because of his terrible takes on court storming.
No, we probably will debate that tonight together too.
So, but normally, no, he won't be getting the flaming diarrhea.
Nick?
Might be a frozen pizza night.
Frozen pizza. That's better than
Ranch.
rice.
It is.
That is better than rice.
And that's what's for dinner.
Mamma mia.
Mamma mia.
We gonna get the pizza, John?
I don't know. Are we going to get the cheats?
I don't know. Are you buying?
Yeah, sure.
Then we're having the pizza.
Wow, you owe us dinner.
Yes. Oh, yeah. We got to have lunch together. Nick has to buy us lunch.
Okay,
That's right.
No.
That's what it is.
Yeah, you've lost twice now.
Mm-hmm.
It's amazing.
Sad.
How many of you do you like Italian dressing? Italian dressing?
I haven't had it in a while, but yeah,
really? Okay.
it's fine.
Fine with
I'm a
Italian?
Caesar. I like Caesar.
I'm a ranch boy.
But yeah, I like Italian. Why?
Like a vinaigrette.
Well, I was just looking at this ranking on MASH.
Oh, I love the Olive Garden.
The Olive Garden Italian is amazing.
It's awesome. I get it at the store sometimes.
But they're
very tasty.
But their top ranked Italian dressing is Kroger brand, which is a grocery chain.
What?
Apparently, it must be really good.
I've never had theirs. I don't think.
There's a Buffalo Wild Wings garlic dressing that's really good too.
For salads?
I don't know if it's meant for salads, but it works damn well in salads.
I'm having flashbacks now because I see the Kraft brand and the Wishbone brand, which was the kinds we grew up with.
What about the what's the guy? Not Herman's. Herms?
Paul Newman?
Paul Newman.
Newman's Own?
Yeah, he has some good stuff.
That's what I've heard.
I've heard it's really good. I've heard it.
It's second best.
Too. Mm.
Severe texted what he's having for dinner. I can't figure out what this is. What is that?
What?
Shrimp? Shrimp inside of a condom? What is that?
Shrimp inside of a
It
condom.
kind of looks like
Michael,
it.
you can't eat
Shrimp
that.
Yeah.
inside of a
What is-
condom.
it looks like it, doesn't it?
I don't know, Josh. I've never seen something
never seen a
shrimpy
condom?
inside of a
Oh,
condom.
come on.
Hey-o.
You jerk. You absolute jerk.
I don't know what. I mean,
Yeah.
maybe like a. Maybe is like a little bit of a sushi wrap of some kind.
Yeah, probably.
maybe?
That'd be my
yeah,
guess.
one of those clear soy wrap.
I'm glad Michael
Soy
was able
boy?
to get into the Missouri River and
He said
get
it's
that
rice
fresh
paper.
seafood.
Is it rice
He
paper?
said it's spring rolls, you uncultured folks.
Yeah,
Vietnamese spring rolls.
Yeah.
Sorry, Michael. It just looked like a condom filled with shrimp.
Why is it clear? I thought spring rolls weren't that clear.
Wait, we have Brunson Simple tomorrow.
My God,
Why is
that's
it
our
ripped?
next taste test Wednesday.
Condom, shrimp filled condoms.
Shrimp condom.